Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez accueillir de nouveau vos coprésidents du Congrès. Liberals, please welcome back your convention co-chairs to the stage.
Bonjour tout le monde, ça va bien? Est-ce que vous en avez bien profité hier? Alors aujourd'hui, nous commençons notre deuxième journée du Congrès.
Well, Marjorie, we had a great start to our convention yesterday, hearing from our amazing candidates in the by-elections who are going to bring it home Monday. What do you think? Absolutely. And, of course, great hearing from our ministers, from Rick Hansen, who really hit it out of the park. And we have another great day that lies ahead. Nous savons que vous allez passer une excellente journée aujourd'hui dans les séances de politique ou d'organisation. Such it.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Wasn't that great?
Je sais.
He's in Montreal.
He is in Montreal. On est à Montréal. Folks, conventions are really at the heart of what we do as a party, and I really hope you're enjoying this one. How's it going so far?
Whoa.
They bring us together to connect, to engage, and to continue building the ideas that shape our future. And I know that there's been so many opportunities, and I hope you still get to keep taking advantage of them as we go through the next couple of days. Les programmes de la journée reflètent ça, avec une journée complète de table ronde et de discussion.
Alors ce matin, nous commencerons la séance plénière avec une série de tables rondes sur des priorités importantes, y compris le logement, notre économie et la place du Canada dans le monde.
And throughout the day, there are also breakout sessions taking place, including policy workshops and field training, and readiness sessions for you organizational types.
Talking about field training, our national field team is holding its training hub in room 512, and we strongly encourage you to go visit. You'll find stations to learn about every aspect of campaigning and organizing. Please go check it out.
Nous vous encourageons à explorer le programme, à assister aux séances qui vous intéressent et à apprendre avantage de tout ce que ce congrès a à vous offrir. C'est avec un grand plaisir que j'accueille maintenant sur la scène mon collègue Stéphane Lauzon, qui donnera le coup d'envoi aux tables rondes de la journée. Merci. Bonne journée.
Merci beaucoup. Enjoy the convention. That way.
Ce n'est pas Stéphane, c'est mon collègue Abdelaksari qui est avec nous ce matin.
Alors, bon matin à toutes et à tous. Est-ce que ça va bien? Vraiment, est-ce que ça va bien? Moi, j'ai perdu la voix hier parce que j'étais à voir les Canadiens, puis on a marqué le 50e mais de Caulfield. Alors, go Abs, go, exactement. Alors, merci beaucoup d'être ici. Vraiment, vous prenez de votre temps de venir ici, se réunir ce matin, de voir les enjeux des Canadiens, les enjeux des Canadiennes, et vraiment de venir les débattre, les discuter ici. Je vous dis un grand bravo à toutes et à tous, et bon matin à toutes et à tous. Comme l'a bien dit Marjorie Michel, je suis Abdelaksari, je suis le député de Bourassa, et je suis fier d'introduire un enjeu très important. Il y a un enjeu sur lequel il n'y a pas un Canadien ou une Canadienne qui ne peut pas dire que c'est vraiment un enjeu commun pour tout le territoire canadien. Cet enjeu-là nous touche d'une manière plus importante, mais heureusement, on a un chef de gouvernement extraordinaire, qui a une vision extraordinaire, M. Marc Carney. Et on est choyé de l'avoir sur cet enjeu de l'habitation, le housing. Et derrière cet homme-là, derrière M. Carney, il y a des hommes et des femmes que j'ai l'honneur de travailler avec eux et avec elles, que j'ai l'honneur ce matin de les introduire parce qu'on aura un panel extraordinaire avec des discussions directes, claires et des discussions surtout qui visent un impact direct sur le terrain. Et c'est ça ce qui est vraiment très important. Permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, ce matin, d'introduire notre ministre de l'Habitation, M. Grégor, Anna Gainey, Madame Caroline Desrochers, Madame Patty Adieu et bien évidemment Rebecca Chartrand. Je suis très honoré de les introduire ce matin et j'espère qu'on aura un débat extraordinaire, comme toujours, comme ces hommes et ces femmes font chaque jour à la Chambre des communes, venir débattre et surtout défendre vos intérêts. Encore une fois, merci à toutes et à tous d'être parmi nous aujourd'hui et je vous souhaite un excellent panel. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup and have fun.
Good morning, bon matin. Thank you all early birds for being here first thing in the morning. And top of the morning to all of you. What a great day, another great day to be a Liberal. How's everybody feeling? We got a busy day ahead of us and we're thrilled to be able to launch it talking about housing, which is our favorite topic, right? Good, good. Thanks for being hardcore and showing up for the first panel. It's going to be incredible. This is my first Liberal convention as an official member of the Liberal team. Let me say, the energy has been electric, and you're keeping that going. That's great. People that we meet here, connections that we make, the solutions that we are putting on the table through the hours that we're together here. to tackle the big problems we face. Housing is one of them. These are things that will guide us in our work to deliver for Canadians. And these are the things that will get us to win the next election, correct? We've got to deliver. So we're going to talk about some of these problems that they're grappling with. Housing affordability, right at the core of our agenda. And we're about to hear a fantastic conversation between me and my colleagues, my Parliamentary Secretary for Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada, Caroline Desrochers, Ministers Patty Hajdu, Rebecca Chartrand, and Anna Gainey is going to be the moderator. All-star lineup. Pendant la campagne, nous avons présenté un plan axé sur les solutions. Et ces derniers mois, sous la direction du Premier ministre Mark Carney, nous avons mis ce plan en action. And housing affordability is one of the largest challenges Canadians face. And this challenge has deepened over several decades, become a crisis that affects all communities across Canada. As mayor, I saw these challenges hit Vancouver early and hard. The Harper Conservatives were useless. No surprise, but it deepened that crisis for those years. And the difference between then and now, that was starting in 2008 for me at the city. We now have a team in Ottawa that is actually listening and making the investments to turn it around. That's a big change. Yes. Solving the housing crisis means tackling the challenges in our big cities, and it means responding to the needs of our rural and Indigenous communities. We need to make sure, recognize that building at the scale of a GTA or Montreal looks different from building in Hamilton or Lac-La-Ronge. We have to come back to that same key step of building faster and smarter than ever before. And luckily, we Liberals have a plan that meets this moment. Un plan qui s'appuie sur nos forces, sur nos valeurs, sur notre histoire d'aventure et de bâtisseurs. On travaille sans relâche pour bâtir un Canada fort. That is our mission. The mission that got all of us knocking on doors last year, the mission that we were elected on. The stakes are high, and that's why we've made such a major shift to make safe, sustainable, affordable housing available to everyone in Canada. And today we are going to talk about what more we need to do. I also want to talk about the progress we've made over this past year. We got straight to it, launching Build Canada Homes in September. That is Canada's new one-stop shop affordable housing agency, dedicated to delivering on affordable housing, funded by an initial $13 billion and focused on catalyzing home building across Canada. We are driving a more modern and productive home building industry that maximizes opportunities for Canadian workers and for Canadian materials. We need to build Canadian everywhere we build. And already shovels are in the ground. Since the fall, Build Canada Homes has brought countless people to the table. We already have over 10,000 homes in the works, delivering for Canadians. That's the start. That is just the beginning. There is much, much more to do. Cette année, j'ai beaucoup voyagé à travers le pays. J'ai rencontré des partenaires du secteur public et privé, les provinces, les territoires, les Premières Nations. On a rassemblé tout le monde autour de la table parce que c'est essentiel qu'on travaille ensemble. Nous, les libéraux, comprenons que nous devons aider ceux qui en ont le plus besoin. Oui, c'est très important. We need to build all along the housing continuum. That means building supportive housing that is coupled with social and health support services. These homes need to be equipped to handle the complex needs of chronic homelessness. We have a homelessness crisis across Canada that we need to solve. I saw this need going back to Vancouver all those years ago, and that's why we have, with Build Canada Homes, $1 billion dedicated to supportive and transitional housing. Places, yes. Places like Dunn House in Toronto, and many more to come that are delivering for people who need that support the most. We are focused on that support. We need to help make sure people can get off our streets into safe housing. Our Prime Minister said it best. We can't just build homes. We need to build affordable, energy-efficient, climate-resilient homes for all. And we need to build the community infrastructure that goes with it. And we are stepping up with generational investments on infrastructure. Over the next 8 years, we are doubling infrastructure investment over the past 8 years. To give you an example of the scale, the Build Community Strong Fund is at the core of that, and it's already investing in projects that are at the bones of our communities. Everything from healthcare and education facilities, which is unprecedented for a federal government, investing in community centers, arts and culture facilities, sports facilities, public transit projects that keep our communities healthy and connected. C'est un défi et il y a beaucoup de travail qui nous attend, mais en cette période économique difficile, ce sont ces efforts qui vont créer des emplois. C'est en bâtissant des communautés solides que nous renforçons l'économie canadienne et ses travailleurs. I want to end on just a bit of optimism. The challenges that we have ahead of us are large. Housing is a huge challenge for us to solve. We are throwing everything that we can at it. And I just want everyone to remember that our ambition and drive are far larger than the problems that we face. It is this ambition that's going to have all of us knocking doors in the 3 vital by-elections on Monday, correct? It's this ambition, not only solving housing, but it's going to get Dolly, Danielle, and Tatiana elected into the House of Commons in Ottawa. And finally, it's this ambition that is going to get homes and communities built right across this country as we build Canada strong. C'est le temps de bâtir. Thank you all for being here in Montreal. We're going to have a great conversation now. Merci de m'avoir accueilli et bon week-end. Thank you, everyone. Merci. Let's give it up for our ministers.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. Wonderful to see you here bright and early on Friday morning. Merci de votre présence, de votre participation. Je suis tellement contente de vous accueillir à Montréal ce matin, puis pour ce congrès très important, historique. Donc, merci encore pour votre présence ce matin. Et je suis vraiment contente d'avoir avec moi ce matin mes collègues. I have wonderful colleagues with me on stage this morning. Rebecca Chartrand, Patty Haidu, Caroline Desrochers, and obviously we had a chance to hear from Gregor Robertson just now on the important work he's doing with Build Canada Homes and infrastructure across the country. So we'll get started. We have, I think, about half an hour here to talk a little bit more about the work that's going on. We have great representation here across different regions, so we can talk a little bit about what this looks like across the country, and also in terms of employment and other touchstones that relate to the incredible investment that we have put forward in this portfolio. So, Rebecca, I'll start with you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
All the way from Manitoba.
Yes, Churchill Kuwait Nikiski riding. Yay!
Yes. So, why don't we start with, Indigenous solutions? How are you finding your role, and how do you see us being able to deliver these important investments in communities that you represent, and also that you're working in your role? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yes, thank you. Bonne question. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge those that came from Manitoba. I know we have a huge delegate here. We also have people like Grand Chief Wastasekut who really supported me during this campaign. So I just want to acknowledge that support. I wouldn't be here without you. But in terms of the question for the housing solutions that we're looking at, I think we have to recognize the important opportunity that is in front of us right now. And it starts with collaboration. It starts with dialogue. And so the main thing I want to acknowledge is is the work that Gregor has been doing to convene people and to have conversations. So he's been meeting, for example, with the Indigenous MPs, talking about the solutions that we're looking to achieve, and and then extending that further, ensuring that we're working with Indigenous housing associations, for example, Indigenous leadership across the country, so that the challenges that we're looking at are actually defined by the people that are most experiencing these challenges. So I think we're seeing huge solutions already, so huge investments in Treaty 1, for example. We're seeing 260 new homes for Naue-Udana. This is the largest urban reserve in all of Canada. Nunavut 3000, for example, is another one. We're already seeing an investment in 700 new homes with the Nunavut Inuit Association. But it really starts with working with everybody that's supporting housing all across Canada, and working with the people that are on the ground in the communities experiencing these challenges. So I want to give a shout out to our new MP colleague, for example, Lori Idlu, who is from Nunavut. There she is. Here. Working together to define those solutions is really important, and that's why all of you are here, is to ensure that we hear your voices, and that is so important to each of us in terms of defining these solutions. So I think we keep doing more of the same. I think the Liberal Party is doing the right thing in terms of, being very collaborative, taking a whole of government approach, and ensuring that they're listening to Liberals across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That's great. I did see Lori stand up. Welcome, Lori. It's great to have you here today with us in general. Yeah, welcome. Patty and I get to work together at Employment Service and Development Canada. I'm the Secretary of State for Children and Youth, and Patty is Minister of Jobs and Families. So we spend a lot of time together on issues that really touch this file, but not as directly, obviously, as Caroline, as the PS, and Gregor directly on housing. But Patty, why don't we share a little bit about how we see this as it relates to jobs, trades in particular, les métiers spécialisés. Comment est-ce qu'on encourage les jeunes à avoir une carrière qui touche cette industrie? So how are we looking at this investment in a way that says, there's opportunity for young people across the country to participate in this amazing building effort, and how we bring in Canadian wood, Canadian steel, Canadian products, and Canadian workers? Right. Maybe you could share a little bit on that with us. Thanks.
Merci, Anna. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici avec vous. And thank you for being here at 8:30 in the morning. You should, I guess 9:30 now, you should give yourselves a round of applause for being the early birds. I also can't start this session just because obviously Anna is moderating without thanking you, Anna, because Anna, many of you will remember Anna Gainey 10 years ago or longer rebuilding this party to the incredible force that it is now today. So let's give Anna a huge round of applause. Est-ce que les membres du syndicat ici, are there any members of unions in the audience? Oh, one lone voice, but you are our partners. Yes, thank you very much to the strong union movement in Canada, because the union movement is our secret sauce to success in terms of all of the work that Gregor is doing to build Canada strong. And I can't tell you how excited I am as the mother of a operating engineers member, a crane operator in Northern Ontario, to be part of a government that is pursuing opportunity for young people in the skilled trades at this moment when we need to build Canada strong. And you've heard the Prime Minister stand up time and time and time again. This isn't just about quick win jobs. This is about good paying union jobs. And I'm so excited about the work that Gregor is doing to make sure that as we sign these agreements across the country, there's a focus on quality jobs and quality training opportunities for young people. But we do have a challenge. Yes, and I think that's really worth applauding. Because a job is not a job. Jobs are different, and the quality of job actually really matters to young people. We can get people into quick jobs. We can get people into unsafe jobs. But what we want are those awesome opportunities to build a career. And as a mom of a tradesperson, I can tell you that one of the fast tracks to economic security is actually a career in the trades. Now, we have a challenge because for many decades, in North America, but profoundly here in Canada, we discouraged people from entering the trades for a whole bunch of reasons. And those of you that are my age will remember that at that time, boards of education were closing down trade schools. There was a stigma. Going to college for a trade was seen as a lesser thing than going to university for a general arts degree. And people got streamed away from blue-collar jobs, from skilled trade work. And we're changing that. We're on the road to changing that. Because those are valuable, valuable positions in our country. Has anyone tried to get a plumber lately? Put up your hand if you can't find a cement worker in your community. Tell me if the heating and cooling people take a really long time to answer their phone. And I'll tell you, in Northern Ontario, if your furnace goes down on a Sunday afternoon and it's minus 35, you don't need a general arts degree to fix that. What you need is a heating and cooling expert. And so that is what we are doing together with Prime Minister Carney and Minister Robertson, is we are making sure that when we invest in community infrastructure, in housing, in the things we need across our country, we are making sure there's opportunities for people to build the skills that we're going to need into the generations to come. Beaucoup d'excitement, je pense, ici pour cette message. I will also say one more thing about this. These are jobs that are not easily replaceable by AI. Tell me how we're going to replace a person to replace your toilet with AI. Now, you can do a lot with ChatGPT and YouTube. My husband's in the audience today. Thank you, Paul, for supporting me for 11 years to do this really important but difficult work. Thank you so much. He built a sauna using ChatGPT, but not everybody can do this. We need the skilled labor in this country. And we need to be partners with the unions that do some of the best training across the country. And so I'm really excited about the journey we're on together, and I'm really excited about supercharging that work with Minister Robertson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. Caroline, on va parler un petit peu, peut-être, on est au Québec, donc à Montréal. On va parler un petit peu de cette entente avec Québec pour le logement. Tu travailles étroitement avec Gregor sur ce dossier. Une présence forte dans la Chambre aussi avec des questions. C'est un plaisir d'avoir en caucus et de te voir travailler comme ça, si fort sur un dossier si important. Donc, je pense qu'on a à peu près 18 projets annoncés au Québec déjà. Puis, je ne sais pas si tu veux peut-être élaborer un peu à Laval, je pense bientôt, d'autres projets. Donc, je te laisse la parole.
Oui, absolument. Merci. Écoutez, je peux parler des projets. L'enjeu du logement, évidemment, on sait que c'est l'enjeu numéro 1 pour tous les Québécois, les Canadiens, à travers le Canada, partout. Et on a une entente, on a une collaboration assez exceptionnelle avec le Québec là, dans les derniers mois, ce qui nous a permis de mettre de l'avant l'entente sur Maison Canada. La semaine dernière, on était à Québec, hein, Gregor, pour annoncer 18 projets au Québec. C'est 865 portes, je crois. Mais ce qui est important de ça, c'est que c'est tout du logement abordable et 14 de ces 18 projets-là sont pour des maisons de transition avec appui, soutien pour des personnes en situation de vulnérabilité, des personnes en risque de devenir itinérants, des femmes aussi en situation de violence. Alors, c'est vraiment important qu'on mette de l'avant. D'ailleurs, Anna, hier, les statistiques pour le Québec sont sorties au niveau de l'itinérance. L'itinérance, le dénombrement s'est passé de 10 000 à 12 000 dans les 4 ou 5 dernières années. Alors, c'est vraiment un enjeu. Et puis, on sait que l'itinérance, les chiffres qu'on reçoit, c'est vraiment la pointe de l'iceberg parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'itinérance cachée, l'itinérance invisible, des gens qui dorment dans leur voiture, des gens qui font du couchsurfing. Et le visage de l'itinérance a beaucoup changé aussi au cours des dernières années. 30-40 de l'itinérance est en raison du manque, de la crise du logement. Alors oui, on ne va pas régler l'itinérance juste avec le logement, mais on va en construire plus, ça va aider beaucoup. Mais il y a des enjeux de santé mentale. Il y a aussi beaucoup de personnes âgées qui sont dans des situations d'itinérance. Alors, c'est vraiment important qu'on s'assoie tous ensemble autour de la table. Et quand on a une crise comme celle qu'on vit en ce moment, il faut qu'on puisse mettre les compétences, la discussion sur les compétences. C'est pas tes compétences, c'est mes compétences, c'est mon champ. Il faut qu'on mette ça sur le bord de la porte, qu'on s'assoie tous ensemble, qu'on trouve des solutions ensemble, puis ensuite, on peut reprendre les compétences puis dire, OK, toi, tu te fais ça, moi, je vais faire ça, toi, tu fais ça. Mais il faut qu'on puisse avoir la conversation sans se bloquer au niveau des compétences. Et je peux dire que c'est ce qui est en train de se faire. Puis la beauté avec Maison Canada et les programmes qu'on met en place, c'est que ce sont pas des programmes qui sont avec des critères rigides, c'est vraiment des approches, des tables d'accélération, des tables de collaboration où on fait exactement ça. On amène les gens autour de la table, on dit, OK, voici un projet, voici ce qu'on a besoin de faire, comment on y arrive ensemble avec les organismes communautaires, avec les partenaires du secteur privé, les municipalités et évidemment les gouvernements provinciaux. On était la semaine dernière, on a eu une table ronde sur l'itinérance avec la mairesse de Montréal et avec le gouvernement du Québec aussi était présent. Alors, on fait vraiment le tour. On va parler, moi, je fais des blagues des fois avec l'équipe. On fait Amazing Race Québec parce qu'on se promène à travers tout le Québec pour aller rencontrer les maires. Mais on va vraiment y arriver avec la collaboration. Puis je souligne encore une fois l'excellente collaboration qu'on a, pas juste avec le Québec. On a eu des belles annonces en Ontario la semaine dernière aussi. Alors, je pense que tout le monde comprend l'ampleur de l'enjeu où on est en ce moment, puis tout le monde est en mode solution. C'est pas une question partisane, c'est pas une question de compétence. Les gens s'en foutent de c'est quoi, c'est-tu ma compétence ou la tienne? Les gens veulent des solutions, ils veulent des toits, puis ils veulent des toits abordables et des loyers qui peuvent se payer. Alors voilà.
Le travail d'équipe, c'est nécessaire pour les Canadiens. So, Gregor, maybe I'll zoom in a little bit to British Columbia. And you bring a wealth of experience from many areas, but in particular, as mayor of Vancouver, you saw up front some of the challenges that were coming with housing and a fast-growing city, the cost of housing, a number of pressure points. And now you're you have an opportunity, and we're so happy to have you with us to really make a difference from a federal level on this issue. So what's going on in BC, and how has your experience in Vancouver and as a mayor, how has that helped you, work and advance this file?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Anna. Well, I'm really, really lucky, as you just heard from Caroline, to have Caroline's expertise as parliamentary secretary and Jennifer McKelvey from Ajax, Ontario, two incredible parliamentary secretaries that we're a team, an extraordinary team of staff working with us to deliver, because I can only do so much and only have certain background. It helps to have been a mayor in a city that got hit first and hard by the affordable housing crisis a couple decades ago, but you can't fix it at the city level, and you can't just fix it at the federal level. As Caroline said, it's partnerships that make it possible, and the partnerships have to be forged in good faith. You have to show up ready to listen. You have to show up with resources. You have to show up with everything you've got, basically, when the crisis is this acute and this complex. Housing is very complex, and for decades, not being able to keep up with not only the supply side. Canada has about less than 5% of our housing is non-market, is deeply affordable non-market housing for people that need it the most. In Europe, it's 2 to 3 times that, 4 times is best practice. 20% of housing stock is where you don't see homelessness, where you see everybody have access and support for homes. And we're at 4, basically. And we got to pick up the pace in a big way, but that takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of investment, and it takes a really smart collective of partnership. It has been intensified by the commodification of housing. Investors throughout the world, when they see the opportunity to make money, particularly in Vancouver and Toronto, were our first 2 blue chip cities that became safe investments for housing. And it took years and years for governments at all levels to figure out we have to protect housing for people, housing for people to live in, not just invest and make money off of. And that's taken years, unfortunately. We are doing it now. But we lost a lot of ground, and so we have lots of ground to make up. We've got massive investment. $13 billion is the initial capital for Build Canada Homes. $51 billion is the capital that we're investing into community infrastructure to support good housing in communities. So these are very, very significant investments that we're putting forward. But what we're doing is saying to the provinces and territories on the infrastructure side, you've got to match us, and you've got to help bring down the cost of development and home building at the local level as well. But we have to support, I know we have to support mayors across the country and their councils and the people that run communities and work hard doing that. We have to be great partners to them, and I see that with our Prime Minister. We've sat down with not only the big city mayors, but mayors from across the country and their colleagues in very good faith to say, we are going to work with you to solve this housing crisis. That's what we need to do is work together as Team Canada. We're taking that approach globally, I think, with our economy, with allies around the world. We need to take that approach within Canada with all the partners that can help us build housing and communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Gregor. So, Rebecca, I'll maybe just come back to you a little bit. We've talked about housing and the importance of housing and how this investment and the growth of supply will help us bring the cost down and therefore make housing more affordable and more accessible. We've also talked a little bit about how infrastructure relates to this, and Gregor's also responsible for that piece of that side of the housing and infrastructure. And we've talked about how not only do we need housing, but housing can't just exist. Like, we can't just drop a apartment building in northern Manitoba. We need roads, we need schools, we need daycare, we need what does it look like to not just build a house, like the collaboration piece, and how do you build community, really? And what does that look like from your perspective in your portfolio?
Okay, bon question. Working on my French. So yes, thank you for that question. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is the current lack of infrastructure. So when we look at where we're investing as a government, we're investing in all the right places. We're huge opportunity right now where we're, finally looking north. Unfortunately, it's, due to tariffs and the things that we're seeing geopolitically, but it creates a huge opportunity to see the type of investments in the north that we're seeing today. And so what that means is, when we're looking at national defense, we're also looking at things from a dual use lens. So we're looking, not only are we looking at national security, but we're looking at human security. So we have to recognize that there are people in the north and that they've been there for a very long time, and they have all the solutions to addressing the issues that we're looking to define in the north. So when you talk about infrastructure, we're seeing huge investments in infrastructure, not only through housing, but through defense, through transport, and this is the type of solution that we do need. We need a whole of government approach, not only to look at homes, but to look at roads and rail and ports, because it's housing goes with food insecurity as well when we're looking at the north. So we're looking at huge opportunities like we've never seen before, and people are really getting excited in the north, whether that's northern Manitoba or in the territories. And I just want to thank Minister Robertson as well for the huge investment of time. I know that 10% of the Build Canada Homes Fund is going to rural northern Indigenous communities, as well as 20% is also going into infrastructure. So you mentioned infrastructure. I also want to point out that, when you think about the cost of building a home in the north, it's 3 to 4 times the cost that it costs in southern urban communities. So we're talking about $700,000 to $1 million to build one home in the north.
So, and when you think about the impacts of, the war that we see in Iran, it's going to impact the cost of fuel in the north, and that is one of the major barriers to building anything in the north, including addressing human security, food security. So I think what our government is doing is taking the right approach. We're working together, we're listening, we're convening people, and we really do need, again, to look to the people in the north to help find those solutions. So again, it's about working together and putting people first. So that's what this government is doing. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Rebecca. Maybe Patty, similarly, when we talk holistically and housing as a piece of really the vision of building Canada strong, what does this look like in Thunder Bay? And in particular, your experience, Caroline pointed out the inflection on vulnerable populations, not just the homelessness statistics, which continue to, get our attention, unfortunately, but women fleeing domestic violence and vulnerable populations in different communities. And how does this investment, what does this mean to those that population, and what does this look like in your backyard in Northern Ontario?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the question. And I don't know if people know, just before I entered federal politics, 11 years ago, I ran the largest homeless shelter in northwestern Ontario. And so this is actually deeply personal to me, the work that you're doing, Gregor, and that our government is doing together. And when Gregor says, when Gregor says that housing is for people, that's actually music to my ears, and I think probably to so many people around this country who work day in and day out with people who are suffering the absolute worst scenario that any of us can imagine, which is not a safe place to sleep at night. The other day I walked down to Old Montreal, and on the way down to Old Montreal, I saw a young-ish looking male sleeping in a building crevice near a vent where hot air was coming out. And I thought, until we actually eliminate those scenes from our everyday life in communities like Thunder Bay and Montreal and Vancouver and Kingston and London, and no matter where I go, I see people suffering in this way. Until we actually see relief from the day-to-day suffering of our loved ones, our neighbors, our family members, we will not feel like we've turned the corner on housing. So this work, and I'm so glad you agree, because too often the answer is to stigmatize the individuals that are experiencing the suffering. And yet I can tell you that those stories are not unlike many of the stories that some of us ourselves have had. Many women in this room have fled domestic violence. Many people in this room have come from fractured homes and lived difficult stories of trauma. Many people in this room have had to fight really hard with support to build up after something disastrous has happened in their life. But the difference is that for all of you, there were safety nets. And for certain individuals, especially Indigenous individuals in this country, there's no safety net because the poverty is too deep. So the work that we're doing now with intention is to try to create a better safety net for everyone. Because you can't actually heal from trauma. You can't actually improve your skills. You can't actually get a better outcome for your own life and for your next generation if you don't have a safe place to sleep. It's the fundamental thing in our lives that gives us the ability to heal and to grow. And so I just want to tell you that there is work happening that's very exciting that blends these two spaces. The work that Gregor is doing to talk about increasing non-market housing so that we can actually make sure people have affordable places to live and do that work, with helping people who are experiencing homelessness or very, very fragile living with the opportunity to build that housing. And this program, for example, through the Future Skills Center, funded by our Liberal government, called Blue Door, is actually focused on training people experiencing homelessness to have employment opportunities in trade and construction. And they have an 80% employment rate by the end of their training and a 95% graduation rate. So here's my call to you. The next time you hear someone say, that person's there because they're not trying hard enough, challenge that assumption and say, we can do a better job together as a country to make sure that people have a fair chance to succeed. And we can do a better job as a leading government, as a liberal government, making sure that we put our money where our mouth is and ensure that everyone has a safe place to sleep tonight, and that's what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Such a treat to get to work with Patty. keeps us always like eye on the ball. She's super focused. Thank you so much for that and for everything you bring to this work. Caroline, je pense que tu as dit que tu as beaucoup voyagé, non seulement au Québec, mais un peu partout maintenant. Donne-nous un petit goût de la variété. Quand on parle de collaboration avec les provinces, avec les municipalités, ça veut dire que la solution n'est pas pareille à travers le Canada, dans chaque communauté, dans chaque province. Pour donner un petit goût ici à tout le monde, to give people a sense of really the variety and the differences that our country embodies, maybe you have some anecdotes or some stories that kind of illustrate just how different it is, and what different solutions the ingenuity of Canadian and Canadian communities have come forward to tackle this crisis.
Merci beaucoup, Anna. Souvent, on sait, 60% de la population du Canada vivent dans les grandes villes. Alors, c'est sûr, quand on parle de projets de logement, on pense à des tours, des 300, 400, 500 logements. On a des grands projets comme le projet Molson ici ou d'autres ailleurs, là, les annonces qui ont été faites à Toronto. Mais en fait, quand on va dans les petites villes, les gens nous disent, nous, on peut pas, nous, on veut pas des 12 ou des 30 ou des 50 logements parce que c'est pas ce qu'on a de besoin. Puis c'est important de penser, puis Gregor l'a mentionné, on est vraiment en mode écoute, puis c'est ce qu'on fait quand on va dans toutes les villes, on s'assoit, puis on écoute c'est quoi les besoins dans les ruralités aussi. C'est absolument important, puis on doit s'assurer que nos programmes répondent à ce que les petites villes ont besoin. Puis qu'on est là pour les accompagner aussi, parce que la grande part de toutes les plus petites municipalités, puis je ne sais pas combien là, ici viennent des grandes villes versus des plus petites municipalités, mais à chaque fois qu'on va, ils nous disent « mais nous, on a peur que Toronto, Montréal, Vancouver, ils vont tous déposer leurs projets auprès de Maison Canada, puis il ne restera plus rien pour nous. » Et on peut adresser ça de différentes façons. Rebecca l'a mentionné, évidemment, on met des fonds de côté pour s'assurer que ça va dans les ruralités, mais au-delà de ça, il faut accompagner les municipalités. Il faut qu'on trouve des meilleures façons pour les accompagner, pour rendre aussi notre système, notre bureaucratie un peu moins lourde. Parce qu'on sait que les plus petites municipalités n'ont pas des planificateurs puis des administrateurs. Il faut qu'on rende ça plus facile pour eux. Puis, il faut qu'on puisse mesurer aussi l'impact de ce qu'on va faire sur le terrain. Alors, par exemple, hier, on a vraiment fait une super belle annonce hier. Je ne sais pas si Tim Watchorn est dans la salle. Tim? Ah, il est là. Bonjour Tim Watchorn, député des Pays d'en haut. On est allé chez Tim puis on a annoncé 3 projets. Ces 3 fantastiques projets. Et ce qui était merveilleux, là, c'est que sur place, il y avait les organismes communautaires. Puis je veux saluer, s'il y en a dans la salle qui travaillent dans des organismes communautaires, vraiment, bravo. Vous faites un travail extraordinaire. Puis on sait que c'est vous qui portez, tant dans le dossier d'itinérance que dans le logement abordable, c'est vous qui portez ces projets-là, c'est vous qui remplissez les formulaires, c'est vous qui faites le parcours du combattant. Alors hier, on a annoncé un projet pour des personnes, je pense que c'est une trentaine de logements pour des personnes de 55 ans et plus, à Morin Heights, à Saint-Calix, en fait, pour qu'ils puissent rester dans leur milieu. Puis ça, c'est important parce que quand les gens vieillissent, ils ne sont plus capables de prendre soin de leur maison, on veut qu'ils puissent rester dans leur communauté. On veut aussi que nos jeunes puissent rester dans leur région, qu'ils n'aient pas besoin de venir... On aime Montréal, je suis originaire de Montréal, j'adore Montréal, c'est la meilleure ville, mais...
Pas meilleure que Trois-Rivières, non?
Oui, non, pas meilleure que Trois-Rivières. Mais alors... Mais c'est sûr qu'on veut que les gens puissent rester dans leur communauté, qu'ils puissent trouver des emplois dans leur communauté, qu'il n'y ait pas besoin de tout partir, parce qu'il y a une dévitalisation qui se fait en ce moment de nos ruralités. Alors, pour revenir, alors on a fait cette annonce-là, on a fait une autre annonce, la même annonce, il y avait à Saint-Jérôme, un organisme d'hébergement de transition de 2e niveau pour les femmes en situation de violence conjugale, malheureusement, puis on sait que ça continue. Et à Joliette, une annonce pour de l'hébergement de transition pour personnes en situation vulnérable à risque d'itinérance. Alors ça, c'était... Et je vais vous dire que les organismes communautaires qui étaient là hier, puis moi et Tim, on a rencontré cet organisme-là il y a environ 2 mois pour les aider avec leur projet. Ils pleuraient parce que c'est des vies qu'on change. C'est pas juste des murs qu'on construit, c'est pas juste des portes, c'est des vies qu'on change. Pas nous, là, pas nous. Que vous, les organismes communautaires, changez avec votre travail puis avec votre persévérance à travers tout ça. Alors nous, vraiment, notre travail, là, c'est d'être à l'écoute, d'être là pour appuyer les organismes qui sont sur le terrain, comme Rebecca l'a dit, qui savent de quoi les communautés ont besoin. Et on est là pour faire ce travail-là.
Très bien. Merci. Greg, I'm going to give you an opportunity really to wrap this up or to close. Any thoughts that you would like to share or that we haven't touched on? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I think it's important to talk about the whole continuum of housing that we're trying to tackle here. We've talked a lot about tackling homelessness and people who need housing the most. But housing writ large is basically the largest industry in our country. It's the most significant chunk of our economy related to where we live and all the homes and buildings that we have. And that industry is critical to our success, whether it's the tradespeople that build or the professionals, the architects, the engineers that design, all the people that are involved in housing and the business of housing. So we need to be creating jobs, we need to be protecting jobs that we have, but to scale up, our broader goal here over the next decade is to double the pace of home building in Canada. It's an audacious goal. And you know, just to talk a little bit about the missing middle, there's been lots of high-end housing built because it's a good investment for people, because Canada's a prosperous country. Lots of people being able to afford to buy homes. Young people cannot afford to buy homes in Canada, and that's not okay. That's a piece that we're working on, that missing middle of housing that's affordable, whether it's affordable rental or affordable home ownership. We've got to get at the middle of the housing continuum to make sure we're delivering enough housing to meet the market, and that we have not been doing that. Everything's pushed up to the higher end, and it's leaving a whole bunch of Canadians stressed out, spending way more than 30%. When we say affordable housing, for all of us, that's 30% of your gross income in the area that you live in. We're redefining that to base it on income rather than the market or the value of the homes. And that's a really critical step that we're taking here. It's about making sure that everyone can afford a place. And lots of people that are making decent incomes cannot afford, can't keep their rent under 30% or their mortgage payments. And that's a piece that we have a big, ambitious goal to tackle. It means building more affordably, and that is the other piece of the puzzle with Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes will be investing in supportive and transitional and lots of deeply affordable non-market housing. That will actually leverage a whole bunch of middle market affordable rental housing as well. About half of Canadians will get a benefit from the work that Build Canada Homes does, because it reaches that middle market or missing middle of people. And the way we do that is by modernizing the world of housing. We have to modernize how we build, and that's a key piece. The Prime Minister spoke about this a year ago in the campaign, is building smarter, building greener, more sustainably, but making sure we catch up. Again, Europe, in Sweden right now, 50% of homes are built in factories. They are manufactured parts of homes. We're less than 5% again. And we have to be smarter. We have to use the technology that's available. And it's jobs, all the incredible work that Patty's doing to reach out to labor, to reach out to workers and help on the education and training side. We have to be able to build 24/7 across the country indoors so that we can build faster outdoors and assemble all of those pieces. Everything else that we have right now is manufactured in a factory except our homes. And would you try and build a car in your driveway? That's the example that gets used. So we need to modernize the industry, and that's a big push for us, investing in and giving opportunities to the companies that are innovating, that are manufacturing at a much faster pace, that are using Canadian materials in particular. We have to focus on Canadian wood, Canadian steel and aluminum, Canadian building technologies. So yes, let's hear it for Canada. Just to emphasize that, critical work to do for people who are homeless, are really struggling to find a place to live, and really critical work to make sure we're delivering the housing that people need on whatever incomes that they have, and we're being smart and creating jobs and modernizing our critical industry and doing that at the same time. That's a big piece of Build Canada Homes. And any way that you can help on this, I'll just call to action. There is a portal on the Build Canada Homes website. If you're connected to people that have great housing projects, particularly the more affordable end, get them into the Build Canada Homes portal and make sure they're working with us. We're working with communities across Canada right now to deliver affordable housing, and we can use your support getting that going. Thank you.
Thanks, Gregor. And thanks to all of you, Rebecca, Patty, Caroline. It's a pleasure, great conversation. Thanks again to all of you for being here bright and early this morning to kick this day 2 of convention off. I wish you all a fabulous day. Have fun, get to know each other, make new friends. Conventions really are the best, so enjoy every minute of it, and I will see you around in the hallways. Thanks.
Veuillez accueillir le député de Kitchener-Conestoga, Tim Lewis. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga, Tim Lewis.
Here we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. How you doing today? Come on, we got this. My name is Tim Lewis. I have the privilege to be the Member of Parliament for the riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, beautiful Waterloo region in Ontario, right here in Canada. Welcome to Montreal. Bienvenue à Montréal. I also have the pleasure of being the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of King's Privy Council, Canada-US Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, Interprovincial Trade, and Major Projects. I've had 4 cups of coffee today already, so. Aussi, let's try this now, en français. Ce n'est pas mon première fois ici à Montréal. J'ai visité en janvier pour travail et aussi pour une semaine pour mon lesson français. So, it's the most I spoke in French. Je suis très fier que Canada est un pays avec 2 langues officielles. I am so proud that Canada is a country has 2 official languages. That is a strength for us here at home and on the world stage. And also, I want to say that our diversity, our culture is noticed in the world. Our position in the world, whenever we travel as Canadians, people respect us and want to do more with us. And that's why today's panel is so extremely important. It's our place in the world that I'm so proud of. And the people that we're welcoming on the stage are going to be talking about that, how international trade, how foreign affairs, and how international development all work hand in hand to help everyone and put our place in the world. So if I read everybody's role, it would be off the charts here. So I will start with, I believe, I was going to say the newest member of our caucus, but he is not the newest member of our caucus. The member from Edmonton Riverbend brings a lot of experience already and has traveled with the Prime Minister overseas as an advisor in foreign issues and also serves a very strong role in the International Trade Committee. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matt General to the stage. We got walk-in music. This is great. Man. All right. All right. And next up, from the Don Valley West, he also serves now as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome Rob Oliphant. All right. And also the Secretary of State for International Development, the Member of Parliament from Surrey Centre. Please welcome the Honourable Randeep Surai. Just for the record, Rob, you didn't get the play-in music. It's all good. And Member of Parliament from Brampton East, also the Minister of International Trade. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Mani Sidhu. Woo. Right. And also the member from Oakville East and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Anita Anand. Okay, and putting this all together, we're going to have our moderator, an amazing friend of mine, an amazing friend of everyone, an inspiration to all of us, serving as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome to the stage and enjoy the weekend. Welcome, the Honourable Mona Fortier.
Bonjour tout le monde! Ça va bien? Ah, there's energy in the room. We got that covered. I hope everybody's well today. Everybody had coffee. We're having a great conversation with our good friends. Everybody's been presented. I won't repeat because we all know who they are, but je veux commencer par remercier Tim de nous avoir tous présentés et d'être ici aujourd'hui. Vous savez, nous évoluons dans un contexte mondial où les partenariats sont essentiels pour renforcer notre économie, assurer notre résilience et aussi créer des occasions pour les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. Et le Canada a fait des progrès importants, notamment en diversifiant ses marchés, en renforçant ses liens avec des partenaires clés et aussi en attirant des investissements majeurs. On va en parler justement pendant le panel. And you probably know now that the focus now is on how we build on this progress and how we continue to diversify our partnerships, turn those relationships into concrete opportunities, and ensure Canadians see the benefits in their daily lives. And we also are trying to control what we can. I think this is something that will come out in our conversation today. So I'm very, very pleased to be with all of you for this panel, and I'm going to go straight to the first topic. We're going to talk about investment and trade, just to warm you up a bit. This is something that we've been doing a lot in the last year. And as you know, as Canada is taking a broad approach to diversification, this includes attracting investments to Canada, advancing trade agreements, and strengthening partnerships across multiple regions. We've been on pretty much every continent, if I'm not mistaken. And we're actively also pursuing new trade negotiations and deepening existing agreements to open more doors for Canadian businesses, with an ambition to double Canada's non-US trade by 2035. So Now let's start with the Honourable Maninder Sidhu to talk about this. And how is Canada positioning itself to attract investment, compete globally, and how do our current and future trade negotiations support that goal and translate into real opportunities for Canadians? So if you can start, my dear.
Thank you for the question, Mona, and bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. There's the energy. Look, Mona, great question. But before I dig into that, as a national campaign co-chair in the last election and now, I want to say thank you to the incredible volunteers. We've had hundreds of volunteers come out in the 3 by-elections in Terrebonne and Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale to support our incredible candidates, Danielle, Dolly, and Tatiana. And it's the final weekend. Monday is voting day, and we need all of you guys to come out and show your support. But I want to say thank you for coming out. We got to finish strong, and we got to win all 3 by-elections, and it can't be possible. It's the volunteers in this crowd that make sure that we're able to present on this stage, be able to build Canada strong. And speaking of building Canada strong, coming back to your question, Mona, trade is very, very important to building Canada strong. At a time where you see our largest trading partner creating uncertainties for our businesses, for our workers, we're out there, we're making sure all of our eggs are not in one basket. And to put this into context, I talked to many of you last night about trade and why it matters. 70% of our economy is powered by trade. 1 in 5 jobs in Canada directly or indirectly relate to trade. That's millions of Canadians in communities across Canada producing the goods that the world is buying from us. That's innovators producing the services that the world is buying from us. And so this is why we're moving forward. This is why you see Prime Minister Carney out there diversifying our markets. This is why you see myself and our team here diversifying our markets. And it's been working. If you look at the numbers, we're on a solid track here. Last year, 17% of increase in non-US exports. Port of Vancouver, record number of exports. It's the largest port in Canada. And on the East Coast, the Port of St. John's, largest number of exports in their history. And so we're moving at speeds never seen before. We're signing trade agreements. Typically, the government of Canada would do 1 trade agreement a year. We completed more than a handful in FTAs alone in 10 months. Indonesia, the 5th largest market in the world. UAE, the investment agreement, the Prime Minister secured $70 billion from the UAE, which is incredible. You talk about what we're doing with Ecuador, but also with the European Union. My negotiators were able to get access to the EU safe procurement mechanism that's going to enable hundreds of millions of dollars of procurement opportunities for our exports. So this is what we're doing on the world stage. And we're moving fast. We're moving fast, folks, because that's what we need to do. And this is what the Prime Minister promised in the last election in April last year. And so we're making sure we're making good on those promises, but also investments, Mona. You mentioned investments really quickly. $100 billion is what we attracted last year. Why is this number important? It's the highest investment in 18 years attracted to this country. Yeah, it's very important. That's money for mining projects, energy, infrastructure, industrial projects that lead to good paying jobs on the ground. And so this is what it's all about. This is how we build Canada strong. Thanks, Mona.
Merci, Maninder. Et puis, Anita, you want to also probably give your perspective on this. How are we re-engaging? How are we creating those partnerships?
Merci beaucoup, Mona. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est un grand, grand plaisir de vous voir ce matin et d'être ici à Montréal et de parler français aussi avec vous. Donc, Mani a dit la chose la plus importante. On doit diversifier nos chaînes d'approvisionnement. Et ça, c'est une stratégie importante. Et ça, ce n'est pas le seul moment que nous pouvons le faire, mais c'est le moment nécessaire. Le géopolitique, l'environnement géopolitique change beaucoup. C'est très volatile. On doit être flexible avec nos affaires étrangères. Et ça veut dire les relations nouveaux avec nouveaux partenariats. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on peut le faire? On doit être à table avec eux. On doit être là pour la conversation. My approach, our approach as a team, and you've seen this team there, and you've seen the Prime Minister as well, we are leaving no stone unturned. As Manny mentioned, we have signed more than 12 different types of agreements in trade over the last 7 months over 4 continents. That is speed, that is agility, and that's a response to the changing geopolitical environment. At the same time, we are engaging with countries around the world, never, ever sacrificing Canada's own values. Our respect for human rights, international law, gender equality, environmental sustainability, and reconciliation, to name a few, and at the same time saying we're at a moment in our country's history where everyone needs to pull together, and we need, of course, to ensure that we're advancing Canada's domestic interests in the economy, par exemple, aussi avec la défense, avec la sécurité, avec l'intérêt en total pour le Canada. Et nous sommes ici comme un gouvernement que nous pouvons le faire chaque jour pour vous, pour notre pays. Donc, encore une fois, merci d'être ici avec nous ce matin.
Merci, Anita. Et justement, nous discutons de plusieurs stratégies parce qu'on travaille fort sur plusieurs opportunités. Et là, nous allons discuter un peu plus à propos de la stratégie Afrique. Hein? On en a entendu parler, on travaille là-dessus. I do want to say that Canada is also expanding its engagement with emerging markets, including across Africa, where there is a growing opportunity for trade, investment, and long-term partnerships. Yes. So I'm going to start with Randeep and then go to Rob and to discuss this great opportunity that we have with the African continent.
Sure, thank you, and thank you again once for all of you, all the volunteers and all the delegates that have shown up. This is a record attendance for a convention of, I think, any party, so we're really proud of our team, our volunteers, and the donors that have all shown up here, so thank you. I wanted to say that out front. Look, when it comes to Africa, Rob's been working on this for a lot longer than I, but we just had our one-year strategy, a one-year anniversary for the African strategy. I've been to the continent 4 times. In the last 5 years, we've invested over $4.5 billion in international development dollars, making sure that we can help alleviate poverty, increase gender rights, help on the climate initiatives, but at the same time, use that soft diplomacy as well to increase our trade opportunities. And trade has increased by 30% in the last 5 years to over $15 billion. And what we're doing now is we're using a trade and development nexus, so we're still not undermining any of the values that Canada holds when it does trade and development, international development. But what we're doing it is we're doing it in synergy with trade. So when the trade offices in any embassy around the world, and especially in Africa, say we've got some opportunities where Canadians are investing, Canadians are contributing, or there's a supply chain issue, we try to assist them in that. And a prime example, I was just in Nairobi where we launched a program to help aircraft technicians, train 2,000 aircraft technicians in Nairobi, helping impoverished people, women and girls that otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity. And guess what planes they train on? They train on de Havilland Dash 8 Canadian aircraft, which is the most used in Africa, specifically East Africa. And that's going to help create 1,500 jobs locally here because the sale of our aircraft will increase. But it also increases labor mobility. There's an opportunity for those folks, if they ever choose to immigrate to Canada, they're already accredited to Canadian standards on that. So rather than just train them and then have them fish for jobs themselves, which we also assist in, if we can have them fulfill a job requirement where Canadian investment is there, it's even better. We've done that with Tim Hortons, our favorite coffee company for Canada, where we've done a joint initiative, $20 million each, from $20 million from Tim Hortons, $20 million from the Government of Canada, $1 million from our Trade Development Office, where we'll help train farmers in 5 different countries where they grow coffee, helping farmers get a fair price for their coffee, get cooperatives, have highest grade coffee, and we get a stable supply of coffee for Tim Hortons and other coffee growers. This is the type of partnerships we're doing to increase development in those nations, but also increase trade at the same time. So we're looking forward to doing more opportunities in that regards, using blended finance. We've done FinDev, which is Canada's development financial arm, has helped in South Africa, for example, invest in their ports. 600,000, yes, absolutely. 600,000 tons of goods go in and out, and we're helping build those supply chains to use less trucks, to use more cargo trains, pollute less, and get their goods to market quicker. And we'll continue to do that.
Merci, Randeep. Et puis, oui. Et puis, eh bien, on a notre champion qui a travaillé beaucoup sur la stratégie Afrique. Je pense que, Rob, il faut te remercier d'avoir fait tous ces efforts, de vraiment comprendre les dynamiques. Et je pense que tu peux partager avec nous, justement, les dynamiques qui se passent avec cette stratégie Afrique que nous travaillons présentement.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Mona. Et comme Randip a dit, nous avons commencé un nouveau partenariat avec l'Afrique il y a un an maintenant. So a year ago, we started a new Africa strategy based on equality, dignity, and mutual shared prosperity. This is a different way of looking at Africa, not as a continent of need, but as a continent of promise for Canada. Nous avons besoin du café. Oui, c'est vrai. Oui. Nous avons le café de l'Éthiopie, c'est tous les pays de l'Afrique. Il y a 54 pays en Afrique. 54 pays. Tous les pays sont différents, mais aussi nous avons une relation avec le continent. So we have a continental relationship, and we have individual relationships with the fastest growing economies in the world, with the youngest population. I mean, look at us. Look at me. I'm aging. I'm aging before your eyes. Africa has massive numbers of young, educated people. Over the last, 30 years, 40 years, Canada has invested in incredibly important development programs. We've also done very good and honorable work in mining. We've seen the resources beneath the ground in Africa. Today, we're seeing the resources in Africa above the ground, the people of Africa, the entrepreneurial spirit, the demographics of young people who want to engage in the economy. Nigeria will have 200 million people. I mean, think about the big economies of South Africa, Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt. Canada needs to be there. We need to establish ourselves as a key chosen partner because we have the best ethics, the best understanding of who they are and who we are, and we will make sure it's shared prosperity. I will caution, though, as the Prime Minister has said, we have urgent needs in diversifying our economy, our trade. It's easiest and fastest to go to Europe. I understand that. We need to be in Europe. We have a continental trade agreement with Europe, CETA. It's important to be in the Indo-Pacific. Anita has been doing tremendous work at bridging those gaps we have had in the Indo-Pacific. We're doing that work. We're also, as Maninder said, with Ecuador, a free trade agreement, with Mercosur, the countries of South America, we need to be there, but we can't leave Africa behind. Because if we're not in Africa today, everyone else will be there, and children and grandchildren in this country won't be there. So I'm going to keep pushing Africa. I need you to push Africa too.
Oui, puis merci, Rob. Puis moi, je vais rajouter mon petit 5 cents, même si je suis supposée d'être seulement la modératrice. Mais aussi, on sait qu'il y a une très forte partie de l'Afrique qui est francophone. Et s'il y a une opportunité qu'on a présentement, le Canada, c'est de travailler avec la francophonie. Et justement, on va accueillir le sommet de la francophonie à Ottawa en 2028, si Dieu le veut, comme on dirait. Alors ça va être une autre bonne opportunité de continuer à développer nos partenariats avec le continent africain. Oui. Alors, on va changer la conversation. Si je dis Davos, qu'est-ce que les gens disent? Wow! Hein? Le premier ministre, avec son discours à Davos, a vraiment parti toute une conversation. We know that the Prime Minister, when he was in Davos, started the real conversation about what is happening in the world and how we can deal with it, right? And we know also that this is not just a speech. It's a fundamental approach on how Canada will be working with different countries, allies, and this is where I want to bring the conversation. Alors, comme le premier ministre a attiré l'attention, comme j'ai dit avec son discours à Davos, il a parlé de concepts complexes comme la géométrie variable ou le pragmatisme de principe. Qu'est-ce qui vient maintenant, après Davos? Et c'est là que je veux commencer avec la ministre Annan pour pouvoir répondre. Et ensuite, je vais aller à Matt et on pourra poursuivre la conversation.
Bien sûr, et encore une fois, Mona et Rob, mes secrétaires parlementaires, merci pour votre travail acharné et tout le monde ici. Le discours à Davos, c'était très important pour nous parce que ça, c'est le cadre. It's the framework for our foreign policy. Donc, on va continuer d'avoir deux choses importantes chaque fois que nous sommes sur l'étage mondial. Premièrement, les principales, nos principes comme les droits humains, comme le droit international, comme l'environnement, par exemple, les changements climatiques, la réconciliation. Ce sont nos principes à leur côté. Le même côté, en même temps, on va pousser le pragmatisme qui ont besoin de chercher des opportunités économiques pour notre pays. And many times people try to juxtapose or separate out and say we can't do two things at the same time. Well, I'm here to tell you we can always stand for Canadian and liberal values, and we can also stand up for our domestic interests. Each time any of us are internationally engaged, we are always standing for those values, and we are also saying we have to make sure that we deliver from our diplomacy direct benefits to Canadians at this moment where we're seeking to double non-US trade, at this moment where we are investing in our security and defense, $82 billion in the last federal budget, for example, and at this moment where international partnerships are so important. Donc, la dernière chose que je pourrais mentionner, et dans le discours, le Premier ministre a dit que les coalitions sont très importantes. Les coalitions avec d'autres pays. Comment est-ce que nous pouvons former de nouveaux partenariats avec les pays mondiaux? So you will always see us be present in the multilateral organizations that we've contributed to and founded, comme l'OTAN, par exemple, like NATO, but we will also seek those opportunities where necessary to work with other countries on the international stage. For example, on Arctic defense and security, standing for Denmark and Greenland, standing for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We were there opening a new consulate in Nuuk. For example, working with the Coalition of the Willing, taking a leading role in ensuring that we are standing with Ukraine in the short and the long term. That's at the forefront of our foreign policy. And then again, on information technology and artificial intelligence, working with India and Australia on a new agreement to ensure that we are engaged with our partners around the world, and again, never sacrificing Canadian values, but at all the time working in the domestic best interests of our incredible country from coast to coast to coast.
Thank you, Anita. And so now I'm going to turn over to Matt, our new team member.
What she said.
I just want to start by saying welcome to the team. Your experience, your expertise to this conversation. Merci. Yes.
It's an easy way to get a standing ovation. Thanks, Mona.
Well, you know, I set it up. But I do want to say we've had many conversations before, and I know that you're bringing this experience, expertise under this incredible tent that we have. And how do you feel about the current approach that we're undertaking with the Prime Minister? I know you spent time with him and with all of us. What's your how do you see this moving on?
Well, thank you very much. Mona's been a good friend for a long time, so that was very kind. Appreciate it. I know you're on a clock, but before we get to that, I just want to say a huge thank you to so many people that have come up to me and introduced themselves, and not just here today, but the amount of people have reached out and welcomed me to this team. This team on stage is an incredible team, and I've got to get to know them a lot over the years, but even more now.
You're getting a lot of hugs.
Yeah. I was going to joke, there's a lot of hugs in the convention. But yeah, it has been absolutely overwhelming to both me and my family. It took a long time for me to make a decision to do something like this, but haven't looked back and have slept well every night, which is a good thing.
Excellent.
You know, on the Davos speech, if I could first, there's kind of two aspects of it. There's kind of like the domestic aspect of it, and then there's the international aspect of Davos. And a lot of the work that Manny and Anita are doing on the trade and diversification front it was highlighted, I think, immaculately in the speech. But what it's done on the domestic front, I was retired, quote unquote, when the Davos speech happened. I got a text message from a couple of people saying, "Hey, the Prime Minister gave a speech today, and here's a link to it." And quite honestly, I didn't even open it up. I was like, "Yeah, I'm retired, enjoying life." And then it was my wife came home from work, and she's a surgeon, and in her operating room, they very rarely, what happens in my life cuts through into to her life. And when she came home and she said, "Did the Prime Minister give a speech today?" Because the amount of people coming into her operating room, whether it was the techs, the anesthesiologists, the nurses, saying like talking about the Prime Minister's speech was really something. So that's when I first looked and read the speech, and my first reaction was, I think, like most Canadians, like, wow, this is a powerful moment for Canada. And how then fast forward I guess a few months, weeks from that, going with the Prime Minister internationally. And I remember sitting in a room in India with the Prime Minister and a few others, and people constantly coming up to him, just thanking him for that speech. Mm-hmm. And he said what so many people in this world were thinking, and he articulated it, in my opinion, perfectly in showing where Canada has met this moment. And for me, I think that has given us the roadmap to continue to go forward in terms of strengthening and diversifying our partnerships around the world. And I think every Canadian right now wants to play a role in doing whatever they can, whether it's putting up a flagpole, buying local, whatever that is. And for our ability on the stage to be able to support the Prime Minister in doing that is, it's an opportunity like no other. And I certainly find that that's something that Canada is shining right now on the world stage, and our Prime Minister is leading the way in many fronts.
Thank you. And so leading that way, Maninder, and what the work you're doing right now, how do you see the next year going forward, or the next years, in your perspective?
Absolutely. Look, I've been fortunate to work with Matt on the trade committee, and I can say whatever the issue is, Matt's always been there for Canada. It's Canada first with Matt, and so we're very lucky to have Matt on the team. I've been on the trip in India with Matt, so a big round of applause for Matt, please. And coming to your question, Mona, look, we're talking about the Davos speech. I was in Cameroon 2 weeks ago with over 100 trade ministers from around the world. We've got people from Cameroon here. There it is. But no, this speaks to the Liberal Party. We're a big tent. We've got people that represent countries from all around the world. But from the World Trade Organization meeting, I remember meeting with a counterpart from a G20 nation saying, "Can I clone your Prime Minister and take him back home?" Like, this is the impact that it's having around the world. But it's making our conversations a lot easier. People are welcoming to Canada because of the Prime Minister's vision, because he wants to unify, because he wants to make sure that we live up to our commitments, that we're a reliable, stable trading partner. And so when I'm out there pitching Canada, yes, it's the product and services, but I'm also pitching Canadians. We have the most educated workforce in the world. That's something to be very, very proud of. We have the cleanest electricity grid in the world. we're very globally connected, so when companies choose to come set up their shop here in Canada, they're able to access free trade agreements that give us access to 51 countries, access to 1.5 billion consumers, and so it's the stability that Canada presents, and so when it plays into geopolitics, Mona, energy is part of that conversation. Critical minerals is part of that conversation because they know when they sign an agreement with Canada, we will abide by that contract. And so when you look at what we're doing through major projects, this is very important to mention because as you've seen what's happening in the Middle East right now, it's having an impact on energy prices. And so people are looking to Canada saying, how can you support us? Look, I'm Calgary born, so energy is in my blood, and I'll talk about energy. I won't shy away from it because it helps power our economy. It's conventional, it's clean energy, it's nuclear energy. If you look at what the Prime Minister did in India, signing a $2.6 billion uranium contract, to me, that industry powers 90,000 workers in Ontario alone. If you look at what we achieved in China, we unlocked $7 billion of agriculture access in beef, in canola, in seafood. Canola, 250,000 workers across the country. In the beef sector alone, over 200,000 workers. In the seafood sector, 75,000 workers on both coasts. And so, to me, trade unlocks opportunities. Yes, the billions sound nice, but it's about the workers on the ground that it actually impacts. And so this is the Prime Minister's vision, to bring home opportunities. To build a country that works for everyone. So it's not just one side of the country that benefits. And you saw what the Prime Minister did yesterday here at the Port of Montreal. We know in order to get to the $300 billion additional non-US export target, we need to increase our port capacity, our infrastructure, and that's why we're investing $5 billion in our trade corridor fund. That's why you saw the Prime Minister out in Montreal yesterday to announce the expansion. The major projects office is very, very important, especially when I'm speaking to young Liberals in this room and last night, was about opportunities. Why are major projects important to us? Because it's about energy, mining, infrastructure projects, but who's going to build those projects? Engineers, architects, carpenters, welders. This is what we need, thousands of skilled trades across the country, and we're making those investments on the ground so it relates to opportunities for young people for generations to come. Thank you.
Great. And Randeep, your turn on, the international stage that we have. Davos has also shared the fact that we have a responsibility in the world also with international aid and support. What do you see on this space that we need to also continue to undertake?
Sure. Look, the needs of the world have increased. We see whether it's turmoil in Ukraine, whether it's in Gaza, Palestine, whether we see in South Sudan, in South Sahel, in Africa, the needs, humanitarian needs are hugely increased, and the development dollars and humanitarian dollars have globally decreased. So Canada has also had to face that reality, and what we have to do is work more with less. We've had to become more efficient. We are looking at more global partners. Many of the Gulf partners have expressed to step up their game in humanitarian perspective, in terms of development perspective. We're looking more public and private partnerships, partnerships with foundations, partnerships with other countries, partnerships with the private sector to help alleviate some of those gaps, but it's not easy. And at the same time, as I said earlier, and as Maninder and Minister Anand has said, we're dealing with trade challenges, so we're having to do all of this at the same time. But I'm proud to say, specifically when we go to Africa, Southeast Asia, South America, the governments are actually very proud and very happy to see the new direction that Canada is taking, where it's mutual prosperity, where we're trying to invest in people, we're trying to create more jobs, more economic opportunities for their residents, their citizens, as well as ours. They like our approach, which is more of a partnership and not a donor-recipient relationship, and we're continuing to do that. And we're seeing more and more of where we put in $1, either financially we get $5 to $11 to $18 match. Sometimes it's 1 to 1. And the proud fact is that they don't see us as a colonial power. They don't see us when we go and invest in their country as trying to dominate. What they see us as is as a partner, as somebody who really wants to uplift them. They remember things that we've done in CEDA 10 years, 20 years ago. So they see these as very positive effects. So when we're investing with them, they're opening the doors to do more trade deals afterwards. And those are the opportunities we want to unleash for the world that still needs some help.
Et merci, Randy. Et je pense que ça, c'est vraiment important de montrer que le Canada travaille à la fois sur plusieurs facettes de ce développement international. Rob, dans ta communauté ou à travers le pays, tu entends les messages. Qu'est-ce que les Canadiens doivent penser de ce que nous faisons présentement et comment ils peuvent participer également?
Building on all my colleagues' comments, I want to start with the Davos speech. And I was at Commonwealth meetings, and La Francophonie is extremely important, so is the Commonwealth. We have over 50 countries in that organization. Every single foreign minister that I spoke to at that meeting talked about the Davos speech. Every single one. And they talked about that as an inclusive, new approach to the world in the way we engage. So it is, as Matt said, it is happening in operating rooms, in family tables. It's happening around the world. But this is a little off script. A week after the Prime Minister made his speech in Davos, Switzerland, he made another speech in Ottawa at the Canadian Media Producers Association, CMPA. And this speech talked about Canada's most successful cultural export we have had this year, and that's heated rivalries. Now think about that for a minute, because as Anita said, and Maninder is working, we are promoting Canada as an exporting and country worthy of investment. We are doing that. We are opening doors in India, we are opening doors in China, we are opening doors in Vietnam and all over the world, but we're taking our values with us. Yeah. So heated rivalry is an example of that. Truly Canadian, set in Canada, and we don't let up for 1 minute on the 2S LGBTQI human rights issues. Not 1 minute. And we don't let up on our absolute insistence that women and men play equally in our world. Not 1 minute. And we don't ever look at the value that Canada has in Canada. Nous avons les deux langues officielles au Canada. Oui, les deux langues, c'est quelque chose pour l'avantage du Canada d'avoir le français et l'anglais, et aussi le multiculturalisme. We have diaspora communities in this country that build the bridges. Build bridges to every country in the world. No other country in the world has what we have. So we'll do that as Canadians. And we're going to do it uniquely and best.
Thank you, Rob. Merci. And I see Anita, she has so much she wants to continue to share with the work that you've been doing, which is incredible work across the world, but also in our country, encouraging Canadians to support the approach that we're undertaking and with the foreign policy that is shifting. Can you talk to us a little bit about that work that you are doing on the foreign policy and how this all, engages Canadians in the conversation?
Well, merci beaucoup, Mona, tout le monde ici. I will say the one thing I've noticed about the convention thus far is the number of young people who are attending. It is really incredible. And that is one of the most conspicuous facets of the Liberal Party of Canada, is that we are inclusive. We are all inclusive. And everyone has a place in this large tent because we realize that our strength is in the fact that we have diversity across this country, across different groups, across different religions, across geographical areas, and we want people to feel welcome here from everywhere, from every background, including all of the different representation you see in the government and beyond. Now, to go to Mona's question, the thing that I think is so important about this moment is that Canadians want to know more about our foreign policy. They care about our foreign policy. Ils veulent savoir ce que nous faisons sur l'étage mondial. Donc, j'ai un objectif dans mon travail, dans notre travail, d'avoir la transparence pour les Canadiens, Canadiennes. Tell Canadians what we are doing. Show them that we are busy working for them internationally so that we can deliver benefits to our own country. And that is our work that we have to do every single day. And so when we're negotiating internationally, there is not a negotiation where people don't say the Davos speech. We want to build our economy, and we see Canada as or perhaps the most viable partner for us, whether it is in energy, all types, clean, conventional, LNG, solar, nuclear, wind. Everybody's talking about that internationally, and our environmental policy as well as our energy strategy is so important. They also talk about agriculture and agri-food, how we can grow global supply chains, stabilize global supply chains, not just in critical minerals and energy, but also in agri-food and agriculture, which is why the India and China trips were so important. But let's not stop there. Let's not forget that Ukraine is the breadbasket that we can partner with as well. And then they often talk about Canada's expertise avec l'intelligence artificielle et la technologie d'information. And so Canada is seen as a leader in all of those spaces, and we make that clear when we're negotiating internationally. Et la chose peut-être le plus important pour Mona, je sais, notre coalition très importante internationale, et ça c'est la francophonie. Mona a dit que nous pouvons avoir un gold star si nous allons mentionner la
biscuit,
francophonie.
j'ai
Un
dit.
biscuit avec un gold star. Donc, mais ça c'est vrai. So one of the things that we are doing internationally is not just to build domestic economic links. It's not just to grow the domestic economy. It's to show that Canada has leadership on the world stage. And so it is in trade, it's in defense and protection, it's in nos langues officielles, l'anglais et le français, avec la francophonie. Par exemple, nous allons, j'espère, être hôtes de la francophonie. Donc, nous avons soumis, nos soumissions, c'était pour,
la candidature.
Pour être hôtes de la francophonie. Mais autre chose, comme Rob a dit, c'est the Commonwealth. So, what are we doing internationally pour la transparence, pour les gens canadiens, canadiennes? It's to show up every single day for Canadians internationally to represent the interests, the principles, the values that we hold dearly while fighting for our domestic economy and our defense and security.
Excellent.
Every day.
I hear applause, so I think we're on the right track. And talking about the right track, Matt, with your experience, expertise, as I said earlier, and now your contribution to either committee or being on the world stage, your last trip, maybe there's something you'd like to share with us that you believe we have to really put into perspective in all of the work that we're trying to accomplish for Canadians.
Yeah, I think this is no fair, Mona. I keep following Anita. I want someone else to follow Anita after this. I think Mona said I could talk about anything I want to talk about, so naturally I'm going to talk about Alberta.
There you go. That's a topic.
Has anybody seen the polling numbers from Alberta lately? Who's saying? It's in Alberta right now, the strength of what the Prime Minister's doing in terms of the diversification argument is something that Alberta has been trying to do for a very long time, whether it be respective provincial or federal governments, and to see the amount of people that are interested in doing business in Alberta, and because of the strengths of the investments the Prime Minister has made in the ports in Vancouver, in the infrastructure, the amount of support to the agriculture community that has happened. There's so much right now that it's exciting for Alberta to be a part and be at the table for a lot of these conversations. And I feel with the Albertans right now are very much in a place where there's a conversation happening that's I think a very serious threat to our country, and something that I will stand against every single day, that we're a united country, and something like Alberta separatism is a scary, scary idea. And to have the Prime Minister continue to stress the importance of Canadian unity, he's often in Alberta, he's sharing the message that he's delivering on the world stage. It's going to have long-term impacts in terms of the opportunities for people and businesses in Alberta. And I couldn't be more proud to be an Albertan and support this tremendous Prime Minister.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Meninder, I'm looking at you because you've been really around the world in the last year. It's incredible, the deals you've been negotiating. I want to talk positive, but what are the challenges that you come up with when you are having these conversations, and how does Canada look when you arrive and you say, we want to sign a deal with you? So are there challenges that you want to share with us that show that we have also opportunities to build on those challenges?
I think, look, it's been positive in the last 10 months. We've had tremendous progress. It's not just me, it's my trade negotiators, the incredible team we have on the stage. And of course, it's the Prime Minister's vision and his energy that's really, to me, the challenge is not having enough hours in a day, to be honest with you. I wish I could do more. You can talk to my team, 2 a.m. messages, 3 a.m. messages, working on the next trade deal. We've got 6 more that we're working on this year alone, with India, with Thailand, with Philippines, with Mercosur, with ASEAN, with Saudi. And so you can see how fast we're trying to move here. And the conversations are progressing really well. And so I guess, again, coming back to your challenge, not having enough hours in the day, I wish we can do more rounds quicker. But we want to make sure that Canadians benefit at the end of the day. It's not just about signing a trade agreement for the sake of signing a trade agreement. It's to make sure that that trade agreement gives our businesses preferential access. And I can talk about trade all day. I'm a kid in a candy store. I did trade for 13 years before politics. And so for me, trade is about opening opportunities and giving our businesses preferential access. And so those that are wondering in this crowd what free trade agreements are and what they mean, if you're a Canadian company bidding on a project in another country and you're paying a duty rate of 10% and your competitor is not paying that, you may be out of that contract. And so what the free trade agreement would allow you to do is get you preferential access, so you're competing at a level playing field with many other like-minded countries. And so this is why we're moving quick and why we're doing trade agreements as fast as possible. I'll give you some examples of why we're choosing some of these areas of the world. If you look at India, India is growing at 6-7% year over year. They need 70% more energy by 2040. Guess who has that energy? We do. There you go, we do. We have the fertilizer to power agriculture, as Anita said. So we have a lot to offer to the world. And if you talk about nuclear, cleaner energy sources, we have the uranium that many countries do not. And at a time when the trading system is being tested, people are looking at Canada saying, well, I want to power my industries. I need to build more data centers. I need more AI from Canada. I need more energy from Canada. What can you do? I need more critical minerals to build the good quality goods. And so this is why the Prime Minister vision, if you look at the G7, that the Prime Minister hosted in Kananaskis in Alberta, the conversation was very much around critical minerals. How can we responsibly get those minerals out of the ground, produce them, process them, but work with our G7 counterparts for a critical minerals alliance to get those supply chains aligned so we can continue supplying it. But part of that is working with provinces and territories, as Matt said. On many of my trade delegations, we've had Premier Moe, we have Premier Holt, we've had Premier Danielle Smith. We've had premiers join us in many of our trade delegations because it is a Team Canada approach, and that's exactly what we're doing. But coming back to what you said, Mona, it's about working together as a team, collectively as a team, to make sure that we're pitching, we're rowing in the same direction, and never in the time have we seen in Canadian history where we're all on the same page. And so it's incredible to see the energy, and we're going to get a lot done even more this year.
Great. So we have about 4 minutes left, and I'm going to turn to Randeep, and we've been talking about many things, and with your expertise also. Is there any other thing that you want to share with the room here, with people listening to us, on how Canada's approach is working and how it needs to work in the next year and years to come?
Sure. I think One thing we sometimes forget, especially in terms of humanitarian and development, is what's in it for Canada. We do it for the right reason. We all know it's the right thing to do, but sometimes we forget the potential for it or how it works in soft diplomacy. And therefore, I want to get Canadians engaged back in international development. Canada's a pioneer in this. Canada's a superstar in this. Disease has no boundaries anymore. We've seen that with COVID. We saw it with SARS before that. I was in an industry before where they joked that if you sneeze in Hong Kong, you get the flu in Canada, right? So we're all very interconnected. So preventing disease abroad saves us and makes us more healthy. Making other countries more prosperous or giving them jobs creates open markets for Maninder to go out there and make deals for Canadian companies. When we create better and safer supply chains, we get more affordable, regulated, safer supply of goods coming to Canada and for Canadian goods going abroad. This is really important. So I think engaging and understanding that, and I know it's very difficult at certain times when you're having a tough time paying your mortgage or your rent and we're helping build homes somewhere else, or you're having to wait long periods of time at the hospital and you're wondering, why are we giving to a health clinic in Africa or in Colombia or on the Nile? This is a challenging aspect, but we do it because A, it's the right thing, it's the Canadian way, but also if they do better, if they get more prosperous, there's less conflict, there's less radicalism. We will have to spend less on conflict, on migration. There's less need for refugees to come to Canada. So we always have to keep that in context. You always have to remind ourselves that we do that. The other part is we forget, we sometimes look at the headlines. We'll see page A1 of the newspaper saying how much we give to Ukraine, which I just came back from and is really fighting back and doing an immense job on fighting an unlawful war that they're facing. But you know, it's pretty proud when you see their badass women that are fighting their fights put a Canadian patch and say, I was trained by you, I was a prisoner of war, and I came back and I fought again. So it's those stories that come back, and we have to remind ourselves that every single diaspora community that's probably at this convention has their country that they came from where we're investing in, whether it's Philippines, whether it's Ghana, whether it's Sierra Leone, whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, Colombia, Mexico. We are there. We have been developing not for now, but for 50 years. And because we've given them opportunities, sometimes they know and sometimes they don't know, but they all appreciate it. And when it comes to the Davos speech, I can't resist. There's no place you go, and I actually think people who haven't even heard his speech love his speech, because they come up to you and go, his Davos speech was amazing, and I could tell sometimes they might not have read it, but they know it was something said at the right time, at the right place, when the whole world was waiting. So I'm proud to say that our Prime Minister has now become the leader of the de facto free world. He is the voice that we all listen to.
Wow, well, I think you just brought the conclusion to this wonderful conversation. I just want to say thank you for your hard work. You are working incredibly to represent Canada and doing the right things. I love the idea of Canadian way. That's exactly how we're doing it. L'approche canadienne, c'est ce que nous entreprenons. Je veux remercier mes collègues pour votre travail acharné. Vous faites tellement de temps pour pouvoir arriver à mettre de l'avant notre stratégie canadienne. So thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope that we will continue to have more conversations. Don't forget to go back in your writings and talk about this incredible panel that we just had. Merci.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 11h. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 11 a.m. place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Cueillir le député d'Acadie-Annapolis, Chris D'Entremont. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Acadie-Annapolis, Chris D'Entremont.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's still morning, right? Because I know there's a lot of people that were probably out late last night, so they're not quite sure what time of day it is. Good morning, bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très heureux d'être parmi vous ici à Montréal. Mon nom est Chris D'Entremont, le député de Acadie-Annapolis en Nouvelle-Écosse et le nouveau membre du Parti du caucus libéral. So I'm pleased to be here with you in Montreal today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Chris D'Entremont, Member of Parliament for Acadie-Annapolis. And I've been trying a couple of different lines as I've been speaking to folks in the foyer and as we've been going to different events today. So I don't know whether to introduce myself as a recovering conservative or just that I was a liberal and I didn't know it. So you guys tell me, give me some feedback later of what that should be. So bienvenue à notre panel, Bâtir un Canada abordable pour tous. Welcome to our panel, Building an Affordable Canada for All. Bâtir un Canada abordable pour tous est un cœur de nos priorités de notre nouveau gouvernement. Il fait partie intégrante du Canada, Bâtir un Canada fort dans notre dernier budget de 2025. Il est axé sur la souveraineté, l'abordabilité et l'innovation. It also relies on accelerating housing construction with massive investments in infrastructure, reducing bureaucracy, and creating Build Canada Homes agency to finance affordable and sustainable housing. Ces mesures visent à améliorer l'accessibilité et le plan inclut une collaboration avec les provinces, les territoires et les communautés autochtones pour faire face aux crises du logement. And to discuss this further today, we are fortunate to have 5 very experienced and very enthusiastic panelists that will join us this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Buckley Bélanger, MP for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River in Saskatchewan. Buckley is currently our Secretary of State for Rural Development. Before entering federal politics, Buckley was, of course, a member of the Legislative Assembly in Saskatchewan from 1995 to 2021. We also have from the riding of Brampton and Shinquagasi Park in Ontario, the Honourable Shafkat Ali. Mr. Ali has been President of the Treasury Board of Canada since 2025 and a Member of Parliament since 2021. Before his political career, Mr. Ali had a successful career in an entrepreneur and a real estate broker. We have my friend and neighbour. Now, neighbour is a bit of a stretch because I'd have to swim across the Bay of Fundy, but the Honourable Wayne Long, Member of Parliament for St. John Rothsay. He, of course, is our Secretary of State for Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions. Of course, in his previous life, he did lots of great things like President of the St. John Sea Dogs Hockey Club. Nous avons aussi la chance d'avoir l'honorable Mandy Gulmasty, notre ministre des Services aux Autochtones. Madame Gulmasty est députée de la circonscription de Abitibi-Baie-James-Nunavik-EU et au Québec depuis 2025. Avant d'entrer aux politiques fédérales, Madame Gulmasty était grand chef du Conseil des CRI en 2021 jusqu'à 2025, était la première femme à occuper cette poste. And last but not least, Claude Gay, Member of Parliament for La Salle-MR-Verdun. Currently, Claude is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Avant d'être élu, M. Gay était président de IBM Canada. Et pour modérer cette panel, nous avons la chance d'avoir l'honorable Stephanie McLean, députée de la circonscription de Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke en Colombie-Britannique depuis 2025. Elle occupe actuellement le poste de secrétaire d'État pour les aînés. And to moderate this panel, like I said, we are fortunate to have the Honourable Stephanie McLean, the Member of Parliament for the riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, who's been elected since 2025, and who currently holds the position of Secretary of State for Seniors. Before entering politics, and before entering federal politics, Madame McLean was a member of the Alberta Legislative Assembly and was Minister of the Status of Women. So let's welcome our panel. Stephanie, Buckley, Shafkat, Wayne, Mandy, and Claude. Stephanie.
Well, it is my pleasure to be here today with this esteemed panel. We're really excited to talk about affordability. But before we get to the panel and we get to discussing issues that we know are really important to all of you and Canadians, we have the honor of hearing from my good friend, Buckley.
First of all, thank you all. Thanks, Chris, for that kind introduction, and of course, Stephanie as well. And as I've indicated, I'm very pleased to be sitting amongst a panel of very esteemed colleagues. And let me tell you, they know a lot about things that I don't know a lot about. So I just want to say it's so great to be here with all of our Liberals here in Montreal. We've got long-serving stalwart Liberals, but more importantly, we've got many young, new Liberals. So give yourself a big round of applause. And as well, selfishly, I love seeing the growing number of Saskatchewan Liberals that are turning out for our Liberal Party. Let's give Saskatchewan a big round of applause. And so I don't feel lonely now as the lone Saskatchewan Liberal MP, and having all these Liberal come from Saskatchewan certainly helps me out in many ways. And I want to start with something very simple, something I hear everywhere I go, from my home community of Isla-Lacrosse to Saskatoon, from the north to right across this great country. People are working hard, but for a lot of folks, life still feels too expensive. I've been traveling across rural and remote Canada since my appointment, and also the urban centers in between. And that is the reality. And as Liberals, we don't run from that. We take it on. Building an affordable Canada isn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about fairness. It's about making sure that you put in the work, that if you put in the work, you can build a good life in this beautiful country. Now, over the past 6 months, we've taken real action. We have cut taxes to 22 million middle-class Canadians, putting up to $840 back into the pockets of two-income families. We've eliminated the GST on new homes for first-time buyers, saving up to $50,000 and helping more Canadians get that first set of keys. We made the National School Food Program permanent, helping feed up to 400,000 kids every year, saving families hundreds of dollars on groceries. We've also canceled the consumer carbon tax. We're building a national food security strategy to tackle food insecurities that focuses on feeding domestic food supply chains, which in essence feeds Canadians. And we are rolling out automated benefits so millions of Canadians actually get the support that they are entitled to. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not talk, that's action. We also know that there's much more to do. That's why we introduced a new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. Because when people go to the checkout line, that's where affordability hits the hardest. This is immediate relief, real help. But there's the thing that I want to say to you tonight, that affordability isn't just about lowering costs. It's about raising opportunity. When we invest in Canadians, when we build housing, infrastructure, broadband, energy projects, increased supply, we are not just helping those communities, we're lowering costs for everyone. And that's how you build what our Prime Minister calls a one Canadian economy. And that's how we make Canada its own best customer. So to everyone in this room, our job is clear. We need to keep our laser focus on building that affordable Canada where no matter where you live, no matter your background, that you've got a fair shot. And that's what Liberals do. We step up and we build a country that works. And with that, I'm looking forward to the conversation ahead, and I'll turn it over to my Secretary of State, who's going to guide us through what I know will be a great discussion. So thank you all for being here.
Okay, this mic is working, yes? Excellent. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie McLean. I'm the Secretary of State for Seniors and the Member of Parliament for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. And I see some Vancouver Islanders here with us today. More than I thought. That's excellent. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that you're here. I think that you came to, dare I say, the best panel of convention. Yeah, this is where it's at today. And the reason that I say that, honestly, is that affordability is a top issue. It's top of mind for all Canadians. And there are things that are completely out of our control that are causing the affordability issues to be top of mind. Things that are happening in other countries, other parts of the world, and things that are causing the cost of gas on Vancouver Island to be $2.14 a liter. And these are things we can't control, but there are things we can control. And the things that we can control, we are, as my friend Buckley said, laser focused on. That's also a phrase that my friend Wayne Long likes to use. And so this panel here is really well equipped. We've got Treasury Board, we've got Mandy, we've got Wayne, Buckley, like Cloud speaking, his experience in Quebec. So I think you've got the expertise right here to let you know what we're doing and how this is impacting Canadians. So I'm going to start with Wayne here. I'll put you on the hot seat. I know you can handle it. Because you're so good in QP. So Wayne, when it comes to affordability, this is something that, as I mentioned, touches the lives of every Canadian. I know that it does for folks in my riding on Vancouver Island, as I mentioned. Can you tell us what you're hearing in your corner of the country and the measures that our government is taking and how that's impacting folks in your riding?
Well, thank you for that, Stephanie. Good morning to everybody. How's everyone doing? Little bit of momentum, little bit of excitement, huh? It's pretty good. Who was here last night? Yeah, it's so good to be here. So, look, we're obviously, and thanks for the question, Stephanie. I am Secretary of State of CRA Financial Institutions. I'm from the beautiful riding of St. John, Kennebecasis in southern New Brunswick. And I have to say, yes, shout out to New Brunswick. So let me say this. I mean, obviously, I've been an MP. I'm in my 11th year now, hard to believe. And the reason we're all in this room, the reason we're all members of the Liberal Party is we believe that government can do good things. We believe that as a party, we can do things to help our most vulnerable, to help those in need, to help working families, to help middle-class Canadians, to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That's what we believe in. The Conservatives don't believe in that. We believe government can do good things for people. That's why we're Liberal. Number one, first thing we did, Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit is an amazing program, and what we did, because let's not forget, the Conservatives had a benefit that was targeted to basically millionaires. If you make over $1 million a year, you would get the same benefit as somebody that struggled making under $20,000 a year. So we changed that. We income tested it. We targeted the Canada Child Benefit to people that needed it the most. Transformational program for Canadians, because I think we all agree, as a country and as a society, we should be judged by how we treat and look after our most vulnerable. That's how I feel. I think you all feel the same.
Wayne, that's a really good point, focusing on the most vulnerable. And that has been a real focus of the Liberal Party, a real focus as well of Mark Carney and this government. And I'm wondering if you can tell me a bit about how we are in this government focusing on helping the most vulnerable. I know there's some stuff in your portfolio that you've been working on.
Well, I mean, look, we recognize, obviously, that there's an affordability crisis across this country. And we are taking action to deal with that crisis. Number one, the Groceries and Essentials Benefit. That is a wonderful new initiative that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families this year, and then $1,400 per year for the next 4 years. It also includes a one-time 50% payment. We recognize that obviously we went through COVID, there was inflation, there was an affordability gap. We feel the Groceries and Essentials Benefit will go a long ways to closing that gap.
So Wayne, that replaced the GST benefit, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the numbers were on that before? Like how much more this is for Canadians?
Well, just as an example, if somebody was getting 4 payments, say of $250 a year, $1,000, they would get a one-time $500 payment extra this year, and each one of those $250 payments would increase by 25%. So that goes a long ways to closing the affordability gap. I mean, we know inflation's come down, but we know there's still a difference, obviously, in the price of groceries, so on and so forth. We feel that over a few more years, those prices will come down too. But in the meantime, that's why this is a 5-year program, the Groceries and Essentials Benefit, that will go a long ways to closing that gap. And we've, you know, that to me is a wonderful initiative, along with, like my friend said, the tax cut, the cut on GST for first-time home buyers, the elimination of the consumer carbon tax. There's a lot of initiatives, and let's not also forget the daycare programs. Yeah,
Don't
and
forget
automatic
your
tax
microphone.
filing, which we'll get to here soon.
Yeah, Chef Cott, you were talking about the automatic tax filing.
Yeah.
It's on.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, Sulma. My name is Shafqat Ali. I'm the MP for Brampton, Chincozy Park. And yeah, go on, please, yes. And I am President of the Treasury Board of Canada. I'd like to start off by thanking our leader, our Prime Minister, who stepped up at the right moment for the right reason and with the right skills. So that is meeting the moment, and Canada needs him. And I think we're blessed to have him as a leader who has clarity in his vision and conviction, and who's not afraid of taking bold actions and giving us direction how we're going to lead Canada to make superpower in energy in the G7 and to build the strongest economy in the G7. So I just wanted to thank our leader, Dr. Mark Carney. Yes, he's PhD. So for taking us. And one of the mandates I've been given, it's to find saving so we can invest in the areas that matter most to Canadians. So we can invest, build Canada homes, affordable homes. More than 50% of income goes into rents or the mortgages. And that is the core, like it's why I say him doctor, because he tries to find out the core issues and problems and wants to do surgical things to make it healthy economy. So
he's doing surgery.
Yeah. So
on the
I just want to
housing
share one
issue.
story
Yeah.
of my personal, that affordable homes, how they make a difference. I actually lived in one of the projects that's called Shalimar in Mississauga, that has 60% of rental market, 40% are affordable. One single mom, her two sons, Shabazz and Asad. She was working and she was paying rent at the subsidy. So she could put that money to get education for her sons. And they actually were volunteer when I was starting, political activism. Those kids now working in and getting paid between 200 and 300,000 K. Because of that benefit of living in that environment, having that facility, she was able to get them a good education so they can get good jobs and they can contribute into Canadian economy. So that's how that benefit of investing in Build Canada Homes, and that's exactly Prime Minister has done, our leader has done, to invest in core priorities, which is Build Canada Homes.
Yeah, and that's a great example, really, because it not only touches on how it was helping that mom, but intergenerationally, how it helps the next generation get ahead, and we do better for future Canadians. And this makes me think of the North and how focused our Prime Minister is on making sure that the North gets the attention that it needs so desperately, and to make things better now and for the future. And so I'm going to throw this to Mandy. I know that both as a representative of the North, but also as someone who is working diligently to ensure that you're bettering the lives of Indigenous peoples and future generations. If you can tell us some of the work that you're doing in that regard to improve affordability for Canadians in the North and for Indigenous peoples. And maybe Buckley, if you can jump in on this too, on the conversation.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. Fier qu'on est ici. Je suis très content. C'est ma deuxième convention. Je suis un député de Québec, mais j'ai un double travail. J'ai la plus grande circonscription au Québec, qui est pour la première fois dans très long venu libéral, nouveau membre du Parti libéral. Oui, je suis très fière. Not only do I represent one of the largest ridings in Quebec, I also have the role of minister representing all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada. So it is a huge undertaking. It is a huge undertaking. And, I really want to acknowledge what Chef Kat said earlier. We are really, in a time in history where we are seeing history unfold. And we are seeing a Prime Minister taking the lead in that space. But I'm also really proud to see that the Liberal Party is making history with the largest Indigenous caucus ever, the largest women's caucus ever. These are huge changes, and it really shows the values and the principles that we are speaking to and working with. Yeah, that's great. Coming to the question that Stephanie raised, we are also seeing, a lot of critical investment in the North. There's a lot of opportunity that's being created in the North, what Buckley highlighted earlier. It's not only about affordability and bringing down the cost of living. There's a number of great programs, that my colleagues have spoken to. I think some of the things that I wanted to highlight is when you're an MP that's working with a huge base of non-Indigenous people, you are doing the work of speaking to these programs. When you are working in this space of being one of the largest ministries that's working for Indigenous peoples in Canada, you're also having the double duty of creating opportunity, because this is where you truly bring down the cost of living. So I am so proud of the initiatives under Build Canada Homes that are creating housing in remote and isolated communities. We're also bringing down the cost of food with Nutrition North. I'm really proud of my colleague, Rebecca Chartrand, who is really driving this portfolio, supporting her. And I'm really pleased to see the work that Buckley is doing with his file and introducing that cellular connection. These things are huge costs for families. We are addressing them. And I think we're also paying attention to those little things that sometimes people don't realize have an impact. The reduction of the NSF charges, the cap on the fee. Sometimes when you are a family that is, waiting at the end of the month and you have something bounce in your account, that can really have a huge impact on a family. I also want to say, being a New Liberal, being part of this party, representing people in my riding, I've had so many opportunities to hear from people like Kathleen, the mother of 2 young children, who told me for the first time ever she was able to sign up for the dental care program and was able to have access to services for her and her children. This is a great program. It is a huge success. I'm so proud of the work that La Ministre Michelle is doing to really push this program. We're not only looking at how affordability is created through the programs that we offer, but creating opportunity. And I think that this is going to be something that we're going to speak to in the panel, so I'll leave it at that. But I'm going to hand it to Buckley, because I saw Buckley last week in Iqaluit. Okay, I was in my riding, Northern Quebec, minus 39 with a parka. I see Buckley in Iqaluit with a spring jacket, making a significant announcement. So I was really proud of him that he went up there. Great job, Buckley. Great job.
Buckley, why don't you tell us a bit about that announcement?
Well, I just wanted to send one message. Doing that, Minister Mandy, is that I just want to tell him Saskatchewan people are tough. So, and a rough riders rock. But anyway, on our visit to Nunavut, I was just really struck with the power that the Inuit have on their lands, their governance, their business, and their presence in Nunavut. And when I visited Nunavut, it inspired me that day as the minister responsible for rural Canada that we need to put in place a remote specific strategy as we deal with rural Canada overall. Nunavut inspired that. As you look at some of the work around Nutrition North, around the Northern Defense opportunities that Nunavut will be a part of, as you look at the 700 housing units that Nunavut is now going to receive, and of course, as Minister Mandy alluded to, we've committed to connecting all 25 communities, 16,000 people to high-speed internet within the next several years. And all this initiative is around strengthening the Inuit people and the people of Nunavut. But we got the greatest gift ever when we went to visit Nunavut. Prior to that, we have Lori Idluit joining us. And she is a powerful, powerful speaker, great connections with the communities in the land. So Nunavut can contribute. Nunavut is in, and Nunavut is strong. And that's a lesson we've learned from one particular trip. So So thanks again.
I'm looking forward to going to Nunavut in May for the seniors federal provincial territorial meeting. So I'm really excited to see what Nunavut has to offer Canada and what we can do for Nunavut. And one of the things that keeps coming up through all of the discussion that we've had so far is the importance of housing, right? The importance of housing to our pocketbooks and making sure that we can make ends meet. And I know, Cloud, that you had a really good story earlier that you were telling me about, and I'm hoping maybe you can share.
Absolument. Merci beaucoup, Claude Gay de la salle Aymar Verdun. Bienvenue chez nous, ici, à Montréal. Pendant la campagne, une des premières choses, parce que moi, j'ai jamais fait de politique pendant 40 ans, et puis je me lance en politique, je fais une campagne. La salle Aymar Verdun, c'est un microcosme de Montréal. 50% des gens louent, ont un loyer au lieu d'être propriétaires. C'est un quartier qui est en gentrification. Donc, de plus en plus, les loyers augmentent. Les gens ne sont plus capables de se payer leur loyer. Il y a aussi ce qu'on appelle les rénovictions, où les gens se font augmenter pour se faire sortir de leur loyer. Alors, c'est un problème important. Donc, bâtir plus de maisons pour être capable de faire descendre les prix ou la pression, ou avoir des coopératives ou des loyers qui sont contrôlés ou basés sur le revenu, c'était pour moi, c'est devenu la priorité numéro 1 dans ma circonscription parce que je voyais des gens comme, je vais l'appeler Fred pour ne pas dire son nom, mais on a 4 stations de métro dans la circonscription et puis il y a 5 ans, il n'y avait aucun itinérant. Et pendant la campagne, on voyait des itinérants, dont Fred, entre autres, avec qui j'ai parlé dans la station de métro. Mais lui, il s'était fait expulser pour supposément des rénovations dans son loyer. Et il n'était plus capable de trouver un loyer qui était possible de se payer. Et ça, c'était une représentation de ce que j'entendais partout. Donc, le fait qu'on veut être agressif, de bâtir 2 fois plus de résidences, de portes, hein, parce que ce n'est pas juste des maisons unifamiliales, c'est des appartements à loyer contrôlé. Maison Canada, pour ceux qui étaient ici à la réunion plus tôt ce matin, Maison Canada encourage les loyers à prix contrôlé. Et puis ça va faire qu'on va avoir moins d'itinérance. Puis, il encourage aussi des loyers, puis on en a dans ma circonscription 2 qui sont récemment arrivés, pour aider les gens qui sont maintenant dans la rue à transiter back to normal life or reintegration after they've been homeless. So it's a multi-pronged approach. We got to double the number of doors, but we have to also take care of the people that are now at the bottom or the entrance of that ladder to be able to reintegrate society. Alors, pour moi, ça a été quite an experience, and I'm so focused on helping those people in my riding, like Fred, which I met during the campaign in the subway station.
That's such a great example of how the lowest income earners are benefiting and able to benefit from what this government is offering. And it reminds me that a lot of times people who are unhoused, experiencing homelessness, they may not be able to access government benefits. They might not know about government benefits. And this has been something that I know the Liberal Party that you've cared about for a really long time. And this is something that I know, Wayne, you really care about, and you brought forward just a groundbreaking measure. I'm hoping you can, I'm sure they already know a bit about it, but.
So, and thanks for that. And again, we're liberals. We should be proud of what we do. We should be proud of how we're building this country. And we should be very proud of how we're reaching out and looking after our most vulnerable. I've been very fortunate to travel the country over the past couple months visiting the CVITP clinics. It's a community volunteer income tax clinic program right across the country. 4,000 volunteers, 4,000 organizations, 20,000 volunteers that do 1.1 million tax returns for free, mostly for our most vulnerable. We're funding that program. It's a wonderful initiative. And when you go in and visit those clinics, and you see the people, whether it's seniors, newcomers, our most vulnerable, unhoused, people getting tax returns, and I can certainly speak as a member of parliament in my constituency office. I think all of us have had people that have come into our offices that have not filed taxes in years, whether they're intimidated by it, they think they owe, most people don't, or other reasons. And like Jeanette, our McLaughlin, who works in my office, there was a guy who was in a few months ago, hadn't filed in 7 years. He got a $22,000 tax return.
That's life-changing for him, isn't it?
It's life-changing. So through the CVITP, we're reaching the most vulnerable to help them file their taxes for free. We're also rolling into the automatic federal benefits.
Woo! That is so cool. Like
that'll be like 1.1 million people next year, up to 5 million people by 2029. Pre-filled tax returns. Again, we want to make sure people get the returns. They're their returns. They're your returns. They're not our returns. So we want to make sure we get that money in the hands of people that need it the most. It's life-changing for so many people across this country. And we're very, very proud of that initiative, the automatic federal benefits and the pre-filled tax returns. It's awesome.
Wayne, I think it's on us, all of us, to also make sure that people are aware. Dans ma circonscription, j'ai des organismes comme Henriette qui s'occupent de bienvenue à l'immigrant, comme Francesco qui s'occupe des personnes d'un certain âge qui ont des déficits mentaux. Ils sont même pas au courant des choses qu'on fait. Wayne, il parle de ces beaux programmes-là. J'adore le fait qu'on va faire automatiquement les rapports d'impôts, mais comme le dental care, l'assistance pour les dentistes, les gens ne le savent pas. Alors, les gens qui en ont le plus besoin sont probablement les gens qui savent le moins que ce programme-là existe pour les aider au niveau de l'assistance dentaire. Alors, de travailler avec les organismes locaux pour s'assurer que le message passe, parce qu'ils n'écoutent pas les nouvelles, ils n'entendent pas les nouvelles, ils ne savent probablement pas que ça existe. Et donc, il faut aussi s'assurer que la communication has to go also. It's upon all of us to make sure that these programs are communicated to the most vulnerable, who often are the one that we can't reach through normal communication.
That's such a great call to action for support and help from all Liberals, because we can bring this to our communities and we can collectively help lift each other up. And one of the areas of Canada where I know that we're putting in some really great programs is the North, and I'm thinking about Nutrition North now, because this is all about these basic needs that we have: housing, food. I'm hoping you can talk about that a little bit, Mandy.
Sure, thank you. I think that it is not well understood what it means to live in the North. The cost of living is extremely high.
How much is a jug of milk?
Parts of milk is subsidized, but I'm going to say if you're looking for a junkie snack, a can of soda can literally run you $5 to $6. A can of soda. Not the healthiest thing, but I'm just showing a comparable of you could buy a soda here for like $1, $5 or $6 in the North. And this really has a huge impact on the food basket. Household expenses to be able to access healthy, quality food, and when you're a larger family, can be a huge challenge. So I'm really happy to see the work that's being done for the reform of Nutrition North. And I'm also really happy to be part of a government that's taken decisions to secure funding to really fill those gaps. I had the opportunity to travel in Nunavik. We made an announcement on the Inuit Child First initiative. This is a huge program that really helps families be able to access services in the North, be able to bring down household costs, being able to have reduced costs for food, also helping families be able to travel externally. You know, to fly to some of the villages in my riding costs $5,000 return. This is quite significant, especially when you're trying to take your children outside for healthcare or doctor's appointments. So these kinds of programs, like Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative, are essential safety nets to really help those families who are the most vulnerable. And, you know, I was so proud to be in my riding and to have the opportunity to make these announcements, because you really get those stories of how much impact this has on those families that are just looking to buy skates so their kids can be part of a hockey team, or looking to ensure that the mental health support that they receive as being part of a team really brings them up and really brings them into a space to contribute to their community. And it also means stability. Stability of services, absolutely critical.
And Buckley was whispering in my ear. He said that he's got a story he wants to share about the impact of this in his writing, so I'm going to put him on the spot.
The support for families and the array of foods that are now affordable under the Nutrition North guideline is very, very much appreciated. I shared a story that when I was a younger guy and when I first started my family, there's first things I have 3 girls and they all look like their mom, so I'm happy with that. And
they must be too.
Yeah, they are. and the second thing is, touche. The other thing was when I was younger, I tried to live off the land some of our elders, and I was a horrible failure at it. The only thing I caught most of the time was rabbits. And I fed my daughters so many rabbits when they were younger.
You're still younger, Buckley, you're still younger.
You know, so hunting skills were very, very poor on my part. But like I said, the variety of foods under the Nutrition North program helps a lot of families.
Thank you, Buckley. And he's always such a good sport when I rib him. So, you know, I think as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this panel, I get to wondering, how does Treasury Board fit into this picture? You know, Treasury Board's kind of one of these departments. It's like this mystery. People are like, well, what does it really do? But, you know, it's really, really important government policy. But the question is, how does that really important government policy improve affordability?
Great question, Stephanie, and thank you for this question. What is Treasury Board?
Well, we don't need to talk about what Treasury Board is. I mean, that might take too long. We may not have enough time.
It's a lot of people, like Canadians, that this is the first question they ask me. What is Treasury Board? What do you do? How you can impact? So just to simplify, it is a central government agency. Everything or anything financially in and out touches Treasury Board, cannot move without a Treasury Board. So that is one thing. Second, Treasury Board is an employer of government employees, government service employees.
So you hold the purse strings?
Yes, federal government. A Treasury Board negotiate with big unions, government service unions, and Treasury Board oversees all policy and regulations that government operates federal. So there was Prime Minister has given me that mandate to find saving, to make government more efficient, to bring public service to sustainable level. So that's where we launched, along with Finance Minister, comprehensive expenditure review, where we will have to bring our public service to sustainable level. We have to balance our government operational budget in next 3 years, and we have to find savings that we can invest those savings in the areas matter most to Canadians. For example, infrastructure, housing, defense, major projects. So we're saving about 60 billion in 5 years. After launching this comprehensive expenditure review. So that focus is on affordability, so we can have affordable homes. focus is on infrastructure so we can build the strongest economy and one economy, strongest economy in the G7, that contributes to affordability. And then at the same time, I launched a red tape review, which is to give you example, any business wants to open a business, they have to go through many stages for multiple approvals from the same federal government departments. For one thing. So those regulations may be outdated, maybe they were in place 40 years ago, or maybe they're duplicative. So they're adding more burden to businesses, which means there's more cost, and that cost goes into consumer. So we actually have launched that red tape review across the federal government. We're streamlining those processes, simplifying those regulations so business can get faster approvals, reduce their costs so consumer can get cheaper products. So that is one thing we have launched that.
Yeah, can I jump in? Because I want to tell you a quick story about how I cornered Shafkat in the lobby outside of the House of Commons, and I said to him, I have learned that you are the reason for this fantastic thing that happened in my riding. So the Esquimalt Defense Base is in my riding, and yes, it's so great to have it right there on the coast. And what happened is they were able, and this is unheard of, anybody that's encountered the Department of Defense, like their jaw is on the floor, they were able to purchase a building that had gone into bankruptcy proceedings, into foreclosure. And it took them 5 days to be able to make this happen. And like I said, nothing in the federal government has ever happened at that scale in 5 days. And it was because Shafkat had gotten his department to cut the process so that it was more streamlined and to ensure that more decision-making at higher value price points were at a local level. And so this had earth-shattering impacts in Esquimalt for the base, for military members. They were able to purchase a brand new, beautiful turnkey condo building for military members, and that will take those military members out of market housing, opening up more rentals for folks who live on Vancouver Island. And so this is such a huge win-win in my writing, but there's stories like this all across Canada.
Stephanie, I'm glad that you brought it up. Please, look, for a longer time, we have underfunded our defense.
Yes.
And the housing is one of the major area that they needed help. We actually, in order to build Canada strong, we have to build our Canadian Armed Forces strong. We need to provide them the tools and the training, the resources that they can be ready to secure our future, secure our borders. And housing was one of that. And also, think about the 20% pay raise. That is directly benefiting in affordability.
Yeah. I've had military members in my community come up to me and thank me for that. And these are such great stories, and so I hate to cut it off, but I think they're going to start playing the music, like at the Oscars. So before we let you go, I just want to throw it back to our guy in finance, Wayne Long, for any final thoughts. Finance, they decide, they're really important in terms of how we're spending our money, ensuring affordability. We got to go through them for a lot of stuff. So tell us what's up.
Well, look, I think everybody should know, and everybody should leave this room knowing that our government is clearly focused on delivering affordability measures for Canadians, number one. We're laser focused on that. And like we've all said on this panel, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, which pays out thousands of dollars to families, whether it's the daycare program that can save a family up to $10,000 a year per child, whether it's the dental program, automatic federal benefits. Certainly on my side, in the financial sector, we're working on open banking, consumer-driven banking, which is going to increase banking competition. We're talking about the NSF fees, capping them at $10, bringing them down from $50. So, we know, again, that there's a challenge in the country with affordability, and we're dealing with it. We have solutions. The other party has slogans. We're actually moving forward with initiatives that will help Canadians.
Thank you, Wayne. And that's our time. Thank you for coming to our panel. I hope you got some good value out of it. Thank you.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à midi. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at noon. Un rappel que les kiosques de formation du PLC sont dans la salle 512. Venez voir l'équipe terrain pour en apprendre davantage sur les outils de campagne les plus récents et les meilleures astuces sur le terrain. A reminder that the LPC Training Hub is in room 512. Come visit the field team to learn about the newest campaign tools and training. Le programme débutera dans 5 minutes. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez accueillir le député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, Carlos Leitao. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, Carlos Leitao.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour, bravo. Merci à mon fan club d'être là. Merci. Alors, bonjour, merci. Nous avons maintenant un panel on va parler un peu d'économie, de comment rebâtir l'économie canadienne. Vous me connaissez probablement, anciennement, maintenant député fédéral, anciennement député provincial, au gouvernement du Québec aussi. Ça fait longtemps qu'on parle de ces enjeux de développer l'économie canadienne, québécoise. Nous avons maintenant une opportunité pour accélérer cette croissance-là et pour mieux l'encadrer, étant donné le fait que notre voisin qu'on pensait être fiable ne l'est plus. Alors nous allons réindustrialiser le Canada, nous allons réorienter l'économie canadienne pour pouvoir passer à la prochaine étape. D'ailleurs, et j'ai fini avec ça parce que je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps, on me l'a bien dit, d'ailleurs, on a vu encore ce matin avec les chiffres de l'emploi, quand même 14 000 nouveaux emplois au Canada, c'est-à-dire que l'économie canadienne est résiliente, malgré une atmosphère, un contexte assez négatif mondialement, mais l'économie canadienne est résiliente, on réussit à résister aux chocs qui nous affligent tous, et donc nous avons quand même une bonne chance, une bonne opportunité pour nous réinventer. Alors, le panel qui s'en vient va s'adresser à ces questions-là. Alors, j'aimerais bien maintenant, à ce moment-ci, vous demander à tous et à toutes d'accueillir chaleureusement la députée d'Untsic, Cartierville, la ministre de l'Industrie, Madame Mélanie Joly.
Merci, Carlos. Alors, une bonne main d'applaudissements pour Carlos Leitao, secrétaire parlementaire à l'industrie. Félicitations, Carlos. Merci pour ton travail. So, everyone, this is the time to talk about the economy. Who's interested? This is the time to talk about building Canada strong. Who's interested? Et donc, bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Montréal. Ça me fait plaisir de vous accueillir ici. For those who are not from my hometown, from Carlos and I's region, please welcome. We're super happy to have you here in the wonderful city of Montreal. Oui, bien entendu, bien entendu. Écoutez, au cours des derniers mois, j'ai parcouru le pays, je me suis promenée un petit peu partout pour comprendre comment on peut rebâtir les différentes capacités industrielles ici au pays. Je me suis promenée, bien entendu, au Québec, en Ontario, en Colombie-Britannique, dans le Grand Nord, etc. Et je vois à quel point on a du travail à faire, mais à quel point aussi on a énormément d'ambition et on est capable, justement, de rebâtir encore plus notre pays. Mais une chose est claire, c'est que la sécurité industrielle, en fait, la sécurité nationale et la sécurité économique du pays vont de pair. When you think about it, and you read it on the news every day, we're living in a much more chaotic and dangerous world. The Prime Minister has said it. We all remember his Davos speech, where he mentioned that it was fundamental for middle powers to be able to work together to counter U.S. protectionism, the impact also of big tech, and basically difficult geopolitics. And so, you've heard him saying it, and I've been also repeating that time and time again. There are a lot of things in the world we can't control. We can't control what's going on in the White House. We can't control what's going on in the Middle East. But we can control what we do with our country and how we build our economy. And so we know we're in the midst of a trade war right now. We're continuing to fight every day for our jobs, and we need to make sure that we stop to be in dependency mode towards the United States, and we need to diversify our markets. In 2025, we were very much in reaction mode. In 2026, we have a plan, and we're putting it into place. And so, within the portfolio, within industry, what we will be doing is actually three things. We will protect, we will create, and we will attract. On va protéger, on va créer, et on va attirer. We'll protect jobs, we'll create jobs, and we will attract talent and investments. I can hear my team screaming. Great. Yes, thank you, thank you. So, I think it's Soha that I'm hearing. Oh, it's Tiana. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. So now, how do we protect jobs? We will continue to protect jobs in the sectors that are tariff. If you are in the auto sector, if you're in the steel sector, dans le secteur de l'aluminium, or in the forestry sector, things are hard right now. And we need to make sure that we provide hope and that we have a really good plan. We've been working with many, many companies, from Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie. Anybody from Sault Ste. Marie here? Yes? So Northern Ontario. To Hamilton, anyone from Hamilton? Y a-t-il du monde Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, du Québec? Donc, dans le secteur de l'aluminium, Southwestern Ontario? Of course. And so we've been working with many companies, from the Algoma Steel to obviously the different auto plants and auto companies, Honda, Toyota, to really be able to protect the jobs. And you know what? We have an auto strategy, a really good one. We will fight for the Brampton workers, and we will fight also for the Ingersoll workers. And when you think about our auto strategy, everybody's in favor of it. The industry, unions, environmentalists, consumers. The only ones that are against, the conservatives. So, in that sense, we will continue to fight for our auto workers. Now, we will protect jobs, but we will also create jobs. And we know that we have to create jobs, and we've been doing a really good job, particularly when comparing our job numbers to the US. We've been creating jobs, and we need to do so for young people, for this generation that is actually affected by the trade war. So we came up with our first defense industrial strategy. It is the first time in our history since the Second World War that we actually have a defense industrial strategy. The investments we're making in our Canadian Armed Forces, which we trust and love, and that are there to protect our sovereignty and protect our prosperity, well, we will also make sure that we are investing to create jobs. 125,000 jobs will be created through our defense investments. This is the biggest industrial strategy that we've ever had as a country. It is supported by a budget of $500 billion. And so we will create jobs à Mirabel. On va créer des emplois à Mirabel. We will create jobs in Abbotsford, in BC. We'll create jobs on Vancouver Island. We will create jobs in Winnipeg. We will create jobs in Manitoba. Indeed, I know Manitoba Strong is there. We will create jobs also in Nova Scotia, in Atlantic Canada, in New Brunswick. We will create jobs in Ontario. We will create jobs in the North working with Indigenous people. We will create jobs in this country. And while we are creating jobs, we will also help the impacted sectors, obviously aluminum workers and steel workers, because we will build Canadian. And so last point before we head to the panel, I've talked to you about protecting jobs, I've talked to you about creating jobs. We will also attract talent and investment. On va attirer du talent et des investissements également. Alors, Qui suit présentement Artemis? Anyone following Artemis right now? So, I was in Saint-Hubert at the Canadian Space Agency 2 days ago, speaking with Jeremy Hansen and the crew. The Prime Minister also spoke to them. We're very, very proud of them. Of course, we're following very closely what's going on today. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as we're really focusing on their safety. And I really hope we can all celebrate tonight as they're coming back on Earth. But fundamentally, we believe in science and we believe in research. On croit dans la science, on croit également dans la recherche. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons lancé notre grande stratégie aussi pour attirer les talents. We launched a very important talent attraction strategy. We are in brain gain mode while other countries are cutting on science and cutting on research and turning their back on academic freedom. We will attract these researchers and we will bring them to Canada. So, may you be at UBC, at McMaster, Guelph, U of Alberta, if you're at McGill, Laval, Montreal, if you're in university in Atlantic Canada, in the north, wherever across the country, Saskatchewan, you will be able to benefit from this strategy. The goal is to really be able to attract the best and the brightest, and that's another way to build Canada strong. So, on est dans un moment pivot. On doit continuer de travailler ensemble et votre voix compte. We are at a pivotal moment. We need every single one of you to build this country, and we will do so all together. Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure, c'est maintenant mon plaisir d'attirer ici, d'accueillir sur le stage Lena Metlej-Diab, the Minister of Immigration. Lena, please come on board. Patrick Pichette, ancien CFO de Google, former CFO of Google, et partenaire chez Innovia Capital, et un petit gars de Montréal-Nord. And Richie Valdez, Minister of Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Businesses and Tourism. So, please come on stage, folks. Merci.
I'm looking at my watch. Bon après-midi. I guess it's afternoon. Bon après-midi tout le monde. How are we all feeling? OK. Avant de commencer, je tiens d'abord à féliciter et à remercier tous les organisateurs de ceux qui ont contribué à la réussite de cette fantastique convention. What do you guys think? Listen, a special mention to the young liberals, first of all. For many reasons, I've seen you working the room and working the phones and working the text. So congratulations to all of you. And as an aside, I started as a young liberal back high school and university. And 40 years later, I'm still here. So goes to show, as a young liberal, thank you. Okay, so listen, folks, we're going to make this entertaining, but we also want to be educational a little bit, but also we want to provide you with information that I think you will all find valuable. There's a very clear reason why this new government was elected. We were elected on a clear mission, and I'm looking here, I wrote it here. Our panel is called Building a Stronger, More Competitive Canadian Economy. Yes, that deserves a... So Prime Minister Carney had a plan. We are elected on a mission, and that is to make Canada the strongest in the G7. Correct? So everything that we are doing, regardless of the portfolios that we have and regardless who we bring on, has that same mission. So as you know, I am the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. And in that role, I think you all know that, and I will, that immigration est fondamentale pour la réussite du Canada. There is no doubt about that. Presque 100% de la croissance de notre main-d'œuvre est grâce à l'immigration. C'est pourquoi notre travail maintenant est de recentrer nos programmes d'immigration afin d'atteindre la plus haute proportion des immigrants économiques depuis des décennies. That is exactly why we are concentrating more than ever on economic immigration. Yes. We are building a country strong. We are working across government departments. We work quite a bit with Madame Jolie here's department, and I'll be asking her a question on that. I know you started with protect, your 3 pillars, create and attract, so I'll be asking you a question on the attraction piece. Yep. We know there's a lot to do, but I think rest assured, folks, we are on this. But before I start with you, let me start with Monsieur Frechette, who most of us, Pichette, did not know that, number one, he is a former CFO of Google. Well, there's a lot to know about you. I just heard, you told me a lot backstage there. But I'm only going to mention the ones that I can mention up here. You have experience in the Silicon Valley. And one interesting fact is you were on the board of Twitter, and you sold Twitter to Elon Musk in 2022 for $44 billion in cash, not equity, not share, cash. So question for you. I know right now you're working very much on tech and AI between Canada and Europe. Can you give us some advice? What can we do more, or what should we also be doing to ensure that, given the existential economic crisis we're in now, that we turn the ship around and make sure Canada is the strongest in the G7?
That's a big question.
That's a simple question, right? On a 5 minutes, on va régler ça en 5 minutes. Je vais vous parler en anglais, mais évidemment, de Montréal-Nord, c'est aussi facile en français s'il y a d'autres.
Ouais, c'est ça.
It is such an unbelievable opportunity for Canada today. It is this sleeping giant that is our country is just waking up. And I know that our previous Prime Minister, M. Chrétien, said it with a joke, but I think he was absolutely right. Like, Donald Trump is one of the best gifts that Canada has ever received. Because every day I wake up, it forces us to be truly what we should be. And in the tech world where I come from, so the industrial policies that are very different for more traditional industries, but for the tech world, it's a war for talent. And it is important to bring these people to Canada. What's great is they used to go to the US, but now they can't. The H-1B visas are closed. And by the way, once they get to the US, now they can't bring their families with them anymore. You know what? They're looking for a place where they can have their families with them, grow safely, have a great life, contribute to society, and guess who can offer that? We can. So, and don't make any mistakes. Like, a lot of countries are competing for this talent right now. So I absolutely applaud your efforts. You need to triple whatever is in your head today.
There's a lot in my head.
I was, and on the other side of it, let me give a bit of a sober on the protect side. So let me give you a few facts. In Canada, the minute you have your degree, if it's a professional degree, right, there's something in the Canada kind of free trade agreement. I got the wrong acronym, but you get it. It's called the TN program. So Microsoft, I finished from University of Waterloo with my computer degree. Microsoft phones me, offers me a job, $300,000 a year, right? All I have to do is show up at the border, apply for a TN visa, right? And I get this 3-year, like, no questions asked. It costs $30. And now I moved to Microsoft. We as Canadians have subsidized my education to the tune of you pick the number, 500,000, right? 500,000. And if it's a graduate student, go up, right? 30,000 TN go to the US every year. You want to save yourself $5 to $10 billion? Shut the TN program. And then keep them in, or make them pay their 500,000 so that if they leave, I'm okay with that. You want to go to the US? Give me back my money. Like my dad, my mom, you all work every day to offer them their education. So we need both sides. We need to fight on one side to make sure that we bring the very best talent of the world because they all want to come here now. It's absolutely wonderful. But you can't have the sieve on the other side. You can't let 5 billion or 10 billion a year of your hard-earned cash so that Microsoft can get smarter.
Melanie, I'm coming to you. Look, let's just lead on that, on the attraction, on the researchers, on the scientists, on whatever. I can say what we've been doing on immigration with you, but I want you to say what we've been doing and what we've attracted just in the last few months, and the fact that we have moved heaven and earth, we can say that here, right? 14-day processing for some of these researchers to come right to Canada. That's on the immigration side. On your side, give us the spiel.
Well, basically, we came up with this great strategy, which is with one of the biggest budgets on earth, which is $1.7 billion. And they can come, yes, here, but the goal is to be able to bring their family, okay, obviously, because that's what they're looking for. But not only their family, their entire lab, because we have research chairs and we have 100 research chairs. Now, this is the untold story of the strategy. All universities on board, all researchers are on board. This is creating a lot of attention, and I just saw the latest numbers because there was a first wave of application. The second wave will be in June. But right now, we're attracting top talent, even from Ivy League universities, actually a lot of them. Nearly 70% of all the people that have applied to come to Canada are from the US.
Congratulations.
So, go ahead, yes.
I just want to make sure that because I live in Europe, so for the benefit of everybody, I kind of think of me as living on a plane, but like I spend a ton of time in Europe, Canada, and California. Europe right now has awoken to the same issue. They're incredibly competitive. Like I've been in a meeting where they've basically said to me, Patrick, just tell me what you want. Not, here's the list of criteria by which you have to tick the boxes. They told me, just tell me what you want, and we'll fill out that for you so you can come to my country. That's our competition. So we absolutely have, and it's a word of encouragement. We're doing everything right now. We should never forget, it's like you're as good, but you got to watch your competition, and you got to be as smart as they are, if not smarter. So please keep doing what you're doing, because that's the way that a couple of years from now, we'll look back and say, we did it right.
Yeah, and I think we have this fantastic opportunity we need to seize. And indeed, we're competing with the world. We have actually a bigger budget than Europe to attract them, so that's good. But at the same time, I must say, Lena and I are working also on having a proposal for the equivalent of H-1B. Which will be also important, and that will also help us to attract the talent and keep them here, because obviously Lena is working on permanent immigration rather than temporary, and we know that.
We know that. So we do have an immigration plan. I think you probably heard me say that again. And that plan is working. And I want you to know that it's not just immigration, it's not just one minister, it's not just one department. I think the key takeaway here is we work across government departments. We're not working in silos, and that is exactly why we will achieve and we will get things done. Let me go to you, Richie. You are on the small business and tourism, and we know this is spring now and summer's coming. We know how important that is to our economy and to Canada. Last year, we had record-breaking tourism numbers. And all due, well, I don't know if all due, but a lot of it due to the fact that, folks, Canadians are shopping and buying and staying home. That's a good thing. Tell us about your strategy.
Thank you so much, Lena. Hi, everyone. How are we doing today? It's so great to join so many Liberals from across the country. That is a great question. So on the immigration front, with regards to the fact that it's across all federal entities, how immigration has helped empower small and medium-sized enterprises is it's essential, especially in rural and remote communities, Quebec, northern communities. We still need to ensure that we're attracting to fill the labor gaps that we're experiencing with small businesses. And I'm going to take it back to what Melanie said right in the beginning of her speech. She talked about the opportunity that we have here in building our country strong. Small businesses are at the heart of that. And being a small business entrepreneur myself, we make up 98% of all businesses. And so capitalizing and ensuring that we're empowering small businesses is absolutely essential. And back to what Patrick was saying, it is key. So thanks to President Trump and the unjustified tariffs, it has created us tremendous opportunity. From a tourism side, $60 billion, the highest level of tourism in the country. And then when it comes to the opportunities for our small businesses, our Buy Canadian policy is tremendous. This is a huge paradigm shift, which is vitally needed. Yes, we can celebrate that. Because across all federal entities, it ensures that small businesses are at the heart of it, making sure we're investing in Canadian businesses, keeping Canadian jobs and talent here. So I think that's a huge opportunity, especially as we build more homes, as we increase our defense investments. In every which way, we're going to make sure that small businesses are included in that, and we're creating the bridges and opportunity for them to take advantage of that as well.
And I think that's wonderful. Yeah, no, we don't want to miss that. And I think the wonderful thing about that is it's throughout the country, in every region, but also rural Canada. For example, now I represent a rural community along with an urban community. It's now, hopefully, I propose the name, calling it Halifax West Peggy's Cove. By the way, who doesn't know where Peggy's Cove is? That's great. So,
you know Halifax.
You know, no, you're going to know Peggy's Cove too.
We know Peggy's Cove.
You know Peggy's Cove. Anyway, it's the number. I heard people telling me that it's one of the #1 destinations in the world they'd like to visit before they die. What do you think? And so
we can all come and see you, Elena.
Thank you. Melanie, why don't you talk to us a bit about job growth?
Well, good news this morning. We're bouncing back. 14,000 jobs were created in March, so indeed. So since we've been elected, we've created more than 100,000 new jobs. And when you look at it and in comparing to our neighbor to the south, which is 10 times our economy, has been actually stagnating in terms of job creation. So our plan is working, so that's good news. And I wanted to refer to Richie because a lot of these jobs are created through small businesses. And so that's also the core of our economy. When we're thinking of our defense industrial strategy, for example, we will make sure that the supply chain is in Canada. We want so we want IPs, intellectual property control. We want to be able also to continue to help small businesses to scale up. We have an issue because it's not only our talent leaving to the US, but it's also our companies when they're, we're really good at research, but commercialization is an issue.
The minute that they're successful, the US comes and nabs them.
Exactly. So we're working, we have in the last budget a new venture cap strategy. So we got nearly $1 billion to invest in Canadian venture cap to support and grow our businesses. And we are going to focus on commercialization of research. So it's one thing to have the great research, including in artificial intelligence and quantum, etc. We need to create businesses. We need to make sure that they stay here. We need to offer them ways to grow, and we need to make sure that we create jobs here.
So Prime Minister Carney's vision is based on 4 pillars: talent and resources, unifying our economy, which, by the way, in my lifetime, I've never seen the provinces and territory work so closely together with Government of Canada as I have seen in the last 10 months.
I agree.
And believe me, I've been looking for decades. Not only as a politician, but as a business leader, but also as as a Canadian and as a lawyer. And because of that, we've been able to break down a lot of barriers which needed to be broken down inside Canada. Because I think number one problem we were hearing on the street from everyone is it's easier to deal with countries outside Canada than it is to do business inside Canada. So I'm very, very happy that that is starting to break down. We also have the third pillar, Building Canada, Buying Canada. You talked a bit about that, but also diversifying our trade. Patrick, let me ask you this. I know you're doing a lot between Canada and Europe. What can we do with our businesses? What else can we do with our businesses to sort of harness that strength that Canadians have, but also ensure that we grow our economy and our businesses, regardless of size?
Another easy question. I think it's, again, let me make you a really simple world for a second, but bear with me. Imagine Europe. It's 450 million people. It's the GDP of the US. It's this giant place. It's educated, it's civilized, it shares a ton of our values. I live in Britain, I spend a lot of time in Germany and in the scans. I just feel at home. Like, stuff works, you come back at night, you don't worry. And so you have this place, and it used to get all of its resources from Russia. All its oil, all its wood, all its minerals, and a ton of other stuff, right? That's shut down for, you pick the number, 50 years, 100 years, it's shut down. That region of the world is looking for a partner. And guess what we have? Everything. And so for us, I'm just stating the facts. You don't need to applaud. These are just facts. But there lies the opportunity. The opportunity is really, truly for Canadians need to go to Europe. You need to understand that if we're going to build our defense, they're the leading edge. The US just got a nosebleed out of a terrible conflict in which I don't know if it's how it's going to end. They got a terrible nosebleed. Meanwhile, Ukraine is showing the innovation. Germany is showing the innovation. That's where the real IP and the courage, by the way, whom I immensely admire, that's where all of the infrastructure is being built. And so we have this absolute opportunity for us to jump on, spend the time in Europe, build these partnerships. Everybody thinks of BMW as this big company, but BMW, it's all these little businesses. The ball bearing business and the wheel business. And it's like hundreds and hundreds of these small businesses, family-owned businesses that are incredibly successful. And at the moment, as we speak, because I go to these meetings, they're all repurposing themselves for a world that's going to be without the US. That train has left the station. It's over. So here's our opportunity. Our opportunity in Canada is spend time in Europe, build these relationships, and actually they need us just as we need them, and we're their backup plan. You have to think strategically. Like in the long run, they need a plan B as well, and Canada is their perfect plan B. So for small medium businesses, for all the industries that we're going to invest into aerospace, as well as defense, intelligence, and AI, conflict of interest. I'm on the board of Cohere. I've declared it. But
we love Cohere.
There you go. And these are all things that are just right there for us for the picking. Please, let's do it. Let's build an extraordinary country with a great partnership with Europe.
So building on that, I'm going to get both of your opinion on that. I know you've spent some time in Europe. Richie, tell us what you're doing. Richie, tell us what you're up to.
Well, absolutely. So as Patrick said, he talked about there's two major opportunities for small businesses, the international, what we're doing out there, but also domestic. So on the international front, as the Prime Minister and Minister Sudu is securing trade agreements with many other countries around the world, we're ensuring that through our small and medium-sized enterprise export readiness program, which we're working on, is we're creating that bridge, showing small and medium-sized businesses how they can actually take advantage of it. Because right now it's a huge cultural shift. Small businesses, some don't even realize that they're exporting, but they are. So we're enabling more of that. And we're creating all those opportunities. And the best way to do it is by building relations with many other countries. Maninder is constantly taking businesses here from Canada onto trade trips into different places around the world. That is also creating opportunity. But what we're also doing domestically is right when we came into government is we brought down all the federal, provincial, and territorial trade barriers that existed, which is enabling small and medium-sized enterprises to also take advantage of being able to trade within our country. We need to make sure that we are acting like one country as opposed to 13, and thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister, we are accomplishing that.
Well, indeed, at the time when I was foreign minister, when the Ukraine war started, we saw bit by bit this pivot. But I think now we're seizing much more the economic opportunity of Europe, not only following the Ukraine war, but also following the decision by the Trump administration to impose tariffs. And so there was a first wake-up call, but now there's yes, an important one. And I remember a year ago being in the Munich Security Conference saying, if it happens to us, you're next. And that's exactly what happened. That being said, what is interesting right now is that we need to work with, yes, Europe, also Asia, because obviously these dependencies are towards particularly Russia on the energy side. That's the case also on critical minerals. And we need to be able to have secure supply chains. And so we need to do two things, really, and that was the PM's Davos speech, which is really working together to diversify our markets, create ultimately an important platform for middle powers to work together to counter protectionism. That can come from the US, that can come from China as well, and eventually being able to secure that market that is more than 1 billion people, that is very attracting, and that we can help, offer our products and our services, but also be able to create opportunities here back home. We're too dependent on the US, we know that. Every time we're trying to diversify, it's as if it's so much easier for businesses. But what I feel and what I hear when talking to CEOs and people across the different regions of Canada is that geopolitical risk and that unpredictability coming south of the border is such a huge factor in their decision making that now they have no choice. They have no choice either to look east or west, like Richie was saying, to be able to work and create opportunities across the country, or to actually go elsewhere. And so that moment is important because we have the business sector with us, we have the unions with us, we have the researchers with us. Guys, we have Canadians with us, so we'll use it and we will make sure that we build our country strong. Thank you.
I think I saw you wanting to say something when we talked about diversification and we mentioned Asia.
Yeah, no, look, because I live in Europe, it's very easy to see. I'm at dinners, I'm at convention, you see how all of these threads are weaving as we speak, right? And in Canada, we have this extraordinary benefit that's also a liability. We're far away from trouble. We really are. We're the most, if you have a Canadian passport, I always jokingly say, you won the lottery. Because
I think we know that very well.
Yeah,
Seriously.
we all do. We all do. But my point is, so because I live in Europe, I see all of these, but I know for a fact that the Cohere team, it's winning contracts in Japan. Yeah. It's winning contracts in Korea. Yeah. It's winning because they're living the same thing. I'm not close to it day to day personally, but you can see, you're absolutely right, Mr. Joly, that we have the same opportunities for Asia, and we've heard earlier today in another panel I was listening to for natural resources and all of our resources, like India and Indonesia and all these countries, again, there's massive partnerships to be built. So it's not only Europe. I just gave you the vignette of Europe because Europe is where I live, and you know it's happening. So there lies the opportunity.
And you've been talking about Cohere. Not everybody knows Cohere.
Oh, so here we go. Here's, again, a very classic Canadian story, right? So I'm going to apologize first because it's Canadian. And so here's what we did. The Canadian government in the 1970s and 1980s invested in something called artificial intelligence through an organization called CFAR. Everybody knows CFAR? Yes, good. So CFAR does like fundamental research. They work on stuff that nobody cares about, right? So in the 1970s, 1980s, and early 1990s, nobody cared about AI, but we basically created these chairs of research that actually attracted the best researchers of the world to do AI in Canada, right? Yep. As a result of which, now, and so these people, I mean, I'm making a joke, but it's half a joke. They're all on whiteboards writing all their formulas, and then they look at it and they say, one day we'll have enough compute to run this stuff. And then until then, let's go play table tennis, right? And they're professors at universities, and they do amazing things. The compute showed up. The compute showed up a half decade ago when I was at Google. When I was at Google, I was in the meeting when Jeff Dean said, I've solved Translate. I can translate any language in any language. The only problem, Patrick, is I need a data center to do this. And I was with Larry and Sergey. We're having a good, and they looked at me and they said, can we give him a data center? And I'm like, yeah, of course we can give him a data center if we're going to solve Translate 40 languages by 40 languages. We, in Canada, have all of this talent. We've built it, and now it's getting stolen from everyone around the world. We have 10% of all the IP of AI here at Mila, here in Montreal. We have it at the Vector Institute with Waterloo. And everybody wants our stuff. And what we've done is, one of the teams, so Jeff Hinton, one of the University of Toronto professors, when I was at Google, we hired Jeff. We took him on a contract for 7 years at Google. He left with his team of researchers, including a young guy called Aiden, and they wrote this seminal paper that is really the paper that actually launched AI, the Transformer paper. You've heard it in the progress. Go Transformer! And the Transformer paper was actually co-authored by Aiden, Canadian, in Toronto, right? So now the US is the US. What do? They do what they do really well. They do OpenAI, they do Anthropic. They tell the world, we've already solved this, it's our answer, that's it. So you get on the bandwagon. And Aiden and his team of kind of redoutables Gaulois dans leur village au nord, they came up and they said, no, we're going to start Cohere. And at first, it's about...
In Canada.
In Canada, in Toronto. And so what happened is we launched this little company, Inovia Capital, my venture firm, because we do crazy stuff. We kind of backed them up. We backed up the truck. Here, take all my money. And so Cohere is now, there's only 4 countries in the world that have foundation AI models. The US, China, France, a company called Mistral, and us. And now, Cohere is the company for the coalition of the willing, the free will. If you think ahead of the next 25 years, do you want your stuff to run on US infrastructure? I don't think so. Do you want it to run on Chinese infrastructure? Cohere is the choice for the world. So now we're building a global champion. That's the Cohere story.
And of course, we now have a minister of AI.
Yes, Evan Solomon is working very closely with the Cohere team. And Joël Lightbaum also, the minister in charge of procurement, is working.
Yes.
And our goal is not only to support, indeed, Cohere, which is a major achievement for us. We need to really help all the small businesses that can benefit in the AI sector. And that will, and afterwards, also translate in the steel sector, the aerospace sector, all the different industries that I'm much more in charge of. But that's why I wanted people to hear Patrick's point of view and actually story on Cohere, because I think it's not known enough. And I think we should celebrate Canadian successes.
And by the way, I want to really thank the Canadian government who supported Cohere as well. Because what did the U.S. do? The military will give them a big contract, the big governments will give, and then they say, okay, declare victory. This is our champion. You're stuck, right? You have to, and we've done the same thing. We're finally standing up and we're saying, no. This is our champion. This is going to be a global champion. We're supporting it. So thank you, Canada.
And how do we bring Canadians along who may still be a little bit worried about AI and all of that, like from your experience and expertise? Because that's still happening, and I don't mean...
AI is going to change everything. Like, think of it this way.
But for the better, right?
Before... AI is going to change everything, just like there used to be horses. And then somebody invented the motor. And the motor itself is a driving force that invented the car, the locomotive, the lawnmower. AI is like the motor. It's going to change everything you do. It's going to be slow in some places. It's going to be super fast in others. But it's just an incredible opportunity. And so for all the business people, just get onto, if you can get onto Cohere, go on Cohere. If you don't, try any tool, but don't wait, because it's going to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, there's going to be big changes. Like, there's a ton of, whoever's doing bureaucracy, that's going to disappear. That's going to be gone. Like, anything that is like, I fill in Form 16A and I give it to, and then they put it into a spreadsheet, it's all gone. And for good. Like, who wants to live in that world? And let's build great things instead.
So
let's solve cancer. Why don't we solve cancer? Why don't we build industries?
Absolutely, and I think that's something that we are working on as well in Canada, and I do hope one day we can do that, as well as solving some issues on the immigration side as well with AI, making it more efficient, more productive, faster processing, but also weeding out those, for integrity issues and so on.
Here's the
I shouldn't have opened that one.
No,
up.
right. Here's the analogy I want to leave to everyone. I'm going to make a leap with the world of software and the last 20 years. All right? Cloud and software and compute. 20 years ago, you wanted to listen to a song. Let's say that you had a song of Céline Dion in your head, and you're like, I want to listen to that song, right? You got into your car, you drove down the high, you went to the shopping center, you went to HMV or something, you bought the damn CD, you came back home, you lost an hour and a half of your life in traffic, you paid $19.99, right? That's the world in which you used to live. You haven't noticed, but today, because of these changes, any song you want, like, just think of a song. You just go to your phone. It's instant. It's free, right? This is the benefit of compute, cloud, AI. And now that's what's going to happen to AI to you again. It's all like, think of the positive. Like, do you still want to go to HMV? That's my point. So here's the opportunity for us.
Absolutely. So coming down to the last couple of minutes, I'm going to give each of you a minute to conclude. Richie, go ahead.
Yeah, as we're leveraging artificial intelligence to empower small businesses, leveraging AI to make our worlds more better, more efficient, we're going to make sure through the leadership of Evan Solomon that we're going to keep Canadians safe and protect Canadians and empower. There is one thing that's going on in terms of AI that is on the minds of many women, which is the negative impacts of artificial intelligence, especially through AI and what we're seeing online with deep fakes. We've put forward legislation, thanks to Sean Fraser, to ensure that through Bill C-16, we're going to be ensuring that we're protecting women from artificial intelligence and specifically around deep fakes. So I just want to make sure, if you haven't seen that, it's within our legislation to make sure that we are protecting women while they're online as well as kids. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you for that. Melanie?
Well, I think it's interesting because we're talking a lot about building a Canadian economy, but fundamentally we're also talking about our sovereignty. Digital sovereignty is fundamental, being able to have the different levers of our economy in our hands. A country is as strong as its economy, fundamentally, and its people, of course. And so there are so many things we're working on as a government. We can't do it alone. We need to bring people along. We need to bring Canadians along. And that's why I wanted to say thank you to all of you for being here. Today, we have this convention of 4,500 people. We've never had so many people. And so it's important for your voice to be heard here, but also going back home, explain to your friends, your family, why we're doing this. Why, yes, the government, but the Liberal Party of Canada is taking in its hands the present, but also the future of our country. And we have so much opportunity. I think, many of us have traveled the country, but traveled also a lot around the world. And trust me, it is the best country on earth.
So, with less than a minute left, I think I've got a really good job here to thank you all for being on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming
Thank you,
and
Linda.
being with us. It's always wonderful to hear non-politicians as well give us their opinions. But I think what I want the audience to know is you have a government that is listening to you, that is listening to Canadians, that has the vision of Canadians. And this is a Liberal Party that brings people along with it into this family. So those of you that have been in this family for decades, thank you for being with us. And many of you that are here for the first time, we want to thank you. Please know that you can always reach any of us and know that we have your back. Why? Because we know you have our backs. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à tous.
Merci à tous.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 13 heures. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 1 p.m. Le programme débutera dans 5 minutes. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. veuillez accueillir la députée du Nunavut, Laurie Idlout. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Nunavut, Laurie Idlout.
Unuksakut. Good afternoon. How exciting is this? How is everyone doing? I love all the energy and how exciting it is for me to introduce this panel, Force of Nature, Protecting Canada's Natural Environment. And I must say, all the MPs that I'll be introducing are individually their own forces of nature. They are such great people and wonderful colleagues that I'm learning to work with, and what an honor it is for me to join in my first Liberal convention. Biggest one in history. How exciting is that? Sivudlang mitakwa inukto kakto kumatuin ng mayong atunga suktitaw tavani tunga sukataw gasi ati kuvya sukatakta ino katibut no nakakakto si mayuit takwa naratyang nek pilirityang nek kayo sa katigitiang nek tana no navumiuno Canada miuno kayo sa tiang nang manaron ng ito arene. Very quickly, what I said in Inuktitut. What an honor to be here at the largest Liberal convention where we get to talk about issues affecting Nunavut and Canada, issues affecting Indigenous peoples and Canadians. How awesome is this? Yay! Someone from Nunavut, yay! Okay, so I'm going to be introducing the panel. Please join me in giving the warmest welcome to all these fabulous forces of nature. Natalie Provost, Julie Drabusin, Rebecca Alty, Joanne Thompson, Wade Grant, and the fabulous Shannon Medema, who will be the moderator. Kuya namik, everyone.
Wow. Bonjour tout le monde. Quel honneur, quel plaisir d'être devant vous aujourd'hui et avec cette équipe merveilleuse. Aujourd'hui, on va vous parler d'une force de la nature, a force of nature. I am so proud of the title of this strategy. So here we are today. In May 2025, a year ago, I received a call by Mark Carney, telling me, Madame Provost, would you like to be member of my cabinet? And I have a very, very great challenge for you. I want to succeed at 30 by 30. And I didn't know what was 30 by 30. But when Mark Carney asks you something, you do it. You take your sleeves like that and you succeed. Je vais le redire en français parce que c'était probablement le matin le plus important de ma vie. J'ai été appelée en mai l'année passée par M. Carney qui m'a dit « Madame Provost, voulez-vous être membre de mon cabinet? Et Madame Provost, j'ai un mandat pour vous, un défi. Je veux qu'on réussisse à protéger 30 % de notre territoire terrestre et marin pour 2030. » Quand il me l'a dit, je ne savais même pas que le Canada avait pris cet engagement-là. Mais je me suis dit, quand on reçoit un défi comme celui-là, on se retrousse les manches et on le relève. Et j'ai été très privilégiée parce que ce défi-là, on le relève en équipe. C'est quelque chose d'important, la nature au Canada. Tout le monde, peu importe ses allégeances, peu importe son âge, tout le monde croit en la nature. Tout le monde s'identifie à la nature au Canada. C'est un privilège que nous avons d'avoir une nature exceptionnelle. Les touristes viennent nous visiter pour notre nature. On est reconnu quand on demande qu'est-ce que c'est le Canada. Une des premières choses qui vient après le hockey puis le sirop d'érable, bien sûr, c'est la nature. Oui, 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 vous pouvez l'applaudir. Et donc, non seulement on s'engage et on poursuit l'engagement du Canada, mais on a choisi de se donner les moyens de réussir à protéger 30 du territoire terrestre et marin. Parce que c'est fondamental pour nous. Et donc, nous allons respecter notre engagement de 2025. Nous allons créer des parcs nationaux, nous allons créer des aires marines, des espaces verts, conserver et restaurer les riches écosystèmes via le Fonds canadien de protection de la nature et nous allons collaborer. Et non seulement collaborer, mais nous allons utiliser leur savoir, leur expertise et leur présence des communautés autochtones pour reconnaître leur leadership en conservation et aller plus loin tous ensemble. Oui, 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 encore une fois. Et la semaine dernière, malgré ça a été long, hein, c'était dans le discours du trône, mais la semaine dernière, nous avons annoncé et lancé le plan Une force de la nature pour protéger l'environnement naturel du Canada. Et M. Carney était là avec nous. C'est un plan ambitieux. Il incarne nos valeurs et notre engagement non seulement envers nos promesses, mais envers les générations futures. Tout le monde le sait. Si on ne protège pas la nature, c'est notre survie qui est en danger. Nous devons le faire. C'est important pour moi. C'est important pour nous. C'est important pour nos enfants, nos petits-enfants, et c'est important pour la planète tout entière. Nous avons un privilège exceptionnel. Nous avons un patrimoine exceptionnel et nous devons le protéger. C'est notre responsabilité. Oui. Je vais vous donner des chiffres. Ils sont assez impressionnants. En ce moment, nous avons seulement 14 % de nos terres qui sont protégées et 15,5 % de nos eaux. Mais nous voulons atteindre le 30 %. Ça représente 1,6 million de kilomètres carrés de terre, soit 1,7 fois la superficie de la Colombie-Britannique. Et nous devons protéger aussi plus de 715 000 kilomètres carrés d'océan. C'est une superficie marine presque équivalente à celle de l'Alberta. Donc, c'est immense le travail qui nous attend. Mais notre stratégie démontre clairement que la protection de la nature et la croissance économique peuvent aller de pair. Moi, j'ai eu l'occasion, le privilège de rencontrer des gens de toutes les provinces dans la dernière année. Tout le monde y croit, puis tout le monde croit que nous devons aussi bâtir le Canada. Nous ne devons pas faire ou, ce ne sera pas conserver ou développer notre économie, ça doit être un « et ». Nous devons réussir à faire tout ensemble. Ensemble comme individus, comme communauté, comme nation, comme peuple, mais nous devons le réussir ensemble, c'est-à-dire et l'économie, et la nature, et le climat, et l'eau. Et on va y arriver parce que vous allez nous supporter. Des initiatives comme celle-là demandent que nous réussissions à le faire non seulement à l'échelle générale, hein, on a parlé de grands ensembles, mais il faut que dans tous vos comtés, tous les endroits à travers le Canada, qu'on aille chercher l'engagement des citoyens. Quand on parle de grands chiffres, on pense souvent aux grands espaces, mais il faut aussi donner accès à la nature à tous les Canadiens. C'est pour ça que les parcs urbains font partie du parc et c'est pour ça aussi qu'on va travailler avec les groupes qui sont déjà dans vos communautés et qui font déjà un travail extraordinaire. La collaboration est au cœur de ce qu'on doit réaliser. Et nous devons aussi innover. Si on continue sur le même chemin, c'est-à-dire la même stratégie qui a été adoptée jusqu'à présent, on va y arriver, mais on n'y arrivera pas pour 2030. Si on veut réussir à protéger la nature pour 2030, nous devons adopter de nouvelles approches. Et c'est ce que nous voyons dans le plan. Donc, on mise sur ce qu'on fait déjà bien, donc protéger la nature, conserver, mais on veut aussi bâtir bien le Canada. Tout à l'heure, dans le panel, il y aura certainement Julie ou d'autres qui vont vous expliquer qu'on veut travailler aussi avec les autres mesures de conservation qui permettent de travailler en collaboration entre des projets qui développent l'économie, par exemple des projets énergétiques et des projets ou la foresterie ou l'agriculture et des projets qui protègent la nature. Donc, et je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, aucune région ne sera laissée pour compte. Il faut qu'on travaille partout, tous ensemble. On va continuer aussi avec le laisser-passer un Canada fort. Ce laisser-passer donne accès à tout le Canada, à nos collègues, à nos citoyens, pardon. Ils sont avec nous, ils voient le Canada, ils voient ses richesses, parce que par Canada, c'est une emblème pour nous. Et nous devons nous assurer que tous les Canadiens connaissent ces lieux extraordinaires que nous avons et que nous chérissons. Et un Canada fort donne accès gratuitement à tous les Canadiens à ces beaux espaces. Et c'est cette vision, on le sent, on l'a reçu depuis la semaine dernière, les échos sont positifs, ça nous unit autour d'un futur plus vert, plus fort et plus résilient. En conclusion, a force of nature is... Oh, non, avant de la conclusion. Il y a un autre élément que j'ai oublié d'aborder, puis on va y revenir. Nous devons travailler en utilisant les leviers de la finance. Une de mes plus grandes surprises quand j'ai été désignée, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, et on en a fait partout au Canada des efforts incroyables, l'argent qui est là pour protéger la nature, c'est l'argent de nos taxes. On ne peut pas formellement investir dans la nature. Même si tout le monde parle d'investir et du capital naturel, la finance ne fonctionne pas pour la nature. Il faut utiliser l'argent de nos taxes. Et ça fait que c'est extrêmement coûteux. En ce moment, plus de 80% de l'argent mis pour protéger la nature provient de nos taxes, provient de nos impôts. Nous devons débloquer le levier financier pour aller là où on veut. Et c'est le troisième pilier, et il est stratégique pour arriver à nos fins pour 2030. On va le faire, on va y arriver et nous allons innover. Parce que quand on le fait à l'échelle du Canada, on le fait à l'échelle des provinces, on le fait à l'échelle des municipalités et on transforme, on devient des catalyseurs, pas juste des réalisateurs, on est des catalyseurs, on va plus vite, plus loin et plus fort ensemble. Donc, in conclusion, a force of nature is much more than a strategy. It is a commitment we make to Canadians, a commitment to protect what makes Canada unique, a commitment to take action on climate change and biodiversity loss, a commitment to leave future generations a stronger, more sustainable, and more resilient Canada, and a commitment to unite Canadians under a shared vision for a stronger Canada that values both our people and our planet. With that, I wish you an excellent panel and convention, yes, filled with rich and inspiring discussions. Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue encore à Montréal. Savourer bien ma belle ville. Et thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Nathalie, pour ces bonnes nouvelles, pour ton énergie et ton optimisme. Very much appreciated. I'm Shannon Miedema, and I'm the Member of Parliament for Halifax. And it's great to be here. This is my first convention. Newbie MP as of a year ago, but very happy to be a co-chair of the Environment and Climate Caucus for the Liberals and the chair of the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee in the House. And on behalf of the Environment and Climate Caucus, we are so thrilled with the launch of Force of Nature, the Nature Strategy. We think it's so wise and so exciting, and it's exactly what we need to do. So it's my pleasure to be moderating a Q&A here for about a half an hour with my esteemed colleagues. So I'll start with the Honorable Julie DeBrusen. As Natalie kind of outlined, we just launched Force of Nature. Maybe you could share a little bit of, in your own words, an overview of the plan, why it's so critical for our planet, our economy, and our identity as Canadians.
Right. I actually could probably talk for a whole half hour about this on its own, because I'm really excited about this whole project that we did. It's like, a big shout out, right? The Force of Nature is a huge thing. Like, when we talk about it, like, this is important not just for our country, it's important for the world. Canada is the second largest country in the world. We have the longest coastline in the world. We are a force of nature as a country. And so with this plan that we put forward, we're talking about, in very concrete ways, we set out how are we going to move forward to protect 30 by 30 in our country. That doesn't move just the dial for our country, although it does. It also moves the dial for the world at large. And I think that we should be really proud as Canadians in this moment that we are taking that leadership role and showing that Canada is standing up and standing up for nature, and we're actually doing this that's going to help support the whole world. So I think that's a big moment. I'm sorry, though. I'm just going to take a few more seconds if I can. So let me just break it down a little bit. I mean, actually, for just a moment, when I'm looking at all of you, like how many of you have a favorite green space, a favorite forest, or a beach, somewhere you go? Yeah, right? Like we all really, like we do. It's something that about where we can connect with other people and sometimes disconnect from other people, and that's okay too. But what we're doing with this force of nature is that we're actually helping to support the protection of more lands. We're actually creating 2 new parks. So it was really exciting to be able to support Seal River coming out, East James Bay. We're also working, and Joanne might be able to talk a little bit about some of the announcements that she got to make as well in other protections. We're working on how we have a bigger vision, and I think, Nathalie, really said it out well about how are we going to be working as we build Canada. How do we build it well? How are we making sure that we're protecting nature and we're building a strong Canada? And we're also working on how can we get more people engaged in these protections, people who might not have always seen themselves or as part of it, because there's a very unifying project in this. And so this is about like the rancher who's protecting their grasslands. It's about the community and any of your communities who cares about a green space. How do we help support and enable all of that? So that's a very high level piece, but I think it's very exciting, it's empowering, and in a moment where I believe, I feel it, and I think many of you in this room do too, that Canada has a strong moment to stand up as a country and to experience the joy of our country. Having a strong nature policy is really important. So that was a big step forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Julie. And what's great about the nature strategy is it's not just about lands. It's about oceans as well. It's about our marine environment, which is very close to home for me in Halifax. So Honorable Joanne Thompson, maybe you could talk a little bit about all of your shiny big announcements you've been making recently on restoring Canada's fish populations and protecting the ecosystems they depend on. And maybe what's been the impact of that, and how does the nature strategy build on the work that we've already been doing as a Liberal government?
Thank you, and let me tell you, it is a pleasure for me to talk about nature and understanding that nature still is our waterway, it's our fisheries, it's our habitat, and how we work collaboratively. And if you look across the panel, you know, this is truly I think the transformational moment in our history where we are able to work across government together, understanding that we each carry a slightly different focus, but it is that collective focus that is going to allow us to ensure that we protect, and I'll use fisheries obviously in our ocean and fishery habitat, but we have this resource for next generation. And at the same time, we're building the economy in our rural, coastal, and Indigenous communities. And the announcement that I am so privileged to have been able to make in the last week, you know, in BC 2 days ago, on protection for wild Pacific salmon and the work that we need to do to ensure that collectively and collaboratively we are meeting this moment and ensuring that wild Pacific salmon are part of our ecosystem as we move forward. And yes, and we need to celebrate this. It is, you know, $1 billion over 10 years to protect wild Pacific salmon. That's significant. And then on the East Coast, you know, I haven't made the official announcement on the East Coast because this has happened very quickly, but over $80 million for wild Atlantic salmon. And I can tell you, I am hearing from so many in that sector on the East Coast saying this is so important for many of the same reasons as the West Coast, but we really need to work together and target how it is we're going to ensure that wild Atlantic salmon are in abundance and able to continue to be part of Atlantic Canada access and food sources for all rural and Indigenous communities. And then at the same time, I want to just highlight something that we put in place a couple of months ago, which is safe whale gear on the East Coast. And I think what was so phenomenal about this strategy, and that's the language that we use to talk about it, a comprehensive program, but a program that is developed from, we call, as we say, the wharf or the communities forward. So harvesters are leading the work, the buy-in and wisdom of government to be able to say, look, we need to do this work, we need to do it quickly, but we need to ensure that the voices, the people who do, who are in the vessels, who are doing the fishing, who are doing the work, they understand what they need to see to do, to be able to harvest, but at the same time to be able to protect the broader environment. And I think, if I can leave on that note, that this is comprehensive. It's not a top-down. It really is about engagement across the country, but it is focused and targeted that we will achieve what it is we say we're going to achieve because we're doing it together, and that's transformational.
Thank you, Joanne. That's wonderful. And I think what's so exciting about our government and so important is that we're working with communities. We're engaging at the local level. We're also working with Indigenous communities and leaning on their wisdom as we move forward with reconciliation. So I'll turn to the Honorable Rebecca Alty. Indigenous wisdom and leadership are central to fighting climate change, as we all know. Can you tell us a little bit more about why this is so important and how the Liberal Party is incorporating Indigenous perspectives into the fight against climate change?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So as mentioned, my name is Rebecca Alty. I'm the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories, so I represent 1/6 of Canada. Thank you. And I guess representing 1/6 of Canada wasn't enough. The Prime Minister asked if I could step up and work with communities and nations across the country. So I've had the honor of going coast to coast to coast, engaging with Indigenous leadership. And one of the things that was great was Julie was up in Yellowknife at the beginning of July, being able to announce the formal start. The money was going to flow for the Indigenous Land Guardians program of the Northwest Territories, Our Land for the Future. And so it was great to see in the force of nature. Yes, for sure. In the strategy, there's a further commitment to expand that program. And so we have a number of Indigenous guardianship programs across the country. The one in the Northwest Territories, again, this is a huge area in Canada. And so to be able to have the boots on the ground, the eyes and ears out on the land, to be able to be monitoring and reporting back about the changing conditions, to be practicing culture, to be able to share that with the younger generation, to be creating those good paying jobs across the country in small communities. It's really important. I was up in Fort McPherson last week and being able to talk about the shoreline erosion and hearing the recommendations from community. It's not the over-engineered, it's looking at willows. And willows are in the area, and so being able to look at how do we address shoreline erosion, how do we address permafrost thaw, which can release huge greenhouse gas emissions. So it is really making sure that we're working with local leaders, local knowledge, that they're being able to pass it on and work with the next generation, and using those local solutions to address this big project. And the final thing I would say is on the Northwest Territories, Our Land for the Future, 22 Indigenous governments leading that work. It's the world's largest Indigenous-led conservation effort, so I just want to give a big shout out to them.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now I will turn to my great, also new colleague, Wade Grant. Canada is one of the most, yes, yay, Wade! Canada is one of the most nature-rich countries on Earth, as we all know, with 20% of the world's fresh water. And we are so blessed to have lakes and rivers as freshwater. We know it's a precious resource that we need, but also that we thrive in for recreation, for cultural identity, for all sorts of things. How is the Liberal government going to move forward to protect our critical freshwater resources, and what role can Indigenous peoples play in this?
Well, thank you, Shannon. And my name is Wade Grant. I come from the Musqueam Nation, which is in Vancouver Quadra, and I'm so honored to be the 4th First Nations person to be elected a member of Parliament in British Columbia. I grew up on the mouth of the Fraser River, which is the heart of Vancouver Quadra. As you fly into Vancouver, if you look to the left, if you're coming in eastward, you'll see the Fraser River. And I harken back to what the Honourable Julie DeBruzen talked about as you grew up, the green space or the waterway that you remember. And I remember not just being at the mouth of the Fraser River, but the tributaries that entered into the Fraser River. Those were my playgrounds, watching the fish come to spawn. But there weren't very many fish spawning in the creek that I grew up around. Actually, we had the last wild salmon-bearing creek, because as the city of Vancouver grew up, they went over them with roads and other things, and the last one runs right through Vancouver Quadra. In the 1990s, we had probably less than 10 fish coming back, but because of collaboration with First Nations, private sector, and government, last year we had over 120 chum and coho coming back up that wild salmon-bearing creek. So it shows you that we do need a strategy, because one size doesn't fit all across this country. And as I've noticed, as I've traveled under my new role as parliamentary secretary, whether it be in British Columbia in the Shuswap, whether it be Lake Winnipeg, whether it be in Lake Simcoe, whether it be in Wallastock River that runs through New Brunswick, we need to have a freshwater security strategy. Is something that Honourable Julie DeBruzen announced on World Water Day about 2 weeks ago, and that's something we're going to work on across this country, engaging with different levels of government, First Nations, experts, so that we can protect that for future generations. My kids should grow up in a place that's more abundant than it was for me, and that's the commitment that I want to make as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Quadra, and also somebody that's very, very, very so thankful for the work that's been done beforehand, and thankful for the work that we're going to do together in the future.
Thanks for that, Wade. And while I have you, you mentioned your children, and we haven't talked about youth yet. So our Liberal government's been clear about creating more opportunities for our youth in our Budget 2025 and in our platform commitments. What can we do to train them to respond to climate emergencies and strengthen resilience in communities across this country?
Well, my children are 17 and 15. I grew up at a time where climate change was really on the outskirts of conversations in the 1980s. But I had a teacher in elementary school in grade 5 and 6, and she's one of my mentors to this day. Her name is Valerie Jerome. She's a sister of the great Harry Jerome, who was a great sprinter back in his day, held the world record for the 100-meter dash for a number of years. But she came to our school to tell us about this existential crisis about the ozone layer, about what's happening with the ozone layer back in the 80s and 90s, that what we need to do as not only as children, but as families and as a country to work together. We didn't know very much about it, but she took it out of her day to educate us about the environment, about reduce, reuse, recycle, all these types of things. It was something that we'd never heard of before. And if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have been as engaged as I was. So we need to take a leadership role in providing the tools for the next generation. My kids do have climate anxiety. They worry about the world that they are going to inherit. But I am so thankful to watch the youth step forward in tremendous amounts of ways. I don't know how many were there last night as we had a reception to talk about the environment, but to see so many young Canadians come forward, how do we provide those tools? That's why we committed to the Youth Climate Corps. That's why we want to make sure that we give them the tools that they are asking for to protect the environment today, tomorrow, and future generations. And I look out here and I see so many young Canadians that want to be a part of the solution. I want you to know, people say youth are the future. I say you are the now. You are the leaders of today, and we need to provide those tools for you. And that's the commitment that I want to make for all of you.
Awesome. Okay, let's go back to coastal communities, Joanne. So they feel the effects of climate change in real time, as we've known and experienced more and more over the last number of years. How's the Liberal government's climate agenda responding to what those communities are experiencing?
So thank you, and you know it is an important question because the people who live closest to the ocean are often the first to see the impact of climate change on their community, on their livelihood. And so I think, you know, again, to the point of engagement, and I'm so proud of the work that our government is doing around true engagement and collaboration. And, you know, in a specific point, I was in Iqaluit maybe 2 weeks ago to announce 2 marine protected areas. And, you know, that's a reflection of a decade at least of targeted, dedicated commitment to ensuring that we protect mammals at risk, we protect our ocean spaces, we protect the resources for the next generation. And clearly the harvesters, the Indigenous people I spoke with when I was in Iqaluit, I feel they are leading us in terms of being able to clearly demonstrate that we can protect these fragile, important spaces and waterways in our country, and at the same time support the industry that communities, coastal, rural, Indigenous communities are dependent on. And it is that balance. And I saw that, I heard it, and it was really encouraging. And then also, you know, it was really exciting to be able to announce a small craft harbor in Clyde River in Nunavut. And this is transformational. And Wade, to your point, the excitement was with young harvesters, Indigenous harvesters, who now see themselves being able to feed their families, but also see themselves as a livelihood on the ocean, because it's that connection from a community safely to access the waterways. So there's so many examples that I can give from coast to coast to coast of the work this government is supporting, but in a tangible way that allows us and the young people and harvesters who've spent their lives on the water, but how we're able to support that work, which is the strength of our coastal, rural, Indigenous communities, but we also have always the lens and a focus on how it is we support the sustainability and the conservation of ecosystems and species that we know are challenged, but it's the balance and the blend. And I think, you know, we all need to be incredibly proud of the work government is doing. It's not just a speaking note. We are actively demonstrating we can do both, and we need to continue to say that and push against those that say it's one or the other. It's not. We're living this, and we do it incredibly well. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Yeah, I think that what's been so inspiring in the last year in this work has been the real pragmatic approach that we've been taking, where environment and climate, you know, I was a climate professional for 20 years before doing this, and, you know, it was always a little silo to the side, and it doesn't work that way. It only works when environment and climate is infused across all of the major works that we're doing and all of the problems that we're solving. So, yeah, it's a really exciting time for sure. I'm going to go back over to you, Rebecca, because sticking on kind of climate impacts, we know that Indigenous communities are often at the front line when we have climate impacts, and studies have shown that they're disproportionately impacted by extreme weather events like wildfires and floods and droughts and permafrost thaw. So how is the Liberal Party advancing solutions to protect communities on the front lines of climate change in this way?
Yeah, there's a number of things, but I think the one I would touch on is the work that we're doing with, that again is Indigenous-led. And so I was in Iqaluit in November, as well as in the Nunatsiavut region in Labrador in November, being able to announce with the community funding to support hydroelectric projects. And so for these communities, they're operated on diesel. And so Iqaluit's the last capital in Canada that's diesel operated. And so being able to transform that into being hydroelectric, and again, Inuit-led energy project, that's reducing the number of tankers that are coming up with the diesel every year. which is also that cost of living impact. You know, the war in Iran was going to have a disproportionate impact on those in the diesel communities. In the Nunavut region, they came forward with ideas, the hydroelectric, again, to get communities off diesel. There's solar panels that we're supporting, and looking at tidal wind. And so there's, in the Northwest Territories, again, looking at some run-of-the-river hydroelectric projects, because of a lot of our northern and Indigenous communities are still on diesel, and they want to make that positive impact to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, but also to ensure that they've got that security. So there's a number of other things, you know, risk assessments with communities, making sure that communities are moving out of flood zones and building into better spaces. And we'll continue to work with Indigenous leaders to hear the problems and the recommended solutions to move forward.
Excellent. We'll go back to Julie. So, and you know, you just give some great examples of how we're building and how we're actually balancing economic, environment, social outcomes. So Pillar 2 of Canada's Nature Plan is building well. In this moment of economic uncertainty, can you explain why it's so important that we do build, but that we do it in the right way, and how we're going to do that? Maybe some more examples?
Amazing. Well, thank you. And look, I think that actually Rebecca provided some good examples right there. But we're in a moment. We know we need to build in Canada. We know that there's infrastructure that we need, there are projects that we need. And so as we do it, the big issue is not just that we need to build it, we need to build it well. And what does that mean? There are a couple of different things that it means. One of them, if we're talking about force of nature specifically, is, and it was in our platform, so it's a tribute to everyone who went out and knocked on doors and was talking about making sure we could do these kinds of things, is that we're going to do mapping so that we know better where are species at risk in advance, where are carbon sensitive areas that we want to protect. That way, when a project goes forward, people know in advance. Like the proponent can look at it and say, hey, I know that this area, this is not the best area to be building that project. But you know what? I can move it just slightly over here, and that's actually a fine place to do that project. And that's a way of making sure that we're actually getting the information at the outset so that we know how, when we're building, we're actually building it in a way that's taking into account these sensitive areas that we want to protect. So I think that that's a really important starting point. But there's the other part about, like, what does it mean when we're saying that we're building Canada? And projects like that we're talking about getting Iqaluit off of diesel. I mean, if we're going to go over to the East Coast, when we're talking about offshore wind development in that area, so important for the opportunities in the East Coast, and also a chance for us to be making sure that we have more clean electricity. If we go to the BC coast, we have the Northwest Corridor. That's a really exciting project because it's building out electricity. It's actually going to help support local communities. It's also going to help to support mines. But at the very same time, it's protecting nature. And I'm gonna venture out. I can't remember exactly. We always choose different countries. But I believe it's going to be protecting the same landmass as Greece. So we're talking about large areas that we're protecting at the same time as we're building this infrastructure that we need. And that's important because we have to do it right. We know that when we're talking about, as a country, what we want to do, we want to have a strong electrical grid. We want to build a clean electrical grid. We know that we need that because it actually makes us more economically viable. And at the same time, we also want to make sure we're doing it right. And these kinds of projects, and especially when we have projects like the one that Rebecca was talking about, we're engaging local communities as we do it. That's all part of building well. So I really, that's a second pillar to the force of nature, and it's really an important one. And it's a pillar because when we're talking about how we're going to be protecting nature, how we're going to be building, we need all of the pillars to hold up this house. And so that's a really important piece. Can I have 1 second to pitch one more thing that I don't think we've talked enough about? I know it's not Build Canada, I'm sorry. But I just also want to really encourage everybody. We have a Canada Strong Pass again out there. This is a chance for everybody, And this is a chance for everyone to be able to get out and explore Canadian national parks, national heritage sites, get other people out. We did it last year, and it actually encouraged more visits to these sites. That's a great thing because it gives a chance for all of us to get to explore different parts of our country we might not have seen. It's also really good because it supports nearby communities, and especially in rural Canada, this creates job opportunities and tourism opportunities in a lot of communities. So I'm just going to pitch it. All of you, this is your chance. Get out there and explore our beautiful country so that we're not just talking about nature, but we're all going to be exploring it. And then we can come back and we can all debate which is our favorite national park. I know that it can get a little controversial when we have these conversations, but I have a whole bunch of favorites, and I'd love to hear about everybody else about what are your favorite parts to explore too.
That's great, Julie. Your enthusiasm and your passion is so admirable. You've been working on the environmental file for so long. I'm going to stick with you for one last quick question. I know you have 2 daughters. I think one is here this week. You've been a climate advocate forever. What motivates you to do this hard work, and why do you remain as optimistic as you are about not just Canada's fight, but the global fight against climate change and to protect biodiversity and our natural world?
Wow, that was a big question. Look, I do have 2 daughters, and I think that I often talk about the fact that they're a huge motivation for me in like, what is the world that I leave behind, not only for my own children, but for all of our children and our next generations. And I really actually do think that Joanne and Wade over here talked a lot about the importance of empowering young people as we move forward on it, that really they are the present in how we do it. But what motivates me is frankly getting together and seeing so many people. Like, we filled this room, guys. It was like, I'm looking at so many people who care about environment, who care about nature. We're getting out there, we're doing the work, we're moving the dial forward in so many important ways. When I'm speaking with people internationally, they look to us and they say, like, Canada's doing all of these amazing things. We're doing these innovative things. How can we learn and work together more? There are so many opportunities for us as a country, and they do work in building a climate competitive economy. They do lie in protecting our nature and taking that role. And that motivates me as to what do we do next? How do we do it next? For all of you, like, this is the chance to put our stamp on everything that our country can do. As a strong country, a proud country, and a country that can get it right on how we make sure we create those jobs, that we build the industries that we need to build, and we're doing it in a way that makes us climate competitive. So that motivates me. And I think that it's also like, let's keep having all of those conversations about how we can keep that energy going, because we need all of you to get out there to help make sure that we can do this work as well. And knowing that I can look out at a bunch of people here who really want to get this work done, that gives me the energy too to keep going. So thank you.
I kind of love that last question, and we're about a couple minutes out, so I think I'm going to actually ask that same question to the rest of the panel, just heads up. So really, I think, you know, people are here, they love getting a chance to meet parliamentarians and understand kind of what makes us tick. So yeah, maybe just a few words from each of you on what motivates you every day to do this work. It's not always easy. Where do you derive your passion and your motivation from? So I'll go to Wade.
Okay, very quickly, there are 2 generations my parents always told me that you do the work for. It's the generation to come, your children, your grandchildren, and it's the generation before, my elders and my ancestors who sacrificed so much for us to be here. That's what drives me every day. One last thing is, it is not lost on me that this makeup of this panel, I come from a long line of tremendous matriarchs that were leaders in my community. I am so happy to sit with these matriarchs that are going to make sure my daughter has role models that she can look up to. So I thank you all for the work that you do.
Thank you, Wade. That's great. Joanne, over to you.
Look, it is next generation. You know, we are the stewards of the resource right now, and we have to ensure that we leave our oceans, our land in a condition that is able to continue to support next generation, enjoy our spaces. So we really are caretakers in a very difficult time. And you know, every day I focus on that, and it's part of every conversation I have. And I want to very quickly say thank you to everyone in this room, because I am here and my colleagues are here and the government is here, able to do this work, I think, in a way that is transformational and is meeting the moment. But we are able to do this because you did the hard work and provided the support necessary to ensure that the Liberal government is in power in this very challenging time. And that is enabling us to do what we need to do for next generation. So thank you.
Rebecca, over to you.
I think ditto all the comments, and yeah, it is. I just think to just move away from those dichotomies all the time, and I think we've mentioned it a lot, but that's what I really enjoy doing is really getting people to think of the bigger picture, and I really think that when we come together, when we bring that positive energy, we get the better brainstorming to work through problems. And so that's what gets me out of bed. And of course, I'm a big water pig. I love drinking water. And so I want to make sure that we've got good, clean water.
Awesome. And Nathalie, over to you also.
Oui, en français, si vous permettez. Puis les réponses de mes collègues sont extraordinaires. Je peux pas redire aussi bien ce que vous avez dit. Mais si nous voulons être encore sur ce petit vaisseau, hein, on a un Canadien en ce moment dans l'espace qui revient vers nous. Si on veut être encore sur ce petit vaisseau qu'est les terres dans 3, 4, 10 générations, il faut qu'aujourd'hui on soit engagé. Et pour moi, c'est une raison de me lever tous les matins. Nous devons le faire ensemble. Puis dans un temps très difficile, il faut faire des choix, mais on va être capable de les faire si on se tient les coudes serrés et si on cherche des solutions dans toutes les idées qu'il y a ici. Merci.
Merci, Nathalie. So that takes us to time. Before we thank my esteemed colleagues, I just also want to echo a huge thanks to all of you. Being in climate change work is difficult, and what always drove me in the work was the people that I worked with, my family, my deep love of the environment, and just the fierce dedication of those involved, and seeing how we're filling rooms, how we filled our green drinks event last night, how a small shameless plug for the East Coast Kitchen Party tonight at Pangea at 8 p.m. Best party of the weekend for sure. You know, it's just really it just really fills you with gratitude when you see that you're not alone in this work. There are so many people who care with wonderful work and energy and ideas. So thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Rebecca, Julie, Joanne, Wade, and Nathalie. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your convention. Merci beaucoup.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. La prochaine session débutera à 14 heures. We will now take a short break. The next session will begin at 2 p.m. Un rappel que les kiosques de formation du PLC sont dans la salle 512. Venez voir l'équipe terrain pour en apprendre davantage sur les outils de campagne les plus récents et les meilleures astuces sur le terrain. A reminder that the LPC Training Hub is in room 512. Come visit the field team to learn about the newest campaign tools and training. Le programme débutera dans 5 minutes. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. veuillez accueillir le député de Don Valley West. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Don Valley West, Talib Noor Mohammed.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon. I am Talib Noor Mohammed, the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville. The Member of Parliament for Don Valley West is my friend Rob Oliphant. We don't look the same, despite what people tell us. And it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you in Montreal. Quel plaisir d'être ici avec vous tous, de discuter quelque chose de très important pour l'avenir de notre pays, quelque chose de très important pour l'avenir de l'économie mondiale. We're here today to have a conversation about AI and the opportunity that it represents for Canada. Now, in this room, there are folks who use AI to write stories for their grandkids, to decide how they're going to figure out pickup schedules for their kids. Some of us use it to figure out how to make a decent meal and fail. But we are seeing AI permeate all different parts of our life. And the question for all of us is, how do I fit into this? On a beaucoup de questions. Qui sera l'impact pour nous? Quel sera l'impact pour moi? And so today's conversation that we're going to have in a few minutes is focused around the opportunity that AI presents for Canada and for Canadians. Before I got into politics, I was an innovator in the tech space. And one of the things that I always asked is, how do we make sure that in the world of politics, we talk about technology, we talk about innovation, we talk about the opportunity that this sector presents for Canadian leadership? And I think that's one of the things that we'll explore today, because Canadian leadership is at the heart of what the Prime Minister has been talking about at every turn. And AI and innovation is absolutely no different. If anything, it is one of the areas where Canada has the best opportunity to lead today, because we are looking at artificial intelligence as something that is really part of the future of critical infrastructure today. We're talking about it in the context of how to create the jobs of the future today. How do we make sure that we're doing it in a way that keeps Canadians safe while also spurring on innovation? And all of that happens because we as Liberals have a fundamental view of the world that says you cannot run a million miles ahead and not think about the consequences, and you can't just stay back hoping the world will never change. Pour nous, comme libéraux, la réalité, c'est qu'il faut qu'on continue d'évoluer, de continuer d'investir dans l'innovation, en même temps qu'on demande comment est-ce qu'on va impacter, quel sera l'impact sur les Canadiens et les Canadiennes. And that's the Liberal way of looking at everything that we do, whether it's building infrastructure, whether it's thinking about housing, which you've heard about today, protecting the environment, and it's certainly no different when it comes to emerging technologies and the impact of emerging technology on our lives today. And so as we reflect on these big questions, as you think about these big questions and the impact of AI in your own lives, let's ask ourselves the question, how do we make sure that when Canadians look to us as a party, they know that this party and a government that is at the front and the front line of making sure that AI is integrated into what we do, that we do it in a way that puts at its core human beings, the human experience, and the capacity for Canada to show exactly how you can build, you can innovate, and you can thrive, and do it in a way that protects Canadians, that ensures the safety of Canadians, particularly young people, and that thinks about where the ball is going, or as Wayne Gretzky would say, make sure we're going where the puck is going rather than where it already is. And that's the opportunity for all of us. And to be part of that conversation here today will give you a window into what some of us have the privilege of doing every single day. And in a minute, I'm going to introduce somebody who has been at the forefront of driving the AI strategy for this country. But before I do that, I just want to remind everybody in this room, je veux juste dire à tout le monde ici dans cette chambre, que le dialogue sur le sujet de l'intelligence artificielle Le dialogue sur les conséquences et l'opportunité de l'innovation ici au Canada, c'est pour nous tous. Ce n'est pas pour un petit groupe de jeunes ou des petits groupes des personnes qui sont dans la recherche et la science, mais c'est pour nous tous, pour les entrepreneurs, pour les éducateurs, pour les enseignants, pour les étudiants, pour la communauté autochtone, pour tout le monde. Et si on est responsable dans cette discussion, on est responsable dans notre travail ensemble, on va créer ici un environnement pour le développement des idées, l'innovation et l'avenir de l'IA ici au Canada comme leader mondial. And that is what Canada has the opportunity to be a world leader in how AI is implemented, how we think about the constructive, thoughtful use of AI, how we protect citizens in that process, and how in that process we build a strong, thriving innovation economy here in Canada. And under the leadership of the Prime Minister, that is exactly what we are going to do, and that is exactly what we are doing today. And that, my friends, is predicated on a very simple concept, that Canada has the capacity to build global champions here, that we need to take advantage of those opportunities to build global champions here in Canada, that we should make the right investments in those champions, that we should ensure Canadians reap the benefits of those champions. And I can't think of anybody better to be leading that strategy for this country, to be doing the heavy lifting of communicating that strategy to Canadians, working with the private sector, working with global partners, working with like-minded countries who share the view that we need to be building a safer world when it comes to technology, but that we can't bury our heads in the sand and pretend that technology and AI aren't here with us. Then the person who's about to join us here, the Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre and my very, very dear friend, Evan Solomon.
Merci, merci tout le monde. Encore fois pour mon ami Taleb, vraiment un chef de ce pays ici, a great guy. This guy's fantastic. He's my parliamentary secretary. Thank you, he's my friend, and he'll be back to do the panel. Alors, bonjour Montréal. What a day. What a great day to be here. This is a great gathering. We're going to talk about AI, but can I just say 4,500 people here, the largest convention in our history, and it seems to be growing by the day. Last night, we welcomed another one, which was good. I say we speak about unity, and that means when people who were once opponents decide they want to work with us, build with us, join the project of building this country. And let's just give another warm welcome to our newest member, Marilyn Gladu, for joining us. Bienvenue, Marilyn, à la Parti Libéral. Okay, I'm going to speak for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes about our AI strategy and AI. And then we're going to have a panel with Joshua Bengio, who I work closely with, fantastic, one of our great leaders, and Valérie Pisano. And the applause will be more warm when you see Joshua. Friends, we are living through a very unique moment. A moment that nobody's lived through since the Second World War. A moment that our Prime Minister recognized immediately. That we are going through a political realignment at the very same moment as we're going through a technological revolution. A political realignment where the rules-based world order that was constructed on the back of our ancestors through the blood, sweat, and treasure of so many Canadians after the Second World War and so many people around the world. And now this political realignment is changing. And Canada must adjust to this new world with resilience and strength. But at the same time, we're facing a technological revolution that has accelerated change at a pace we've never seen. That is transforming every part of our economy and our lives at an unprecedented speed. And the Prime Minister recognized this as one of those rare hinge moments in histories. I've called it a Gutenberg moment. And we have to acknowledge that we have to put our shoulders to the wheel together to confront this moment and build together on it. And one of those aspects as we build this liberal project, small L and big L. Small L meaning we need to protect our values. We need to protect our vulnerable citizens. We need to protect les deux langues. We need to protect indigenous culture. We need to protect the values that built this country. Public health care, access to public health care for all, education. We need to protect those because the world is moving away from those. And we will show people that you can build, protect, reflect, and project our values around the world and do it responsibly, quickly, pragmatically, with what the Prime Minister is telling us to do, a rugged liberalism. A liberalism that is resilient, a liberalism that can build without sacrificing our values. And that's what the project is. And AI plays a real role. So people talk a lot about AI, and there's a lot of anxiety. I want to tell you first what AI does before we talk about what AI is. And I think to understand AI, maybe we should go to Halifax and meet a pediatric cardiologist named Dr. Robert Chen. Great guy, yeah. Amazing guy. Dr. Chen, I met Dr. Chen. You know, I have 2 kids. He said, do you know that 80% of newborns have a heart murmur? I said, I didn't know that. He goes, yeah, and you know, the average wait time to see a pediatric cardiologist is 17 months. And I'm one of those people. And for 17 months, most of these families are very anxious, but only in about 3% of the time is it dangerous. But for 17 months, they're anxious. And he said, you know, so how do I cut that time? So he pioneered an AI with a group of people that takes a stethoscope and can hear if the heart murmur immediately is dangerous or not, cutting the wait time down from 17 months to 1 month, freeing up billions of dollars for our healthcare system. This is Canadian innovation. Saying to parents, you don't have to wait 17 months worried about the health of your newborn. By the way, it's anxious enough raising to be a new parent. That's the kind of thing that it can do. And I'll tell you one other element of that. Dr. Chen said, you know, I've been doing this for 25 years. I'm an expert. I was trained all over the world. But you know, 3% of the time, even with me, I can't tell if one of those heart murmurs is dangerous. But this technology can. So in the 3% of cases that they miss that are actually dangerous, his new technology will catch. And he said that's the power of AI, not just to help the families, but to help access to our healthcare system. And that's the kind of technology that you don't just see in healthcare, although we're seeing it in the most innovative healthcare companies in the world here in Canada. That's what we're seeing in Meritera in BC or in Croptomistic, 2 AI companies that are working with farmers to help map soil so they use fertilizer more effectively and in smaller doses to increase yields, to make our food system more resilient and to lower the price of food because we're using less fertilizer. How? Because we have this technology. And what is it? Most importantly, Canadian technology by Canadian innovators with Canadian IP, helping Canadians serve us better. At its best, this is what this technology can do. There are countless examples in agriculture. There are countless examples protecting you from fraud, to detect fraud, growing concern. There are countless examples of Canadian AI. There are 3,500 AI companies in the country right now, employing 150,000 Canadians in AI alone as part of the largest growing sector of our economy, the digital innovation space, 800,000 Canadians. High-paying jobs work in that sector. We got to invest in that because a strong Canada is an innovative Canada, and that's what we're going to do with this plan. Okay. But we have to be optimistic about the future. We're builders, but we got to be candid about the concerns. There's real concerns about AI. AI will take my job. AI will take my privacy. AI will steal my data. AI will hurt our democracy. These are genuine, real concerns. And we have to be open to opportunities, but candid about the concerns. Like what I like to say is, on one side of this spectrum, there's a bunch of people with pom-poms. Yay, AI. And another part with pitchforks. Boo. We're carny liberals. We're pragmatists. Somewhere between the pom-poms and the pitchforks, we're going to build a path, okay? We're pragmatists. So we're not here for the pom-poms or the pitchforks. We got to build, and that means we got to be pragmatic. And we're going to do that. So now let me tell you what our path will be as we launch our new national AI strategy. First and foremost, you have to abide by a principle. And the principle is AI for all. AI for all Canadians, AI to serve Canadians, not the other way around. This tool will serve us because it will be sovereign AI and Canadian AI. That is our North Star. No matter where you live in this country, in the north and the south, the east, the west, no matter what community you're from, no matter what language you speak, you need democratic access, so this does not just benefit the few, it must benefit the all. It has to reflect our values. It also has to be, no matter who you vote for, how you identify, AI should be a place and a tool that is safe, responsible, accountable, Canadian, and useful. And that is our goal. And that's our principle, AI for all. AI to make us stronger. How are we going to do that? Let's build on what we as liberals agree on. Build, empower, protect. Build, empower, protect. La confiance est essentielle. So let's start with protect. You know, Canadians are only using AI at 12%. That's the lowest in the OECD. So this is a country, and you're going to meet Joshua Bengio. We are the country. And let's have do I have time? Do I have 20 seconds for a moment of national pride? Because so often we're worried. Let's have a minute. Here, listen to this. Canadians invented AI. This is true. The three godfathers of AI, the people that are around the world recognized, Geoffrey Hinton, who works at Vector, one of our great national AI institutes, won the Nobel Prize for AI. Joshua Bengio, who you will see, is now the most cited scientist in human history in publications and the Turing Prize winner. Also, founder of our Canadian AI Safety Institute. Also, and we are working with him on a very important project on safety. And the Turing Prize winner. Rich Sutton at our other third institute, Amy, in Alberta, in Edmonton. Turing Prize winner. We invented it. We have the best researchers. We have the best talent. We have the best knowledge. But leadership is not a birthright. We have to fight for it, and we will. So how? First, we've got to make sure that we trust it. Technology moves at the speed of innovation, but citizens move at the speed of trust. Unless they trust it, they won't use it. Why would you? Right? If you think the country that made that AI is going to take your data, you ain't going to use it. So we need trust. So how do you build trust? Well, a couple of ways. One, we as a government have a suite of legislation to protect our children, our citizens, our democracy, and vulnerable communities. And how? One, Sean Fraser, our Justice Minister, has already tabled legislation to criminalize the non-consensual sharing of sexualized deepfake imagery. It is harmful for women. It is a form of violence. Pass that legislation. And we hope we have the government to do that. Let's work hard on those by-elections. 2, I will, with my department, table legislation on modernizing privacy. It's been 26 years since we modernized our privacy legislation. That will mean what? How do we treat our most sensitive information? How do businesses treat it? Chain of custody of data. How do they treat children's information that they're collecting at a higher threshold? That will mean things like when someone does a deep fake of someone, your image is up there, should you have the right to have it deleted? We're very interested in things like the right to deletion. If there's an automated decision system, one of those AI things that is approving your mortgage, but you didn't get the mortgage and you found out why. Oh, they don't give women mortgages, or they don't give certain peoples of color. You should have the right to know what criteria, right? Transparency. We support that kind of thing. On automated decision systems. Protect consumers. Protect our children, protect our consumers. Chain of custody of data. Where your data is flowing around the world, we need to hold the people who took your data accountable. So there will be privacy legislation. And then, with our colleague Mark Miller, Minister of Culture and Heritage, the online harms element to protect our children. And we will be coming forward with that. And AI chatbots. You saw what we did with OpenAI after the horrific tragedy of Tumbler Ridge. And we summoned those folks and we said to them, not good enough. All options are on the table. Protect our children or the hammer comes down. And I will tell you, the Canadian AI Safety Institute has now got access to all their protocols. They are doing a report and we will get accountability, okay? So we will protect. But you can't just protect with legislation. You will hear later with Joshua Bengio, we also need to make sure that we have technological solutions. An AI to police AI? Who could think of that? Joshua Bengio. Joshua Bengio has a team here in Montreal, Canadian, and he has come up with a project called Law Zero that is building a world-class AI to help police AI transparently, Canadian, with partners around the world. I am proud to say that our government has invested and partnered with Law Zero to get Canadian safety of AI as the leading technological solution around the world, and you'll hear more from Joshua Bengio, and that is very important. Canadians need to take the lead. So, and then we have to empower. Look, Canadians are worried about their jobs. They're worried about how work is going to change. They're worried about what kind of economy their kids are going to have. These are real concerns. They're worried about sustainability. They're worried about climate. They're worried about water use. These are real concerns. First, let's talk about empowering our citizens. In our strategy, we will make sure that we have not just AI literacy, skills and training courses, but opportunities for young people and for all people to make sure they have the training and skills to use these tools to build a stronger Canada. In order to be a Canada strong, we need a strong workforce and we need to protect our jobs, and that means we need to protect our education system, and that will be part of our strategy as well. So that will be key. And I know there's school board trustees here who I talked to. Raise your hand somewhere. Listen, thank you for being here. Thank you for the work. Teachers, folks. Teachers, first of all, teachers. You know, AI, this is the difference. AI can give you information and answers. But you know what AI can't do? It can't do what a great teacher does, inspire, right? AI can fill the bucket with facts. A teacher can light the lantern to inspire for a lifetime. Support our teachers. Well done, teachers. So we are going to empower, but we are also going to build, empower, protect, and we are going to build infrastructure that we need. That's why you're going to see the Prime Minister, when he talks about electricity strategies and he talks about major projects, he talks about infrastructure. Yesterday, we were at a company called Hypertech. We've been with them for a year. Third-generation family business right here in Montreal, doing remarkable work around the world. They have now reached $1 billion in revenue. They started from one immigrant who came to Canada, worked his butt off. His kids now work. They're working around the world, building in Canada. They're building a data factory at the Lachine Canal. But get this. People say, well, wait, how are they building it? Sustainably, clean energy. What about the water? Closed loop water system, meaning they don't take new water. The water is reused, so they don't use a lot of water. And what about the heat it takes? They recapture the heat and will use it for greenhouses to grow. This is happening across the country, which means if we're going to build, we got to build right. We cannot ignore the environment. We will not make citizens pay higher electricity bills. We will build with Indigenous stakeholders. We will do this right when we build the infrastructure, and we will build. But we also have to support our innovators, and our innovators tell us they need 5 things. They need capital, so we will help make sure that we're buying Canadian, investing in Canadian companies. Customers, the government has to play a role. That's why we signed partnership MOU deals with Coveo, a great company here in Quebec, with Cohere. We are going to build in Canada, buy in Canada, and believe in Canada with our Buy Canadian policy. That's what we're going to do to support Canadian innovation, compute, capital, customers, and the talent. We have launched a $1.7 billion talent attraction strategy to attract the 1,000 top scientists around the world to Canada with their labs, so we become innovation nation. And I'll tell you what, it's going to end because this is a goal. Too often in Canada, we plant the seeds, we water the seeds, we grow the plant, and another country comes and harvests them, taking our jobs, our companies, and our IP. That is going to stop. We will keep it here. But let me also say this. Sovereign AI, sovereignty does not mean solitude. We are a trading nation. Sovereignty does not mean solitude. And we are going to partner around the world with like-minded nations to grow and compete. We want to trade. That's why the Prime Minister is opening up new deals in Europe and in India and all over the world. That's why my colleague Mani Sidhu has had more foreign direct investment in the last year than in the last 25 years. That's important. People are coming to Canada because they want what we've got. Sovereignty is not solitude. That's why we just struck a sovereign technology alliance with Germany and Norway to start building so we have options. And that's important. So I will end with this. This is not going to be easy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This strategy, when it comes, will give us the tools, but it's going to be a fight. But I will say this. Too often in our country, we've heard people say, no. No, you can't build, you're too small. No, you can't compete, you're just Canada. No, you can't innovate. No, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the capital, you don't have the talent. That team who says no, that's easy. But there's another team who says, you know what? We can build. We say yes to innovation and risk. And because saying yes means building. Building means innovating. Building means working together. Building means taking the risk to do it together. It's a harder road, friends. Building is harder than tearing down. Building is harder than criticizing, than a cheap shot on social media. Building is harder than finding the scratch on the car. Building means you're going to fall and you expect the people around you to lift you up when you do. And this is a room of builders. This is a country of builders. This is a party of builders. And we are going to build this country together. We are on a mission to build this party. We are going to build no matter what stands in our way. We are going to build for everyone, for Canada, with Canadian tools, Canadian workers, Canadian products to build the country of the future. And we will do it with tools that serve Canadians. AI for all and AI to serve Canadians, not the other way around. Il faut que nous bâtissons ensemble maintenant. Merci. Okay, now, all right, let's build. Thank you. Let's go. This is good. Merci. Excellent. Merci. Alors, il faut que je fasse des introductions maintenant pour vraiment les 2 étoiles ici. Please give a warm welcome to Turing Prize winner, the great Dr. Yoshua Bengio, and also to the CEO of one of the crown jewels of our country, Mila, which is our AI Institute in Montreal, led by one of the most visionary people I know, who has worked very closely, as Joshua Bengio has, on crafting our AI strategy. Please welcome Valerie Pisano, Joshua Bengio, and welcome back Talib to moderate our panel. Merci.
All right, so now you know why Evan is responsible for leading the charge on AI for Canada. Let's give another big round of applause. So folks, we've got about 20 minutes, and that's not a lot of time, but we do have incredible people with us here. You heard, of course, the introduction of Joshua Bengio, who, as Evan pointed out, is the most cited scientist in the universe, now that we're talking about interplanetary travel. And of course, Valerie, who is here. Valerie, as you heard, is the CEO of Mila, but she also has had a storied career, first at McKinsey and then moved on to another circus, the Cirque du Soleil, as the chief talent officer. So incredible talent here with us in not just research, but also in innovation. And perhaps we might start there. One of the observations that a lot of folks make is that Canada has an incredible research environment. We do a great job at coming up with big ideas. Our researchers do world-leading, groundbreaking research. And then when it comes to commercialization, the rest of the world takes advantage of Canadian opportunity, builds these companies in other parts of the world, and takes full advantage of what Canadian investments in research have been. So perhaps we can start there. You have, Joshua, you obviously are a top flight researcher. You are the best in the world in your field. And Valerie is a CEO whose job it is to make sure that the amazing research sees the light of day. And Evan and I are there to support in whatever way that we can. But perhaps, Joshua, we can start with you. How do we set Canada up in the right way so that when we're not just talking about innovation, we're not just talking about research, we're talking about the way forward for commercialization, and do it in the right way, in a Canadian way?
So we don't need to do the same thing as the current hegemons. We can do it our way. And I think we have no choice in some sense. If we want to be at the table, as Prime Minister Carney has been talking about, and not on the menu, we have to have more ambition than we have ever had with our technology and our ability to shape the world with our work. And we can. We have amazing talent here in AI in particular. And we have shared values with other countries that are feeling the same concerns that Mark Carney talked about. So I do think that we also have an incredible opportunity in AI. As Minister Solomon has talked about, we are developing technology that can make these AI systems much, much more reliable than they currently are. And it is one of the limitations of current AI. Current AI is not reliable. There's a series of studies, scientific studies, that show many of the ways in which those systems can actually be harmful. But the good news is there are technical solutions, and we also need legislative solutions to put guardrails that are both at the societal level and at the technology level.
If I can build off that for 30 seconds, I think it's more and more obvious that Canadians want Canadian AI, at least as an option. Businesses want Canadian AI they can rely on, they can trust. The number one reasons businesses around the world are not adopting AI as fast as they could is the technology itself. They don't know how to audit it, they don't know how to govern it, it's not clear who's accountable when the AI kind of does funky stuff. And the world wants Canadian AI. Among the three of us, we've probably traveled half the world in the last 6 months, and everywhere we go, it's such a humbling, inspiring moment. People look at us and they're like, we're in. We're in for your version of AI. Just let us know. Where do we sign up? What do we do? How do we actually make this happen? I'm calling it our Celine Dion moment of AI. Like, seriously. And guys, like, we kind of messed up with Celine. It was really long before we started celebrating her. We love to hate her. Now we're like, go Celine. And after Paris, she better show her butt here in Montreal. But like, this is our Celine Dion moment, right? And so more of that, like, pride, put on the dress, go to the Oscars. And under your leadership and Prime Minister Carney's leadership, the moment is now, absolutely.
Alors, peut-être on peut... Joshua a utilisé le mot valeur. Peut-être on peut discuter ces questions-là dans le concept, dans la contexte des valeurs canadiennes. Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire la commercialisation connaissant que les valeurs du Canada, les principes du Canada, seront là avec nous dans ce voyage. Evan, peut-être tu peux commencer, et puis maybe Valerie, you can talk about the importance of being truly Canadian, as Joshua says, with our values in mind when we actually go out and build these businesses.
You know what I'm going to do, Talib? I'm going to let them talk. I just talked for way too long, and so it would be good to hear from two remarkable people. I will only say that if it takes putting on a dress and going to the Oscars to support sovereign AI, I will do that because I love Celine. But I will just say this as a small point. Our value, I'll say one last thing. When we, at the G7 here, Kevin Deere, he is an Indigenous elder who many of you have seen and welcomed this very conference opening. Fantastic elder. Kevin opened the G7 with me and Melanie Joly, and he said to me, hey, Minister, you're into AI, right? I said, yeah. He said, so am I. But you're into artificial intelligence, and I'm into ancestral intelligence. Right? And it was exactly, and so we asked him to speak to the entire G7. Why? Because when we build sovereign AI and our values, we will make sure that our ancestral intelligence is part of it, not just from the First Peoples, of course, but from everyone who is welcome to this country with their ancestral intelligence as well. Because that is how we build Canada strong. And that is what and why people love our technology. They trust our workforce. They trust our systems. They trust our values. In a world where trust is a scarce commodity, Canada is gold.
Yeah, I think we share similar visions here. It really has to be all about the people and then the technology in service of the people. And by the way, economists are saying this also. They're saying the only way that this actually reaps the kinds of benefits that we're looking for collectively is if we have a human-centric vision for AI. How does AI actually help us do our work better, but it just go about our lives in a better way? Certainly at Mila, we have the privilege of hosting close to 2,000 amazing human beings, and our mission is really to create an exceptional environment for them. So part of how we're trying to contribute to this is really fostering a moment where the scientist gets excited about an idea, has a discovery in his lab or her lab, and has the opportunity to take that one step further as a venture, as a startup, as an enterprise, and do it here in Montreal, in Toronto, in Edmonton, Calgary, in Vancouver, wherever, but do it here in Canada with Canadian capital, Canadian investors, Canadian CEOs, and give ourselves the opportunity to do that. That would be wonderful. And doing it not in service of the next gizmo or gadget, but in service of something that we really want to solve for. And I know that's what's been your inspiration for the better part of the last few decades.
Je vais absolument abonder dans ton point. Ce qui est important de savoir, c'est qu'on peut développer de la technologie, on peut développer de l'IA qui va agir de manière éthique. Et bienvenue à Montréal, au fait. Ici, on prend au sérieux ces questions d'éthique, ces questions de choix de société, et c'est des choix qu'on peut faire au niveau de la législation, mais c'est aussi des choix qu'on peut faire dans les choix technologiques. Qu'est-ce qu'on choisit de développer? On doit développer, we must develop AI for the people, not the other way around, as you said. And this is actually a really serious problem that scientists around the world are concerned about. So let's do AI the ethical way, and we can, and we should, and if we do it with our partners, we will.
So I'd like to pick up on two threads here. Evan said that it's gold, right? Use the word gold. And I want to just talk about that in the context of Olympic gold medals for a second and talk about champions. And I want to talk about it in the context of capital. In a past life, I was the vice president of the Olympics in Vancouver, and one of the programs that Canada set up was something called Own the Podium. And Own the Podium was a program that was about Canadian Olympians winning medals. Because historically, we would see Canadian athletes who had tirelessly worked hard, and they'd go to the podium, or they'd go to the Olympics, and they'd say, we're just happy to be here. And the idea was to move from just happy to be here to being champions. And one of the things that has been a clear focus for the Prime Minister and for this government has been to make sure that we are backing Canadian champions. So I want to you guys to talk a little bit about why it's so important for us as a country to back champions. And I want to talk about it in the context of capital as well, because one of the things you and I spoke about yesterday when we were at Mila, which is such an incredible place, is, and Evan and I speak about this all the time, is the appetite of Canadian investors to invest in early stage companies in this country, to place bets on Canadian entrepreneurs in technology and in AI. So if you can give us your thoughts on why this is an important moment for the investor community in this country, and why it's important for Canadians to recognize the importance of backing Canadian champions in a very competitive global environment that is looking for Canada to lead, I think it'll leave us all inspired to be able to go out and share that message.
Yeah, I think it's become obvious to all of us that there's a criticality to the moment we're in, and that there's not that much time to respond to that. It's also obvious that we do have gold, and, you know, namely to your credit, but hundreds of other researchers who've chosen to come here to Canada, who've built the technology here, who are passionate, who want to stay here. Now with the new announcements that came out around recruiting talent, more and more people from everywhere in the world saying, I want to come here, I want to do this version of AI. So we're incredibly privileged, and things are moving very, 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 very fast. So we really need to let go this hesitation, this, I don't know what it is. It's like success and picking winners and taking risks. It just makes us very uncomfortable. So I think our collective goal is to make this more comfortable, do it together, so maybe it makes a bit more sense. And certainly that's part of what we're trying to foster, is making the conversation about AI more accessible to more people. But it really is a moment where we need to shy away from being shy to a certain extent. We need to be able to name this. And we've played around with this for so long. Like, I mean, Joshua is I can say this, he'll never say it. He's an amazing human being. He's an incredible Canadian. And even us at Mila, we kind of don't want to brag too much. We want to be humble about him, about what he's done. He's the #1 most cited scientist in the world. Like, you can't, that's the gold of the gold of the gold medals, right? And maybe there's a way of honoring everything you are and everything you can create here and everything everyone else can create here, right?
I want to take your question from a personal angle. 3 years ago, approximately, I realized that the way AI was developed would create dangers for my children, for my grandchild, who was just 1 year old then. And I decided to shift what I was doing, to go from being, a basic researcher in academia to somebody who would devote their life to build solutions to what I was seeing, and I continue to see, as dangers for all of us here in Canada. So, this is related to the previous question about values and ethics. What makes us strong is to do it for the right reasons, for our children.
These two things, responsible and risk, are very important. Valerie talks about risk and being not shy, and Talib about owning the podium. Think about our Canadian in space right now, Jeremy Hansen, who I've known for a long time. Right. Amazing. And what did he say when he spoke to the Prime Minister in space? He said, we need to take risks, and we might fail. But we will fail in the doing of great things. And we need to take that risk. But at the same time, another astronaut pioneer, Joshua Benja, who is so far ahead, it's like he's an astronaut. He's saying, do it for the right reasons. Don't take reckless risks, which are what many AI companies are doing today. This is not ethical. He is saying we can take the same frontier path and do it responsibly. And if we can do that, Canada, have the risk, have the responsibility. We actually have the people here that are literally doing it, and we have the country that's willing.
Here's the good news. Because we are looking at this from a different angle, we actually have a serious chance of leapfrogging the current leaders.
So let's talk about this, because I think this is something that is on the minds of a lot of folks. You have the United States and China that have taken the view that innovate and risk be damned. We're going to see where the chips fall, where they may, and if robots end up running the world, so be it. And there are others who have taken a different perspective. We talk about this middle way that is a uniquely Canadian way that could be a world leader. How do we start? Not how, because we're doing it, you're doing it. What are some of the things that need to happen to ensure that that middle way, that way that is Canadian in a sense, that protects the security of Canadians, particularly young people, as you point out, that doesn't stifle innovation, becomes a part of the national narrative when we're building companies that are dealing in AI, when we're building technology, and we're building the infrastructure to support those companies and the impact that it has on our environment?
Well, I'll let you comment, but I'll offer already changing the conversation about AI. For the last few years, you've been focusing on the development of the technology and the science. I've been talking to business people, and there's like this sense that we have to choose. We have to choose between being optimist or pessimist, between wanting to innovate or wanting to, put guardrails and govern. It's a fake polarity. It's not the right mindset. And just the fact that right now, because of everything that's happening in Canada, we're able to say, no, we're going to do both. That's the version of progress that we want. We want progress for our collective. And really, you're right to say that just because we're thinking about it differently, it's going to change everything else that happens afterwards. And we can do that because that's the core tissue, that's the core DNA of what has been Canadian AI up to now. We're not going to fake it. We already are this. Then the second thing we need to do is start focusing on the areas that we care about the most, where we want AI to make a contribution, because there are things we want to fix or we want to improve or we feel like we can deserve a better version of, whether it's healthcare or the climate or... So how do we put AI in service of this? And we can do that because other countries are not paying attention to these intersections. They're only racing ahead and trying to get the biggest, boldest model. So to your point, as we look at things through different lenses and have the courage to honor our values, and that's really the change in the conversation that you're fostering, No, okay, now we can talk. And I'm hoping some of the startups we see come out of the venture scientists and many other initiatives will also be kind of in this line of, oh yeah, we're absolutely going to capture the benefits, but we're going to do it in a way that serves us collectively.
So, shockingly, there's not enough time to continue this discussion for another hour or two, but we could certainly do that. But in the time that we have left, this is an audience, as you know, of amazing Canadians, of liberals from all ages, from all different backgrounds, with different understanding of AI. Certainly, we'll have a better understanding now that Evan has done the presentation that he did. But if people were to leave this room and go back to their communities, whether they're rural or urban, whether they're in Quebec or in British Columbia or in Atlantic Canada or the North, what should they go back to their communities knowing with conviction that Canada can do to lead in this space? What are the areas where Canada can be and will be the world leader as far as you guys see it? And what role can each of these community leaders play when they go back in ensuring that Canada and Canadian communities across the country, coast to coast to coast, can be part of that journey?
I can maybe start quickly. The most important obstacle for us collectively and individually to take the right decisions is underestimating the potential for this technology to be completely transformative, to give huge power to those who control it. It's very difficult to imagine a world where there are machines, there might be, the data shows very clearly the trend, machines that will be superior to us intellectually across many different areas of intellect. It's already happening. Just recently, we've seen essentially superhuman cyber attack capabilities that were revealed by Anthropic, and that is scaring a lot of people in the world right now. So we need to take stock of that, and then we need to think, what can I do? What can each of us do? What can we do together in order to sort of tame that beast and make it aligned with what is good for our people?
Yeah, I think I want to offer that with everything else that's going on in the world and that's begging for attention, it's tempting to say AI is very complex, it's very technical. I'm going to leave that to other people, or I'll show up from time to time to Minister Sullivan's conferences and kind of get the update there. Like, don't. In whatever way, shape, or form that is more comfortable to you, whether it's a book, a podcast, one article a day, like, we all absolutely need to be paying attention to what's going on now. And we have the chance that in Canada, we have people who are raising the flag and putting the spotlight and saying, pay attention to this or pay attention to that. And we have, from the smallest startup to the, top scientists, folks who really care about what's going on with AI. And then in whatever way, shape, or form that you're serving this country, Canada truly has a moment, truly has the Celine Dion moment for ourselves, but maybe more importantly for the world. So, let's all chip in and try to make that happen.
Either we're ambitious or we're not.
First of all, so we've got a minute. First of all, I want to thank all of you. When you look around this room, look at the interest not only in building our country, but in this subject. Okay, this is how it begins, this engagement. Meeting Yoshua Bengio, Valerie Pisano, these are the people that are at the very forefront, and they're people. They've got families and grandkids, like all of us. And we are building this together. So first and foremost, let's have a little confidence that the seeds of building something responsible and great are here. It doesn't guarantee that it will work, but it will work if we show up. It'll work if we experience it. It will work if we aim at not what AI is, not the pitchforks and the pom-poms, but what it can responsibly be to benefit us. It's our country. It's our community. It's our values. And it's our technology. And it's our control to build. Our strategy is the framework, as Talib said. We're here to help. We're here to work together. It will take all of us. And not just in AI, but to build those affordable homes and to secure our North and to preserve our values and our education. We got a big job. We got a good leader. We got a great leader. We got a great leader. But more than anything, we've got a great country. And this is, I would just say, the take home is we are at the beginning of something. And it will ask us to keep building. The only way we're going to do this is if we do it together. And if we're honest, transparent, and ambitious. So let's do it.
So Evan talked about our people, our ideas, but there's one other thing that we can't forget. As we look at the world today, this is also our time as Canada. And that moment for us as Canadians requires us to do all of the things that we have heard on this stage and more. But let's just take a moment and reflect how lucky are we that the world leaders in AI across the institutes in this country, and of course, led by Joshua here, how lucky are we that the world's leaders in AI have chosen to make Canada home? They see something here that all of us see as potential, as promise, and indeed as really capacity that the world is looking for. We've talked about it in different domains. This is no different. So on behalf of all of us here, a big round of applause for Joshua and Valerie. Evan and I and so many others are indebted to you and others that do what you do. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, folks. Enjoy the evening. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Nous prendrons maintenant une courte pause. Veuillez rester avec nous pour les discours des candidats d'élection. We will now take a short break. Please stay with us for the election candidate speeches. Veuillez accueillir, please welcome to the stage, Beatrice Kelleher-Rafoul.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Béatrice Kelleher-Rafoul et je suis ravie d'être avec vous aujourd'hui en tant que directrice de scrutin du Congrès. I'm honored to be here with you as the convention returning officer. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who has put their name forward for a position on the National Board of Directors or the Commission Executive. We will now present our candidates for the contested positions of the National Board of Directors Table Officers. Chaque candidat disposera de 3 minutes pour s'exprimer à partir de l'appel de leur nom, les invitant à monter sur scène et à présenter leur discours. Each candidate has been allotted 3 minutes for their speeches, from the time their name is called to enter the stage and present their speech. Les discours se feront dans l'ordre inverse de la liste des postes à pouvoir, comme le stipule dans la Constitution du Parti libéral du Canada. Nous allons commencer les discours des candidats au poste de secrétaire aux politiques. We will begin with the speeches for the policy secretary position. I invite Nathaniel Sukdeo and Eddie Haddad to line up by the stage, and the first candidate that I'm calling on for Policy Secretary to speak is Nathaniel Sukdeo. Please come to the stage. Nathaniel, you have 3 minutes.
Mes amis, ask any member who's tried to engage with our policy process over the last 3 years, and you'll hear the same thing. It can feel slow, unclear, and hard to navigate, especially if you're new to our party or the process. That's not a criticism of the people doing the work. It's a signal of the process needing strengthening, and tomorrow's our opportunity to do that. My name is Nathaniel Sukdeo, and I'm running for National Policy Secretary, and I'm asking for your support. Depuis 8 ans, je siège sur le Comité national des politiques. For 8 years, I've worked directly alongside provincial, territorial, and commission policy chairs on processes and resolutions from coast to coast to coast. I know what is required of the role. I've worked with the people doing the work. And we have all listened to you, the membership, about what's getting in the way. Notre équipe a passé 6 mois à écouter. In listening to individual members, policy sponsors, campus clubs, EDAs, and commissions, what we heard was consistent, and we built a plan around it. Not just a plan that reacts to challenges, but one that steps into opportunities with resolve and clear action. If elected, I will work with the National Policy Committee to deliver 3 things. First, earlier collaboration. We'll use national working groups to bring together membership from across the country at the start of the policy cycle, not the end. Second, better tools and resources for volunteers. We will immediately develop a policy workshop toolkit and a practical how-to guide so that anyone, anywhere in this country, can step into the policy chair role at any level with confidence. Third, accountability and communications. We will immediately launch a national engagement to review and simplify our policy guidelines and support the delivery events that share what worked for various policy sponsors so that others can learn from those successes across this country. We can't afford to simply react to the same problems again 2 years from now. It is imperative that we build something stronger, plus ouvert, plus accessible, et plus connecté for every member of this party. I'm honored to have the support of the policy chairs from across the country, the current National Policy Secretary, Mike Morrison, the leadership from the Indigenous Peoples Commission and the Seniors Liberals Commission, MPs, EDA boards, and many others. That coalition tells you something. This work belongs to all of us, and it will continue to belong to all of us. I hope I can count on your support tomorrow, and together, let's continue building a policy process that every member can be proud of. Thank you. Merci.
The second candidate for Policy Secretary to speak is Eddie Haddad. Please come to the stage, Eddie. You have 3 minutes.
Mes chers amis, chers collègues libéraux, nous sommes en un moment où le monde traverse une période d'incertitude, de division et de grande fragilité. People are anxious. Democracy is being tested. And too many people, especially young people, are losing faith in politics, that it can still be a force for good. These are serious times, and serious times demand serious leadership. I am running to help create a party with more in-person events, more regional policy engagement, and a party that also uses hybrid tools so people from everywhere in Canada can take part in building policy together. Today, I support and I endorse the creation of a National Rural Commission. We cannot have two Canadas, one for the cities and one that ignores the rest. Je soutiens aussi une commission multiculturelle nationale, parce que les gens qui façonnent nos politiques doivent refléter la réalité du Canada. I also believe we must do much more to engage the next generation. Young people today are being targeted by groups like Turning Point USA. We can't ignore that. We must meet the moment and create a real space in our party for youth to feel at home. That's why I believe in a national youth policy convention and a scholarship program that brings young people in and gives them a voice and helps them shape the future of the policy movement. If you believe in one Canada, in real voices being heard, and a party that gives people, especially young people, a real role in shaping policy, je veux demande humblement votre appui pour le secrétaire national aux politiques. But I also want to end with this. We are living in some of the darkest times in the world. Peace is not only something we ask our governments. It is something we must each carry in the way we live. We must say no to war and yes to more kindness. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Nathaniel and Eddie for putting your names forward. It's an important process for our party. Nous allons continuer avec les discours des candidats au poste de vice-président anglais. We will now proceed to the speeches for the vice president English position. Hardam Mangat and Jazz Gill, they will make their way to the stage as I call their names. Alors, le premier candidat au poste de vice-président anglais, the first candidate for vice president English to speak is Hardam Mangat. Please come to the stage, Hardam. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, fellow Liberals. I've been part of this Liberal Party as a volunteer, an organizer, and a former riding president, regional chair, and vice president of LPCO, and recently as a national vice chair English. And I want to tell you something. This room still moves me every single time. This room is not just a convention hall, it's a proof that our party shows up, that fights back, that it refuses to give up on Canada, and so do I. People ask me sometimes what it actually means to be as a national vice chair of English. I tell them it means you are the first one to pick up the phone, the first one to travel to the riding in a struggling, the first one to raise your hand when something needs to be done and no one else has stepped forward. I have always been the first to raise my hand. That's not going to change. In the past term, I am proud to say that I was a part of something historic. The National Liberal Revival. We came back, we rebuilt. We showed Canadians that this party doesn't stay down, but I want to be honest with you today. The revival is not finished. Right now, there are riding associations across Canada that are under-resourced. Volunteers who feel unseen, EDA that are not as election-ready as they need to be. I know this because I have been those ridings. I have sat with those volunteers. I have listened to those riding presidents tell me that they need, and then they watch them not to get it. The job of the national president is to fix and the need a job done. I am not running again because I need a title. I'm running because I know what needs to be done. I know how to do it, and I'm not willing to walk away while the work is still unfinished. If you gave me the honor to vote, here is what I will commit to you. Every EDA president in Canada will be directed access to not a form, not a 6-week, to me personally. When you need me, that is not new promise. That is how I always operated. Ask anyone who has called. I will show up in the place where people do not expect the Liberal to show up. And I always believed that if we want the future of the party to be strong, we must make a room for young leadership. That is what this party do, open doors, back young Liberals, and make sure that the next generation is not only welcomed, but empowered, and I have tried to live the same belief beyond the party as well. That is what I will keep doing as your next BP. And I still make sure this party reflects the Canada we are fighting to build, diverse, inclusive, and ready to win. I'm asking for your vote. Please vote Hardom Mangat, BP English. Thank you.
The second candidate for Vice President English to speak is Jazz Gill. Please come to the stage. Jazz, you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Welcome to Montreal Liberals. I'm very happy to be here and genuinely honored to have met so many of you over the last 2 days. My name is Jas Gill, and I'm running to be your next Vice President, English, of the Liberal Party of Canada, and looking forward to serve you all on the National Executive Board. My journey as a Liberal started the way it has for so many of us, by simply walking through the door of a local campaign office. In my case, that was Winnipeg South. That's where I started knocking on doors, making phone calls, showing up when the team needed me. And that experience taught me something. I loved talking to people. I love hearing what matters to them, what concerns them, what gives them hope, and how they think we can build a better society together. And that passion has what brought me here and helped me make this decision to run for this role. My platform is built around 3 key priorities. The first is to have a rural Northern Commission set up. Voices from Northern and rural Canada need to be much more stronger within our party than they are today. This not only results in more seats for the party, but also help build a Canada that's strong economically and prosperous socially in every region. Secondly, we need to do much more to strengthen the youth participation, both in politics and within our party itself. Young people need to believe that the system is working for them. That means building a meaningful youth engagement strategy, one that begins here and grows outwards. Third is accessibility and organization. Too many Liberals in this country find it difficult to get together, collaborate in a meaningful way. We need a more effective, more frequent regional organizing through conventions, quite frankly, so that Liberals feel part of this big family. There should be no shoulder season when it comes to organizing in this party. That is energy, focus, commitment I would bring to this role. And I will tell you this. Some of the ridings where I've felt the most motivated are the ones that are not seen as strong Liberal seats. Because when you knock on those doors and someone opens the door, you see them simply happy that someone from the party showed up, and you see hope in their eyes. You see what it means to be included, you see what it means to be heard and remembered. And I believe that principle matters within our party too. Leave no one behind, leave no Liberal behind. Because ultimately, our party's strength comes from the dedication of volunteers across this country. And if we want to grow, we want to organize and win, we need to do a better job bringing that energy together. Our party is strongest when every Liberal feels included, every region feels heard, and every volunteer knows their work matters. That's the spirit I bring to this role. Thank you very much. I hope to count on your support. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à tous les candidats. Thanks to all the contestants. Let's give it up for Nathaniel, for Eddie, for Hardam, and for Jazz Gill. Thank you. Les personnes présentes qui étaient inscrites comme libérales le 26 mars ou avant cette date pourront voter pour ces postes demain, le samedi 11 avril entre 9h le matin et 14h30 dans la ville Vigée. Ça, c'est au 2e étage, la zone des inscriptions. Attendees who were registered Liberals on or before March 26, 2026, may vote for those positions tomorrow, Saturday, April 11th, between 9 a.m. and 2:30 in the afternoon in the Vigée Hall, which is the second floor where the registration area was. Pour recevoir un bulletin de vote, apportez une pièce d'identité valide délivrée par le gouvernement et assurez-vous de porter votre insigne de Congrès. Bring a piece of valid government ID and ensure you are wearing your convention badge to be issued a ballot. Nous allons maintenant prendre une courte pause et serons de retour à 16 heures. Merci. At this time, we're going to take a short break and we'll all return at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
Le programme débutera dans 10 minutes. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Le programme débutera dans 5 minutes. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez accueillir la députée de Longueuil-Charlemagne. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Longueuil-Charlemagne, Sherry Romanato.
Bon après-midi, Montréal! Vraiment, là? Bon après-midi, Montréal! Ça, c'est mieux. Donc, avant que je commence, si vous avez besoin de l'interprétation, s'il vous plaît, apportez vos oreillettes. If you need interpretation, make sure that you have your interpretation devices. Today's panel will be in both official languages. Je suis vraiment ravie d'être avec vous aujourd'hui, and it's always a pleasure for me to be amongst liberals, people who believe in building a stronger, safer, and a united Canada. Mon nom est Sherry Romanato, je suis la députée de Longueuil-Charlemagne, but I also have the honor of serving as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defense. Je suis particulièrement enthousiaste à l'idée des échanges que nous aurons cet après-midi. Dans un monde de plus en plus incertain et divisé, notre gouvernement a fait le choix d'agir, de défendre notre souveraineté, de protéger nos citoyens et de renforcer notre prospérité. Under Canada's new Liberal government, we are making the kind of generational investments in our military and public safety that meet the moment. Because keeping Canadians safe is not optional, it is fundamental. Absolutely. Nous faisons ces investissements parce que nous croyons à un Canada fort, capable de faire face aux défis d'aujourd'hui et prêt à saisir les opportunités de demain. And we're doing it while staying true to our values: cooperation, leadership, and standing up for Canadians at home and on the world stage. Je suis très heureuse d'être accompagnée aujourd'hui de collègues qui incarnent ce leadership et qui font avancer ces priorités chaque jour. Together with us today, we have the Honourable David McGuinty, Minister of National Defence, the Honourable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Jill McKnight, Minister of Veteran Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence, l'Honorable Stephen Fuhr, Secrétaire d'État et l'approvisionnement en matière de défense, the Honorable Ruby Sahota, Secretary of State for Combating Crime, and the Honorable Gary Andesangri, Minister of Public Safety. Now, without further ado, we're going to get started. But I have to say, you know, I've never been in opposition, so I'm really looking forward to getting to ask ministers a bunch of questions. Thank you. All right. Are you guys ready? I promise you have a little more time than 35 seconds like QP. Donc, la première question, je vais poser la question à David. Donc, pour le fait qu'on est tous ensemble, on est famille, là, je vais utiliser les prénoms, OK? So, just so you all know, I'm going to use first names because otherwise I'll be here forever saying the honorable this and that. Donc, David, est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu concernant la fameuse 2 %? C'est quoi cette fameuse 2 %? Puis c'est quoi l'importance pour le Canada d'atteindre cette cible?
Bon, merci beaucoup, Sherry. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est vraiment un grand plaisir d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. C'est vraiment un moment important pour le Canada. 2 %, ça veut dire effectivement qu'on dépense 2 % du PIB du Canada. Ça a été complété le 31 mars, il y a juste quelques semaines. C'est la première fois depuis 1989 au Canada qu'on a pu atteindre le cible de 2 %. Évidemment, ça veut dire énormément d'augmentation de dépenses pour investir dans nos forces armées canadiennes. C'est vraiment important. C'est très important pour notre futur. C'est un plan discipliné, un plan ciblé pour rebâtir nos forces armées canadiennes, rétablir la crédibilité du Canada. On a des responsabilités domestiques, on a des responsabilités continentales et on a des responsabilités à l'international avec l'OTAN, avec nos 31 partenaires. Donc, c'est un grand moment pour le Canada. C'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on devrait célébrer parce que ça démontre maintenant le sérieux qu'on prend maintenant quand ça vient aux forces armées canadiennes et en plus notre secteur économique dans le domaine de la défense. On investit évidemment, on a commencé avec une augmentation de salaire pour les femmes et les hommes des forces armées canadiennes. Oui, absolument, applaudissons. De 8 à 20 comme augmentation, c'est la première augmentation depuis 1997. Pensez à ça, là, depuis 1997. Donc, on est en train de reconstruire nos 33 bases. Le recrutement a augmenté de 13 depuis 6 mois. 13 d'augmentation de demande pour se rejoindre aux forces armées canadiennes. Donc, les changements commencent à avoir un impact, mais c'est vraiment, ça touche la question de reconstruire, de rebâtir et de réarmer nos forces armées canadiennes. C'est un projet qui continue et il y en a d'autres ici sur le panel qui peuvent bien mieux expliquer les impacts économiques, mais il y en a en masse, évidemment, quand on investit à ce niveau-là. Ça a un impact dans nos économies locaux partout au Canada. Donc, c'est la première fois depuis 1989 et je dois vous dire qu'il faut donner énormément de crédit au premier ministre Carney. C'est le premier ministre Carney lui-même qui a poussé, qui a annoncé dès le début qu'il voulait atteindre l'objectif de 2 % et voilà, nous y sommes rendus. Je pense qu'il faut être fier du travail qu'on fait ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Steve, can you talk to us a little bit about the Defense Investment Agency and how it works to help us achieve that 2% target and what it's doing to help the Canadian Armed Forces be ready and equipped?
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I'm the MP for Kelowna. So if any of you know how difficult it is to win a riding like Kelowna, it requires very, very awesome volunteers and donors. Many of you from different ridings are here and you do this job. Thank you very much for everything that you do to allow us to come and serve you in this way. So thank you very much. I want to talk about the backstory to this 2%. At the tail end of Stephen Harper, we were spending less than 1% GDP on defense. And not surprisingly, it actually went down when Harper got the keys. They were about 1.13%, and when they were done, it was less than 1%. The subsequent Trudeau government, we doubled defense spending over the 10 years, and we got it from about just under 1% to 1.43%. It took us 10 years. So the investment was there, but the machine that was able to dispatch the funds to get the things to the front lines, we didn't touch that. It stayed the same. And it wasn't able to dispatch big amounts of money on big projects in a timely way. It could surge, and it could do that once in a while. We did that in Afghanistan. There was a number of times we could surge, but we couldn't sustain a big spend over a long period of time. So to put that into perspective, we went from under 1.5%, 1.43% to 2% in 8.5 months under this new government. It's unbelievable. The DIA, the Defense Investment Agency, it right now is I won't get into the technical part, but it's a special operating agency under PSPC. It will become autonomous on its own in the coming months. But this lift, the DIA was part of it, but the reality is it was a whole of government approach. It was all the elected officials leading the charge. It was a public service coming to work every day and putting their best game forward. It took everybody full attention to make this happen. But here's the future. If you think about it, our economy's growing, and so are our targets. We have to get to 5% by 2035. If you draw a linear path from where we are today to 2035, we have to increase our spending by 0.3% every year. So 2.3, 2.6, 2.9, and that's a percentage of our economy. And with our Prime Minister, who is a world-renowned economist who's run the central banks of 2 G7 countries, we can have confidence our economy is going to grow. So guess what that means? That means that this effort this lift, this really big lift that we just did is going to have to be maintained in the years going forward. So we can all be super happy that we did this year. Like, it was a big deal, and it is a big deal, but it will be a big deal every year moving forward. And to hit those targets, we have to change the way we're doing things. And if we had a longer, more protracted conversation, if I see you out there, I'll tell you how we're going to do it. But we have a fiscal commitment, and we have new processes that will allow us to deliver the capability that we need to the Canadian Armed Forces while we build our economy and provide jobs and economic opportunities for Canadians. This is what we're going to do.
Thanks so much, Steve. Jill, can you talk to us a little bit about the use of dual use and how that's going to help us attain that 2% and continue to grow the economy?
That's great, Sherry. Thank you so much. And again, shout out to my BC colleague, Steve. It's wonderful to get to be here from British Columbia, so thank you. You know, the dual use is a really interesting perspective, because when we talk about defense investment, we talk a lot about security and sovereignty, but we also need to think about it in terms of economic benefit for Canada. And so I tried to kind of think it through, and I wanted to sort of highlight 3 areas where the dual use infrastructure is going to be so powerful as we look forward for Canada. So the first is when we think about transportation, and we think about the investments that are going to be made in ports and in roads and in airports. These are ultimately the investments in infrastructure that are about people, they're about equipment, they're about supplies. And so while they will have benefits to the Canadian Armed Forces and to our defense, they're also the infrastructure investments that are going to be moving the products that build those investments, that build houses, and that build our strength in our smaller, and particularly as we move into the Arctic communities. Secondly, we want to talk about housing. You know, we know that we're building a ton of housing in Canada, and we've made some great strides with housing for the Canadian Armed Forces. You know, I've been fortunate with David that we've gotten to make some announcements about some of the housing progress we've made. Well, you know what? The housing is about Canadian Armed Forces, but it's also about those individuals that are going to come and build the infrastructure, and it's about building communities through housing. So as we make these investments in the defense housing, we're making the investments in building stronger communities. And then the third example that I had is telecommunications. We know that telecommunications, internet, satellite, Wi-Fi, all of these are incredibly important to the defense sector, to the defense industry, and to our sovereignty. But these are also the tools that connect individuals in Canada. They are what connect us within our communities, and across this vast country from coast to coast to coast. So these are investments that are about building our economy, they're about building our infrastructure, and about taking us forward. So, you know, all of these examples come back to the fact that the dual use investments are economic catalysts. They are going to drive our economy in Canada. They're going to create immediate job creation. And this is the foundation of a strong, stable workforce and careers for individuals for the future. And I think the other key thing is, as we're talking about this 2%, this isn't a one and done. We haven't reached 2% this year and then said, well, what do we do next year? We know we're going to keep doing the 2%. We're going to keep growing. We're aiming to head to 5% in 2035. We've made that commitment. We're on the track for that. So these investments that we're making with the dual use are what are going to get us there. We're going to keep going with this. And ultimately, this is a win-win. This is the win of meeting the needs for our security and our sovereignty, but it's also a win for the Canadian economy as we invest in Canada. And that's why the dual use is so important. And you know, Sherry, just before we move on, I need to mention one other thing too. As we're talking about our contributions to NATO, the 2%, the eventual 5%, we need to be talking about the investments that we're making in the individuals who serve our country. Absolutely. Veterans Affairs is the second largest contributor to that NATO contribution. And so it's incredible to make sure that we are standing and supporting those individuals who have served our country. I think David may have referred to the pay increase that we did for the CAF members. That's incredibly important, and we need to continue investing in these individuals. We need to show that when you come forward for Canada, when you stand with Canada, we are going to be here to stand with you for the long term.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I have to say, as a military family, I can attest that it is incredibly appreciated, the recognition for our brave men and women in uniform, that that pay raise came in, and the commitment to the 2%. So thank you for that. Our next question will go to Anita, and you're going to laugh when I premise this one, because how do I say it in such a way that I'll just say it. So in a world of increasing geopolitical tension, we'll call it that, the Arctic is faced by threats ranging from the impact of climate change, unwanted visitors like Russian submarines, and threats of territorial integrity. How is Canada engaging with our allies to assert our sovereignty and secure our Arctic?
OK, merci beaucoup pour cette question, bien sûr. Et premièrement, peut-être nous pouvons commencer avec les faits. Par exemple, 70% de notre littoral est dans l'Arctique et aussi 40% de notre pays en total est dans l'Arctique. Et ça veut dire que l'Arctique est très important pour notre pays. On doit souligner les menaces. Ce n'est pas seulement les menaces militaires, c'est aussi une question de reconnaître les menaces de changement climatique et aussi la nécessité de coopérer avec nos alliés et nos partenaires internationaux. Donc, peut-être on peut commencer là. How do we cooperate with our allies and partners on the international stage for the benefit of Arctic security and sovereignty, which is indeed Canadian security and sovereignty overall? And I'll say that this idea of international cooperation found its voice so strongly in the speech that Prime Minister Carney gave in Davos. Did anyone hear about that speech? Exactement. Donc ça, c'est le cadre de nos affaires étrangères. And in that framework, what the Prime Minister laid out was that there are issues of concern to the Canadian public as well as our international partners and allies that we need to cooperate on, and Arctic security and sovereignty is one such important issue. And so as early as last summer, I was over in Finland to speak with the Nordic 5 countries to say, how are we going to work together on Arctic security and sovereignty? It's not just about that important milestone on the 2%, and that is absolutely essential. Well said there by David and Stephen. On doit souligner l'importance de 2%, mais aussi la coopération avec nos alliés. And what we decided to do, the Nordic 5 and Canada, is to continue to work together to push NATO, in fact, to recognize that NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the North and the Arctic has to be part of that calculation. And in addition, our foreign policy, and indeed our Arctic foreign policy, which was released late in 2024, envisioned the creation or the formal opening of a consulate in Nuuk, Greenland, which I was so honored to do in early February. And why was that important? Maybe you're clapping because of the importance of standing for territorial integrity and state sovereignty together with our allies and partners around the world, which is exactly what that symbolized and signified. And the last point I will make, and it really ties into the point about Arctic security and sovereignty, is that nothing can be done without ensuring that we are walking that road with Indigenous peoples, avec les Autochtones. C'est important, c'est absolument crucial d'être là avec la réconciliation, avec le travail nécessaire avec les Autochtones. And over 100 Indigenous, actually Inuit people came to the formal opening of the consulate in Nuuk, Greenland. Every one of us stood there together, arm in arm, raising the Canadian flag in support of not only Greenland, but also Denmark, and first and foremost, the Indigenous peoples that share a bond in the North that we must recognize when we talk about Arctic security and sovereignty.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Anita. My next question is for Gary. So we've been talking about Arctic security, but from a domestic lens, how do you believe we should be addressing matters related to Arctic security and our sovereignty from a domestic lens?
Thank you, and I'll just pick up where I think Anita left off, which is about ensuring that discussions around the Arctic and Arctic sovereignty is centered around the people that have lived there for millennia, and that is the Inuit, those who live in Inuit Nunavut across the Arctic, where they have asserted sovereignty since time immemorial. And I want to just share a story. Last year, around this time, maybe a couple of months earlier, I had the privilege of offering an apology in Arctic Bay for the forced relocation of Inuit to Arctic Bay in order to ensure the safety and security of the Arctic. This was done as a Canadian policy in order to have a presence in different parts of the Arctic. And what we've learned from that, and I think, almost many, many decades later, is that forced anything does not work. So when we discuss the Arctic, when we talk about whether it's dual-use infrastructure, or with respect to my portfolio, whether it's the CBSA, the RCMP, or CSIS, military, our presence in the Arctic requires a much deeper understanding, but also deeper work on our end to ensure that our institutions reflect those who have been there for millennia. So from an RCMP perspective, I know as part of the 1,000 new RCMP and 1,000 new CBSA personnel we're hiring, we're ensuring that there is an Inuit component to it that will enable us to have long-term sustainable protection of the Arctic. I know David has been doing an enormous amount of work in that regard as well, to make sure that our frontline officers, who we are so proud of, are representative of Canada, but more importantly, are representative of the Arctic, because we cannot continue the model where we fly people in, have them there for 2 or 3 months, years at a time, and then they leave, they lose a lot of history, a lot of experiences, and then we have to start over again. We need to do both, and I think that is, as part of the 2%, that is the work that we're doing. I do want to highlight that a number of things that happened as part of Bill C-12, which incidentally passed last month, thank you, which speaks to our role in the Arctic, and this includes the role of the safeguard, the Coast Guard, who are now part of the 2%, who have additional responsibilities towards not just the Arctic, but also ensuring marine surveillance, and that is an integral part of our new borders plan. That is complemented by CSIS, who will now also form part of the 2%. So while the 2% milestone is critical for us, it happened because of, I think, the enormous commitment the Prime Minister has made to Canadians, but also to the world, that we will do our part. And all the individuals here, I just want to really say thank you for the work that you've done. David, almost on a bi-weekly basis, would put pencil to paper and say, are you guys going to meet your targets? And if not, let us know now, because he was ready to move that money. So David, congratulations on this important milestone. And I'll just end here. If you have not been to the Arctic, Arctic sovereignty has reignited as an issue for us, not just in Canada, but any of the Arctic countries. If you have not gone to the north, make an effort. Go there. This is an incredible part of our country. I've been just so blessed. And I do want to give a shout out to our newest member of parliament who represents the Arctic, Laurie Idloud. I don't know if she's here today, but in the room. But my travels with her has been incredibly humbling. You will see grit when you go there. You'll see the perseverance. You'll see the enormous wealth of culture and language and just pure heart. And all of us, I think, should be fortunate just to be able to visit and to understand. That is central to the protection of the Arctic and central to our understanding of what we need to do within Canada.
Thank you so much. Actually, that's really great, Gary, in terms of our domestic response. And maybe we can ask David if you want to elaborate a little bit about our investments in the North in terms of our Arctic sovereignty and security in terms of national defense.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much, Gary. That was very gracious of you. This is a big teamwork, team effort here, folks. There are many other members of caucus here today who also have been integral and instrumental. So shout out to all of them for all their heavy lifting to make sure that we hit the 2%. I want to build on a couple of comments that were made about why this is so important. There are many countries in the world who don't accept that the waterway that is north in our Arctic is not ours. There are a number of countries that believe it's theirs, or it may become theirs, or it may be international waterways, at least. You know, very early on, the Prime Minister was very clear. One of the first big things he said when he actually ran for his leadership or became the leader, forgive me, I forget which sequence, but he went up north and he said, I'm making a commitment here and now. And the commitment was, we're going to ensure a 365, 24/7 presence, sovereign presence in the Canadian Arctic. That was a very big announcement and a very big commitment. So what have we done since then? How we address some of the important threat landscape issues that Anita referred to? Well, we've decided to invest very heavily. For example, and also this demonstrates our reach now with other mid-sized power countries like Australia. We're installing an over-the-horizon radar system which will allow us to know what might be coming at us over the pole, effectively, and to be able to respond to it. At a time when hypersonic missiles can go very great distances, this is important for us. But it also illustrates our ability to partner with another country like Australia and to diversify those relationships in buying defense technology. We have created a series of northern operational support hubs to help our Canadian Armed Forces deal with their responsibilities on the ground. We're investing heavily in new radar systems, command and control upgrades, water, wastewater systems that goes to the dual use that we were talking about earlier, both good for our Indigenous communities, but also good for the armed forces and for you when you go up there to visit, for your tourist trips, which is a great suggestion, by the way. We should all go. There are many other upgrades that are going on, water and wastewater systems, a new university in the Eastern Arctic, new power supply, new grids. All of this is now part of an Arctic plan as we seek to assert more directly and more powerfully our sovereignty over the Arctic. And finally, Operation Nanook. The Canadian Armed Forces has a series of operations in Canada and around the world. Operation Nanook is an operation, an exercise, series of exercises that are conducted in the Arctic. It's now a multinational exercise. Many countries are coming to join us on this, as we do join them elsewhere, for example, in Norway. So we're bringing them in, not just the Nordic 5, as Anita was saying, but the Arctic 7, a group that we're leading inside NATO, to bring other armies, other armed forces together with ours to assert a presence. That presence has now gone from several months a year to pretty much a full-time presence. So that's very important for us as we go forward. All this to say, our Arctic security and sovereignty is front of mind. It's certainly front of mind for me. It's been front of mind for the Prime Minister and for all of us here and the whole caucus. So let's go forward now. We have to execute on the plan that we devised 10 or 11 months ago, and that's exactly what we're doing with your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we've been talking a lot about the Arctic, but we also have another border. It's a little bit south from us, about 45 minutes from here in Montreal. My next question is to Anita. Obviously, what we're talking about when we're talking about our security and our safety and our security of our borders is also prevention and protection of Canadians beyond those borders. Can you talk a little bit about how Canada is using diplomacy to both protect Canadians here, but also Canadians abroad, and to mitigate those risks of threats to Canada and Canadians?
Okay, well, bien sûr. Peut-être je pourrais commencer par mentionner que c'est avec la sécurité publique et le ministre là pour renforcer nos frontières. And we spent $2 billion last year to ensure that we were strengthening our border protections, adding our CMP officers, and purchasing equipment, including helicopters, to make sure that we are fulfilling what is needed for border security. And I know that the Minister of Public Safety will speak more to that. From a foreign affairs standpoint, let me make 3 points. First, what we try to do in strengthening borders is also to focus on Canadians outside those borders and how to ensure through our consular efforts that we are able to support Canadians no matter where they are in the world. And just as an example, in terms of the Middle East conflict, since the start of that conflict, we have assisted almost 1,500 Canadians to come back home to this country. That's your public service, your Canadian federal public service, working for Canadians, and over 100,000 Canadians have come back to Canada from the Middle East. Those are pieces of work that the public service through consular affairs continues to provide. The second point is that when we are working internationally with our partners, we ensure to sign agreements where possible to share security information. We've done that with Korea, we've done that with Japan, and where there is that fidelity, where we can share information, we ensure that the security question is always one that we raise and act on with like-minded allies and partners. And the third item I want to mention is the importance of thinking about humanitarian assistance as a form of security assistance. And whether you're talking about our humanitarian aid to Cuba, $8 million, to Lebanon, $37.7 million, to Haiti, and to Gaza, $400 million for Palestinians who have suffered through the conflict. Part of what we think about when we think about is security is the security assistance and humanitarian assistance that we provide around the world, that Canadians themselves, especially in a moment where other governments are cutting international aid, Canada stands for helping with Canadians' concerns abroad, and that includes on humanitarian aid.
Merci, Anita. Puis, je veux juste faire un suivi sur cette question-là. J'imagine, en discussion avec vos homologues, la question de le rôle du Canada est élaborée. Est-ce que les autres pays sont satisfaits avec le rôle du Canada présentement dans le monde?
Bien sûr, peut-être je pourrais mentionner que c'est une matière urgente de chercher de trouver le leadership sur l'étage mondial. Et on voit que tous les autres pays avec nous dans les organisations multilatérales disent que le Canada a le leadership avec le Premier ministre Mark Carney maintenant, ce que le monde a besoin maintenant. Et ça, c'est depuis le discours à Davos, mais avant ça aussi. Parce qu'il y a un moment maintenant où on cherche pour le leadership sur plusieurs enjeux. Ce n'est pas seulement la sécurité et souveraineté de l'Arctique, mais aussi sur la technologie informatique, sur la souveraineté et la sécurité de l'Ukraine, par exemple. Partout dans le monde, les autres pays ont dit à moi et les autres membres de notre gouvernement, nous voyons ce que vous faites. Nous voulons être avec vous. Merci à votre Premier ministre. Merci à votre gouvernement.
Merci, merci.
Et on va continuer. Le travail continue. Et on a besoin, ce n'est pas seulement nous sur la plateforme ici, c'est vous tous et notre pays en total. On doit être unis pour notre pays à ce moment-là. C'est un moment urgent, c'est un moment où les changements géopolitiques sont là et on va être ensemble pour le Canada et pour le monde.
Bravo, absolument. So, because we are in Montreal, as I said, and we're about 45 minutes to the border with Plattsburgh, and we are here in Montreal, my next question is for Ruby Sahota. So we do think a lot of when we're thinking about borders, we're thinking about our land borders. And so here in Montreal, there was a lot of coverage in the last couple of years regarding the Port of Montreal and at the height of auto theft. I'm sure you've all heard about the auto theft issue here in Canada. And I'd like you to elaborate a little bit for the crowd about what we've done to help secure our ports from shipping stolen cars overseas and from the import and export of illegal drugs. If you can elaborate a little bit on what we've been doing, because I think a lot of people in this room would like to know and may not be aware.
Well, hello? Okay, got it. Thanks, Anita. Yeah, so this morning I made a visit to our port to talk to CBSA and get some further updates as to the work that they've been doing. In terms of what they inspect coming into the country and going out of the country. Now, they never had, well, at one point they did a pilot apparently about 15 years ago, starting to inspect some stuff, goods going out of the country. But that was a very short period of time. They didn't really have a mandate to do that. So it was our government that went in and gave them that mandate to, and now with Bill C-12 that Gary has just referenced, it furthers their authorization to be able to inspect goods that are going out of the country at different ports, at also other locations where things are destined out of our country. This is really, really important when it comes to auto theft, because what I saw even just today is every single day they're pulling containers off and they are finding cars. They're finding cars that are being shipped overseas. I saw several myself today, and they've been very effective in doing this over the last couple of years. Because of it, many cars are being returned. Organized crime, will pivot to do things differently. But now that they know we've invested money into the Port of Montreal, we've added extra scanners. We've also done that at land borders as well. We're seeing a real impact of that. At this point, CBSA is now almost 50-50 inspecting things coming in and going out. And they continue to do that so that we can also catch contraband or drugs that are leaving the country. But for the most part, we do know, and I think most people in this room know, that Canadians are affected by drugs for the most part, coming into the country. We do have marijuana exports that go out, and then cars. Those are the two big areas. And this all funds organized crime. And when you look at the connection of where things end up, it could end up becoming a national security issue, and at times it does, because this financing gets into terrorist financing, ends up in conflicts around the world as well. So these things have big impacts, and oftentimes we see it, and I think at some point law enforcement saw it as a smaller local property theft problem. But it's not. It's bigger than that. It's been causing a lot of Canadians to be unsafe. It's caused home invasions to go up. But I'm really reassured after the visit today, and after our announcement of the expansion that we're going to be doing in the South Shore of Montreal, when it comes to the port, it's going to allow us to have even more technology and a more new facility, and that goes hand in hand with CBSA as well, that with these investments, with the agents that Minister Nandasingri talked about, the 1,000 new agents in CBSA, that we will be able to better protect Canadians and detect the things that are coming in that hurt Canadians and the things that are going out that jeopardize and put Canadians at risk. So there are a lot of changes we had to make in order to make sure that we've got our eyes on this and that we've got everybody working full force and in coordination with local police on these issues.
And is it working?
It is. It is working. Auto theft, that is a good question. Auto theft is down. Yes. Auto theft is down, but I think we still have a while to go. I'll be, frank about that. In terms of the extreme spike we saw at one point, I'll speak from the Peel perspective, being a representative from the Peel region. And I know from your Halton and the GTA in general, a lot of the cars end up here in Montreal. That from the very, very spike, some would even say, I know our deputy chief said that, over 70% has decreased, but overall, I think we can confidently say we've seen about a 30% decrease, and we're going to continue. It's a good downward trend. And it's working. It's working because we're tackling it on all different fronts. Not just one front, but in so many different ways, with money laundering, making sure that that's harder to do, making sure that law enforcement has the capabilities in different bills. We've presented 7 different bills in Parliament about public safety and justice. And so we're also making it harder for criminals that do get caught to get out. If they're repeat offenders, we're going to make it harder for them to get bail, and we're making sentencing harder as well. So there's so many different fronts we're working on, and it is getting better as a result.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I want to invite Gary, if he wants to jump in a little bit on that in terms of also elaborating a little bit about the investments, whether it be the southern border or in terms of public safety.
Yeah, I'll just comment on more the southern border. Just a show of hands, how many of you live within a 1-hour drive to the US? It's a lot of you. What I'll say is, Canada has the longest undefended border in history. Over many, many decades, we have an incredible bilateral relationship that has been strengthened over time. But we know that last year, we were called out for causing some of the challenges around fentanyl, as an example. I know when David was minister in my portfolio, there was an allegation that fentanyl, for example, is going to the US from north to south, which we know is far from the truth. But we took that to heart, even though we have the strongest border with incredible border patrol and frontline officers who secure our border. We knew we had to demonstrate, and for our own purpose, because fentanyl impacts Canadians, in fact, at almost very similar rates. 20 Canadian families are impacted by death each and every day. We've lost over 50,000 people to the fentanyl crisis. So it is something that is deeply personal to all of us. I myself have lost a friend to fentanyl, and I can assure you, many of you in this room would have had a similar story. But what's important is that when these allegations came about, when we were called out for what is essentially misleading information, we fought back. We fought back by strengthening the border. $1.3 billion investments towards Black Hawk helicopters, drones, additional personnel, additional security, additional screening, additional scanning equipment, a range of new technology that we deployed across the border, which I know has had an impact on a range of issues, including on guns. This was complemented by Bill C-12, we just passed, Strong Borders Bill, again, giving additional tools for CBSA, so outbound searches of vehicles, for example, where it was not something that we were doing. Now we're able to do it. We can compel operators of ports to be able to give us a space to do those inspections, which we know are clearly important for issues around auto theft, but also on drugs and other illicit items. This is now being complemented even further by 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new CBSA officers. Bravo. The establishment of the Financial Crimes Agency of Canada, which we hope to do this spring. Culmination of all of this, I will say, has strengthened our border. Fentanyl seizures, we know, is down to less than 0.01%.
Bravo.
We also know that migration from south to north, asylum claims are down significantly. In fact, over 90% at the borders, just within a 45-minute drive from here. And we know what impact that has on our communities here. So together, I would say our border, the work on the border with Dom and David, and then what we've been doing since Prime Minister Carney has come in, has drastically changed the narrative. And in fact, with this, we can build on ensuring that the borders work for our economy by ensuring that our ports are expanded and we have more border security for ports of entry of goods and other things that are coming into Canada. Thank you.
You notice he wasn't looking at me because he knows I was going like this for the time, right? So we are running out of time, and I know I could probably stay here for like 3 hours with this group, but I'm going to ask one final question, if you can be quick in your answer, because I want to make sure everyone has a chance. Canadians in this room, Canadians across the country want to be part of our collective defense. They want to know, how can I help? You know, maybe I'm not a soldier, maybe I'm not, a police officer, maybe I'm not, but how can I help defend Canada? I'll start with you, Steve, if you want to take a quick crack at that.
I'll take a very quick crack at it. We live in a completely different world than we did a year ago. I think most of us think about this every day. I think number one, we should stay informed and stay engaged. And if you're in this room listening and part of this conversation, I think you're doing both those things. So that's a great start. I think we need to stick together as a country. We're going to get through this, but how we get through this will largely be determined by how well we come together as a country. And I would say more broadly, this middle power thing that the Prime Minister keeps talking about, it's a thing. And we are working with middle powers to share our values in ways that we haven't before. We have friends in every time zone. This is great. But we're strengthening those relationships, and we're working with countries in ways that we haven't. So this is very positive. And I would say, finally, support institution and leadership that meets the moment today and that will build the country for tomorrow. And I think we have that with this Prime Minister, this cabinet, and this caucus. And I think we're all very proud of this. Thank you.
Ruby, do you want to get in on that? How can Canadians help, real quick?
Well, I know that Canadians are working very hard in many different industries, not just on the front line. I guess I want to reference it and take it back to the area I represent, and just like, it's not unlike other areas in the country. There are so many people working in manufacturing and other jobs that are now helping secure our country and increasing the amount of jobs that we can create here. So I know in my riding, aerospace, armored vehicles, there's so much defense manufacturing happening there. We've got MDA, which has helped us, in our space project. And so Canadians are working in so many different sectors that are also contributing to this end goal. So that's what I wanted to just say.
Perfect. Quick. Anita, quick. Sorry, because we're out of time, so I just want to, their mics to get cut. Go ahead.
So building Canada strong is not just a military exercise. Building Canada strong means that each and every one of us has a role to play in advocating for our country, in standing up for the vulnerable in and outside of our country, in ensuring that we provide the representation nationally and internationally that continues to build this economy, build this country, and connect communities together. And that's where the Liberal Party of Canada is so strong. We believe in unity, we believe in bringing people together, and we stand for those progressive values regardless of where we are in the country or internationally. So my thanks to all of you for your work, to volunteer, to knock on doors, to raise funds, so that we can form government, so that we can stay in government, and we can all build Canada strong together.
Thank you. And I'm getting the cue, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get to the rest of our ministers, but any last words for my three remaining ministers here on stage?
I'll just echo what Anita said. This is a moment for unity. It doesn't mean uniformity. The Liberal Party of Canada is a Big Tent party. We have people from different perspectives, different worldviews that can come together under one tent, under one leader. And I know that the moment calls for the type of unity that this country has never seen before. And I know that we, under the leadership of Prime Minister Mark Carney, are making those efforts. And I encourage all of you to reach out to your neighbors, reach out to your friends, doesn't matter which party, but make sure that you give them and offer them a positive vision of Canada that will unite us and that will make sure that we will sustain any attacks that comes against our country with the vigor and strength that we know that we have internally.
Thank you. Jill, before he cuts the mic, go.
Sherry, I'm going to jump in. I've got a really clear call to action for everybody here. And my request is that you stand with and acknowledge those that are serving our country. Remembrance can't be one day, 1 week, a month of the year. It is a 12-month of the year job, and we can all stand together. This is how we build Canada strong together.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And go Habs, go. Merci.
Nous allons maintenant prendre une courte pause et serons de retour à 17 heures. At this time, we will take a short break and return at 5 p.m. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez accueillir la députée de Peterborough. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Peterborough, Emma Harrison.
Hello, bonjour tout le monde. I am Emma Harrison, the Member of Parliament for the riding of Peterborough. And for some reason, they've given me the distinct honor of introducing tonight's panel. Yes. They really don't need to be introduced by me, but I'm going to give it a shot. The Honourable Mark Miller is here and will be on stage shortly. Yes. Did you know that in 2017, he delivered a speech in the House of Commons entirely in the Mohawk language? The first time Mohawk had been spoken in Parliament. The Honourable Francois-Philippe Champagne is here, and like you, I gotta pause, you're right, sorry. And like you, I'm hoping he brings the same energy to this panel as he does in the House of Commons. I won't be surprised if we hear him shout, "Mr. Speaker, I have good news." Or my personal favorite, when he looks to the opposition and says, I know the people at home can't see this, Mr. Speaker, but the opposition is excited. They're smiling. Francois, if nothing else, it lights up my day. Dominic LeBlanc is here. Did you know the Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, first elected in 2000 and re-elected 8 times since? With the level of patience he has developed over his time in public life, I can see why he's been tasked with dealing with the White House. I am proud to introduce the Honourable Joël Lightbound, tasked with developing the Buy Canadian policy, what we're going to hear more about tonight. And Joël, you didn't send me your bio, so I'm going to have to improvise a little bit on this. I've never met anyone who created a PowerPoint presentation that I actually paid attention to. And if you have sat through a PowerPoint presentation, you actually know what a fine skill that is. And now, if you're wondering, I have saved the best for last. The incomparable Melanie Joly will be on the stage shortly. Before I became the Member of Parliament, I saw Melanie on TV in news clips, and I'm sure you've seen them too. And equally as impressed as I am. The fierce, razor-sharp, smart politician I knew from TV was even better in person. She is kind and generous with her time and advice. And maybe you're wondering why they needed 4 men on this panel. And there is. It was in hope that they can keep up with Mel. I'm getting very close to overstaying my welcome, right? You guys know. I hope you enjoy tonight's panel on Canada Strong, Buy Canadian, Build Canadian, and feel as fortunate as I do to have such incredible representation here at home and on the world stage. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonsoir tout le monde. Quel plaisir de voir autant d'énergie ici au Québec, ici à Montréal pour le Parti libéral du Canada. Et je veux dire, ça peut pas mal aller. Les Canadiens ont gagné hier. Cole Caulfield a marqué son 50e but. L'avenir est radieux, mesdames et messieurs. Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui et bientôt avec mes collègues Dominique Leblanc, François-Philippe Champagne, Mélanie Joly et Mark Miller, réunis autour d'un thème et d'un objectif commun qui est central à notre engagement comme libéraux, bâtir un Canada fort. Il y a à peine 1 an, on a fait un choix qui est déterminant pour l'avenir de notre pays en choisissant Mark Carney comme chef du Parti libéral et premier ministre du Canada. Il y a 1 an, on parlait déjà d'économie, de stabilité, de croissance. On parlait de l'importance d'être maître chez nous, de prendre en main les leviers de notre développement, de notre souveraineté et de notre destinée comme pays. On en parlait parce que ça s'imposait comme impératif face à un monde qui change de plus en plus rapidement. Et 1 an plus tard, force est de constater que ce constat demeure. The global economy is being reshaped. Supply chains are breaking and reforming along new lines. Old global alliances are under strain, and the stability we once took for granted is no longer guaranteed. Comme le premier ministre l'a souvent dit avec beaucoup d'éloquence, pendant trop longtemps, le Canada s'est fié à la force de ses valeurs. Il est maintenant le temps qu'on se fie aussi à la valeur de notre force. Et la valeur de notre force, elle s'exprime par nos travailleurs, par nos forces armées, par nos industries, par nos ressources, par notre monde, par nos idées et par notre génie. C'est la valeur de nos forces qu'il faut faire rayonner. Et c'est cette idée centrale qui nous guide. C'est cette idée fondamentale qui nous a guidés quand on a mis en œuvre dans la dernière année la politique Acheter canadien, Buy Canadian. And Buy Canadian is not a slogan. It's a political choice, it's an economic choice, it's a strategic choice. C'est un choix de bâtir nos ponts, nos maisons, notre équipement militaire et de le faire avec de l'acier canadien, avec du bois canadien et avec de l'aluminium d'ici. Yeah, I think that's warranted. C'est un choix de prioriser les fleurons canadiens, les entrepreneurs de chez nous et les travailleurs d'ici. Because every dollar spent in Canada strengthens Canada. It supports our workers, it grows our industries, it builds our capacity. It ensures that the ideas, the innovation, and the wealth that we create stay here and build our collective prosperity. To give you a sense of perspective, The Government of Canada spends close to $70 billion each year on infrastructure, defense, technology, transportation, energy, and public services. But for too long, we've treated procurement as a passive process, focused narrowly on the lowest cost, disconnected from the real value in our communities and from the long-term economic outcomes. That approach no longer works in a world where every major economy is acting strategically. In this context, Buy Canadian means using procurement as a deliberate tool of industrial policy. It means, thank you. It means going from Canadian by default, open by default, to Canadian by default. It means recognizing that value is not just measured by the price we pay. It's measured over time through the jobs that we create, the industries we develop, the technologies we advance, and the exports we generate. And where capacity does not exist yet in Canada, we want to build it. C'est ce qu'on fait, chers amis, en défense, avec la stratégie industrielle élaborée notamment par Mélanie Joly, qui va créer 125 000 emplois à travers le pays. Une stratégie qui ne se contente pas d'assurer notre sécurité, mais qui construit une base industrielle solide ici au Canada. C'est ce qu'on fait avec le budget de François-Philippe Champagne, qui est résolument tourné vers l'investissement, vers la productivité, vers la compétitivité. Un budget qui nous donne les moyens de nos ambitions. Et ces ambitions-là, comme libéraux, c'est quoi? C'est nos ambitions de construire des logements abordables, de protéger nos programmes sociaux, d'investir en sciences, en innovation, en culture. C'est notre ambition de construire à un rythme et à une échelle sans précédent depuis des générations. And heck, if you want to talk about building Canadian, François Philippe even built his own shoes before the last budget. And I hear they're very robust and they can withstand a lot of energy. Mais bâtir la valeur de notre force, c'est aussi ce qu'on fait avec Dominique Leblanc qui s'acharne à unir l'économie canadienne et à faciliter la construction de grands projets au Canada. Unir l'économie canadienne, c'est ajouter jusqu'à 215 milliards de dollars au potentiel de notre économie. And building major projects, it's Contrecœur, we announced yesterday. It's Nouveau Monde Graphite. It's the Port of Churchill. It's the Mackenzie Valley Highway. It's Wind West in Nova Scotia. It's high-speed rail between Quebec and Toronto. But ultimately, it's building a more resilient, productive, and connected economy. It's opportunities for our young people and for generations to come. Et finalement, la valeur de notre force, c'est aussi, et je dirais surtout, de défendre et de promouvoir notre culture comme le fait Mark Miller. Parce que notre culture, c'est le socle de notre identité et c'est, à mon sens, la base de tout. Au final, la valeur de notre force, c'est notre capacité à produire ici, à bâtir ici, à innover ici et à créer ici. My friends, this is a unique moment in our history, and our values, and more importantly, our actions, as Liberals, meet this very moment. And I believe this is why so many Canadians are joining us from all regions of the country and from different backgrounds to build a stronger, a more united, and a more confident Canada. Et maintenant, chers amis, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter mes collègues qui aident à faire de cette vision une réalité jour après jour. Et j'ai nommé Mélanie Joly, Dominique Leblanc, François-Philippe Champagne et Mark Miller. Merci beaucoup.
C'est moi, là? Je commence?
Oui, vas-y, après toi.
Allô?
C'est toi qui modère. Oui, c'est ça.
Ouais. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait ici?
OK,
Non, bonjour tout le monde. Joël, tu avais bien commencé en parlant de la réorientation de l'économie qu'on a dû faire cette dernière année. Puis vous jouez tous les quatre des rôles indispensables pour bâtir le Canada fort. Puis je vais commencer avec Dom. Parlez un peu des défis auxquels vous faites face. Dom, toi, avec l'économie interne surtout. évidemment, ministre de l'Économie, tous les défis auxquels tu fais face dans ton département, Mélanie, qui chapeaute l'industrie. Joël, j'allais dire apprivoisonnement, il ne faut pas le dire, approvisionnement. C'est des défis de taille qu'il ne faut pas négliger parce qu'on parle de la réorientation totale de l'économie canadienne qui a été, ces dernières années, axée sur les États-Unis. Dom, je commence avec toi.
Bien, merci Marc. Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. C'est ma première fois ici devant vous. Alors, je suis tellement heureux de vous voir en si grand nombre à Montréal. Marc, tu l'as très bien dit. Les défis économiques, les vents que nous faisons face tout de suite en termes économiques sont réels. On entend énormément parler du défi avec les Américains, les tarifs douaniers non justifiés des Américains. La géographie fait en sorte qu'on sera toujours en train de faire des échanges commerciaux avec la plus grande économie du monde qui se trouve notre voisin. But one thing, Mark, which I think, and Joël talked about buying Canadian, the Prime Minister speaks often about focusing on the things that we can control in Canada. And a year ago, during the election campaign, I thought one of the most powerful phrases the Prime Minister used over and over again is that we're going to build one Canadian economy, not 13. Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire concrètement? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire concrètement, Marc? Ça veut dire enlever les barrières qui font en sorte que c'est plus difficile pour quelqu'un qui fait des maisons préfabriquées au Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est plus facile de les vendre à l'État de Maine que les vendre dans une autre province canadienne. So what we did, the first important economic legislation our government passed was Bill C-5 a year ago, the One Canadian Economy Act. It got rid of all of the federal barriers to interprovincial trade. So now the government of Canada can say to our partners in the provinces and territories, okay, we've done our part to make sure that the sale of goods, if you sell a particular piece of equipment in Nova Scotia, well, we should trust each other and it should be good enough to be for sale in Manitoba. On a enlevé, nous, la partie qui était fédérale. Maintenant, il faut travailler avec les provinces parce qu'il demeure encore beaucoup de barrières. Ils sont en train de diminuer. On a fait énormément de progrès au cours des derniers mois. Le premier ministre est énormément focusé sur ces enjeux-là. Il a convoqué les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires à Ottawa fin janvier. Alors moi, je suis optimiste qu'on va augmenter l'impact économique d'avoir une économie canadienne, mais il ne faut pas lâcher, we have to stay very focused on it and keep the pressure on our partners in the Federation.
And I'll do the flip side of that. François Philippe and Mel are both traveling a lot internationally. Talk about the reorientation that you're trying to effect in a very short period of time in your work that you're doing international. It doesn't mean just your suits that you're buying in Canada now, François Philippe, instead of in Italy, but like maybe Mel, you go first, and then François Philippe.
Yeah, okay. Well, a couple of things. I think we are controlling what we can control first and foremost here at home, because when you look at the trade war that are impacting workers, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs that are at risk. So we've been really focusing on supporting the work. And I've been working also a lot with Joël on this, on the Buy Canadian policy of the work of the steel workers, of the aluminum workers, qu'on puisse aussi aider les gens qui sont au Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, mais également en Colombie-Britannique dans le domaine de l'aluminium, the people that are working in Hamilton and working in the Sioux. Yes, I know. I hear that there's people from Hamilton here. So, and really we came up with this important auto strategy, which is pivotal, which is really about keeping the jobs and growing our sector, notwithstanding the fact that there's unjustified and illegal tariffs against us. Now, all that is happening while other countries also have a tendency to go towards protectionism. And that's the danger of it. We need to, and that's the Davos speech of the Prime Minister, which is how can middle powers, so basically G6 countries, are able to work together to make sure that we can continue to trade and do foreign direct investment. And that's what we're doing, notwithstanding the fact that indeed we're investing in us, by us, but we're also attracting a lot of investments. And of course, François Philippe can talk about it, but because of the major projects office under you, Dom, il y a beaucoup de travail que Dominique fait aussi pour s'assurer qu'il y ait du financement étranger dans les grands projets énergétiques et bref, qui sont liés à nos ports, etc. Le dernier exemple que je pourrais vous donner, c'est Contrecœur hier. On a annoncé Contrecœur. Il y avait, dans le fond, Joël était là, Stephen McKinnon était là. Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? C'est qu'essentiellement, c'est un investissement aussi de capitaux étrangers importants, notamment de DP World, pour justement développer le port de Montréal, diversifier nos marchés. It's been since 1988 that we were waiting for the expansion of the Port of Montreal, and we were able to work on it and make it happen within a year.
It's good to see all of you. Oh, yeah, the microphone works. They give me the special mic. They said maybe sometime my voice does not translate well. But here we go. Non, mais je veux dire d'abord et avant tout, je veux vraiment féliciter le travail de mes collègues. Je pense que Joël, Mélanie, Dominique ont fait un travail exceptionnel. Big round of applause for colleagues, honestly. They have been big enablers. This is the team with the Prime Minister that really delivers on the economic front for the nation, for the future. And let me, maybe in my role as the finance minister, let's go macro and take a step back. I mean, what you feel, and I said it a bit yesterday, but what people feel is the 3S, I call that, the speed, scope, and scale of change is unprecedented. And it's about geoeconomics, it's about geopolitics, it's about supply chain. It's also about technology, AI, quantum, and cyber. And, you know, it just feels that there's a lot of wind in the windshield where you're looking at that, whether at the kitchen table, on the factory floor, in our communities. And the Prime Minister has set the vision to say, let's focus on what we can control. And I think that has inspired the nation, and the work of Melanie, the work of Dominic, the work of Joël, building one Canadian economy like you've done, removing interprovincial trade barriers. I was just at a federal, provincial, territorial meeting yesterday, and I was reminding the colleagues that even the International Monetary Fund said, you know, we still have work to do. Dominic has been great work. It's work in progress. But if we remove all the barriers in our nation, that would add $210 billion to the GDP of our country. That is the reality. That is within our control. That is something that would make a difference across our nation. The other thing that Joël has been spearheading is about, you know, the buying Canadian policy. Is it about time that we buy Canadian? I don't know about you, you know. When I started 10 years ago, people say we're open by default. I said, what about being Canadian by default? You know, that would make sense, I think. You know, you've seen the world changing, and we need to support the SME. We need to support our Canadian industry. Now, why I feel confident despite the headwinds in the world, I would say there's 5 things always that make me very confident about the Canadian economy. And honestly, if you look at the world, we've been more resilient than many expected. Actually, we're going to have the second fastest growth in the G7, despite everything that we have seen. Mais il y a vraiment 5 choses, puis je vais arrêter là, qui m'inspirent quand je pense au pays, puis ça va vraiment vous, je pense, vous parler. La première chose, on a l'une des populations les plus éduquées au monde. And I think that is making a huge difference. We've attracted talent from around the world. We have the most educated workforce, and it's making a difference across our nation. La deuxième chose, on est un pays avec une base industrielle forte. On produit des navires, on produit des avions, on fabrique des automobiles. Canada is one of the very few countries in the G7 where we do all of these things in our own borders. La troisième chose, we are a magnet for critical minerals. We have all the critical minerals to fuel the economy of the 21st century. On a de l'énergie conventionnelle, renouvelable et nucléaire. And we are the only G7 country in the world with a free trade agreement with all the other G7 nations. That gives us preferential market access. You know, it's interesting, and I'll finish there, but, you know, when I was in India, you know, it's a country with a few people, I said, actually, Canada's preferential market access to 1.5 billion people, which is pretty amazing when you consider where we are in our geography. But the work that we have been doing over time with the vision of the Prime Minister Today, we have preferential market access to 1.5 billion consumers. That is the power of Canada today. Its people, its industry, its critical mineral, its energy, and our trade agreement. We're on a good track, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to succeed in that economy.
And we have one of the best salesmen in the country. The best finance minister. Joël, parle-nous un peu du rôle que peut jouer le gouvernement du Canada dans l'approvisionnement, justement, dans le rôle que tu joues, donc l'importance du gouvernement fédéral et de sa part dans le PIB et le rôle de Buy Canadian dans ce contexte-là.
Oui, bien, peut-être une des choses qui est intéressante de savoir, dans notre politique Buy Canadian, il y a deux choses. Premièrement, on met vraiment l'emphase sur le contenu canadien. C'est que le message qu'on envoie aussi, c'est si vous voulez faire affaire avec le gouvernement du Canada, vous devez investir au Canada, vous devez créer de la propriété intellectuelle ici, des emplois ici, des infrastructures ici. C'est essentiel. Ça, c'est un des premiers messages. La deuxième chose, c'est que la politique acheter canadien, elle s'applique non seulement au gouvernement fédéral à proprement parler, mais à toutes nos agences, à toutes nos sociétés de la Couronne, et bientôt, elle s'appliquera aussi au transfert aux provinces. Et c'est important parce que quand on regarde les marchés publics au Canada, tout palier de gouvernement confondu, c'est 13 % de notre PIB. Ça peut être un levier de développement économique immense pour le pays, puis c'est ce sur quoi on mise.
And I'd ask each of you, starting with you, Mel and Dom, and then François-Philippe, that specific role in your departments of Buy Canadian and what that means as the priority you're putting in making sure that sticks in front when you talk to people.
Yeah, well, for us, Buying Canadian is about protecting workers because we're dealing with the consequences of the trade war, but it is also about creating jobs. And one of the things I've worked a lot with Joël on and with Stephen Fuhr and with David McGuinty is definitely the defense industrial strategy. Who has heard about it? So guys, yeah, you did? Oh, that's good. Finally, you're listening to me. Finally.
From you,
Being
from
the
you. Mel.
woman on the panel here. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, gals, for having my back. But fundamentally, so sorry, I was lost in my thoughts there. but fundamentally, jokes apart, we have been working on a new defense industrial strategy, and this strategy is the biggest industrial strategy the country has ever had, because it's not only the first industrial strategy on the defense side, but it's $500 billion of a budget. You just can't compare. You just can't. And the goal is 125,000 jobs. So when you think about it, how will we create jobs? Well, it will be based on the fact that we will build the planes here. We will make sure that we build the ships here, that we build the drones here, that we build everything that is required for sovereignty and prosperity, and indeed for peace, because we need to make sure that we show deterrence. So it's build first, and then if we can't build, we will partner, and if we can't partner, then we will buy. And then when we will buy from companies from abroad, there will be clear rules for them to have a supply chain in Canada. So that's what we're working on, indeed. I could go on and on and on because, Joël, David McGuinty, Stephen Fuhr and I are going across the country, crisscrossing the country from Atlantic Canada to BC, to the north, to the south, everywhere. In every single chamber of commerce we go. You were just here, tu étais ici avec, il y avait 700 personnes, Joël, la semaine passée. I was in BC last week. There's a lot of interest. And so if you are interested in knowing more about it, come and see us, because we can definitely make sure that you know more and you can talk to your businesses in your own communities to be able to benefit from it. Thank you.
So, Mark, I think what was interesting in your question is, like, across the government, what can we do with our colleagues that aren't on the stage that are working under the Prime Minister's direction on this exact same issue, is ensure, as Joël said, that the Government of Canada and our partner governments in the Federation are spending Canadian taxpayers' dollars to create prosperity and jobs and success here in Canada. Exactly as the best example for the government of Canada is what Mel just went through, the defense industrial policy. And I had heard about that. You mentioned it a few weeks ago.
I like it when you listen.
Wait. It's because it was repeated so many times I couldn't miss it, Mel. Mark,
it's great that Tom is reading some of the government stuff, right?
It's like the cassette that François Philippe is. He just keeps going. So, Mark.
Whoever convened this panel made a big mistake.
This is your new government.
Right. But Mark, the challenge, and Joël mentioned it, le défi, c'est les provinces. Et moi, je viens du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est une petite province avec tiens, il y a des gens, des Acadiens, des gens du Nouveau-Brunswick ici. Mais le défi, c'est que tout le monde dit oui, on va acheter canadien. Oui, on veut dépenser l'argent des contribuables pour créer de la prospérité au Canada. Tout le monde est d'accord. Moi, j'étais avec M. Carney quand il a rencontré les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires. Mais quand une petite province, puis c'est la même chose peut-être pour une plus importante province en termes d'économie ou population, fait une décision pour acheter quelque chose, la première chose qui arrive, c'est que la compagnie dans cette petite province-là va aller voir le premier ministre. Whoa, what do you mean you're buying ambulances from that province when we have 60 people in our province that are selling ambulances? So the challenge for us is to lead by example. And Joël is doing that, the Prime Minister is doing that. But we have to keep, and I'm the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, we have to keep reminding the provinces that it's in the economic interest of the whole country, exactly as François Philippe just said, that we do this together. And that if we say we're going to buy Canadian, it may mean that on a particular issue, at a particular moment in time, it's going to benefit a Canadian company from some other part of the country. But over time, very quickly, and across the country, we'll all be better off if we do that together. So therein lies the challenge. And the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's leadership has been very important, and he's also very blunt with the provinces. They have huge lists of things they want from the Government of Canada. It always starts with money. But the list is long. So we're entitled as a national government to say, you know what, we'll help you with this and we'll work with you on that. Mais on s'attend en même temps que vous allez appuyer un mandat que nous avons reçu des Canadiens il y a 1 an pour bâtir une économie canadienne. Alors, puis moi, je suis assez optimiste.
Now,
Je veux juste renchérir, oui.
I just wanted to add, this is about smart government. Et je vais vous donner un exemple parce que Dominique a parlé du Nouveau-Brunswick. Hier, on avait une rencontre fédérale, provinciale, territoriale. Et une des choses qu'on a changé grâce au travail de Joël, avec l'appui évidemment de Mélanie, de dire comment on peut favoriser les entreprises canadiennes, c'est bulk purchasing. So now when we negotiate with Microsoft or the other big companies around the world that want to sell services or software to Canada, we're not going as PEI, we're not going as New Brunswick, we're going as Canada. And that is allowing us to have the discount. Because when we had discussion, imagine some of the provinces were saying, if you look at the rates that PEI would pay for a software license, as opposed to the Government of Canada, in some cases, we don't see ourselves as big. We're just Canadian sometimes, but we need to brag a bit about what we do. When you go to some of these vendors, we realize that sometimes we're the second largest purchaser, if not the largest in the world. If we bulk with the provinces, the territory, and the federal government, that is smart government. You know, when we say spending less to invest more, it applies to the federal government, but obviously I can tell you yesterday, if you're in Nunavut, or the Northwest Territories, and we were saying yesterday to New Brunswick, actually, which raised their hand, when we're buying now, we have an opt-in option. Ça, c'est le fédéralisme constructif. Moi, je n'ai pas mandaté à personne de dire vous êtes obligé d'acheter avec nous, mais ce qu'on a négocié au niveau fédéral, c'est de dire qu'il y a un opt-in option. Si vous voulez avoir le même prix que le gouvernement fédéral, que vous êtes au Nouveau-Brunswick, à l'île du Prince-Édouard, à Québec comme en Ontario, vous pouvez maintenant bénéficier des mêmes tarifs. Et ça part d'une chose très simple. There's only one taxpayer. That taxpayer is not federal, is not provincial, is not municipal. He's Canadian. And if we want to deliver better services for Canadians, spend less and invest more, that's the kind of structure we need to put in place. And I can tell you yesterday, Dominic, the provinces were applauding. For the first time, they say the federal government is working hand in hand, and we're going to benefit from better rates. And with better rates, we can reinvest in this case in healthcare and education, the kind of things that make a difference.
And if I may, if I may,
Oui, oui.
one thing is to echo what Dom said. To me, Buy Canadian is also about economic solidarity as a country. It's about Canadian unity at a time where Canadian unity is paramount and more important than ever. Et pour moi, un des plus beaux exemples de ça, c'est en janvier d'être à l'usine de Alstom à l'Apocatière, annoncer la construction des wagons pour le métro de Toronto, qui va être construit en partie à l'Apocatière, aussi à Saint-Bruno-de-Montarville, aussi en Ontario, ou à l'Apocatière, ils sont en train déjà de construire le SkyTrain de Vancouver. Pour moi, ce genre d'unité économique, de solidarité, alors qu'on fait face à des tarifs extérieurs, c'est plus important que jamais.
Oui, bravo.
And I have the easiest job here because the Prime Minister, thanks to the last budget, pumped a lot of money into my department and gave me money to support what I have a mandate to do, which is only Canadian artists or productions in Canada. So the arts and culture industry is often seen as something that is not viewed through an economic lens, but it's $128 billion to our economy. And it's a massive, and it continues to need the support of the Canadian government. Will continue to do it, and we're producing amazing stuff around the world. Go see, blowing box office records, Up at Sea, if people have watched it, a wonderful program. We supported Heated Rivalry. Don't watch that with your mother-in-law, but exercise. Or have a security blanket, but...
Et la jeune fille qui pleurait des perles, qui a gagné un Oscar.
Justement, de l'ONF, puis une victoire montréalaise d'autant plus. Donc, de quoi être immensément fier.
Oui.
Joël, je reviens sur toi pour la politique militaire et industrielle. C'est quand même, comme Mélanie l'a dit, 80 milliards de dollars avec lesquels on utilise un effet de levier sur l'économie. Parle-nous un peu de cette stratégie et de l'importance de la déployer, rapidement, mais de façon sensée, à travers notre économie, d'une façon qu'on n'a pas faite auparavant avec nos investissements dans l'armée.
Ben, l'objectif, puis je pense que Mélanie va vouloir enchérir là-dessus, présentement, on s'approvisionne, on s'apprivoise pas, on s'approvisionne pour 40% envers des entreprises canadiennes dans nos approvisionnements militaires. L'objectif, c'est de le faire passer à plus de 70%. Puis une des façons d'y arriver, c'est de s'assurer qu'il y a une bonne adéquation entre les besoins des forces armées canadiennes et le potentiel de notre industrie. C'est de savoir, là où on a des besoins, comment est-ce qu'on peut bâtir la capacité ici au pays. Alors qu'on fait ces investissements en défense, il est absolument fondamental qu'il y ait des retombées économiques dans toutes les régions du Canada. Puis c'est ce à quoi la stratégie industrielle de défense vient répondre. Puis je laisserai peut-être Mélanie commenter davantage parce qu'elle a vraiment chapeauté cette stratégie.
Merci, Joël. Mais en fait, ce qui est important de comprendre, c'est que normalement, lorsqu'on pense au libre-échange entre les pays, tout ce qui est politique industrielle, approvisionnement militaire, ça ne fait pas partie des règles de libre-échange. Okay? Ça, c'est un aspect très, très important parce que parfois, les gens sont inquiets qu'on décide d'investir plus dans nos compagnies canadiennes dans le domaine militaire et inquiets qu'il puisse y avoir, dans le fond, des répercussions négatives à l'étranger. Non. Tous les pays investissent normalement leurs dépenses militaires dans leur complexe militaro-industriel. The reality is for too long, we didn't invest enough in the Canadian Armed Forces. Now we are doing so, while other countries of NATO are doing so. And congratulations, within 10 months, we were able to get to 2% of our GDP investing in defense. So that's great news. But more than that, what we are doing right now is if you look at it, when Canada entered the Second World War in 1939, we had nearly no industrial capacity. By 1943, the Globe and Mail was reporting that 900,000 men and women, and actually a lot of women because a lot of men were in Europe fighting for freedom, 900,000 women and men were building per week 80 planes 80 planes per week, 450 motored vehicles, 400 light armored vehicles, ammunition, and I could go on, per week. So by 1945, when the war ended, we were one of the biggest aerospace industry in the world. Now, over time, we heard about Project Avro. We know that we have an industry, etc. But bit by bit, as we were not investing as much in defense, what happened? Well, a lot of our companies were impacted, and a lot of jobs were lost. Meanwhile, if you look at Boeing in the US, if you look at Airbus in France, they're completely supported by their government because fundamentally they're supported by defense procurement. And so that's what we're changing. We know we've done it in the past. We can do it now again. Absolutely. And of course, the aerospace sector is a lot, indeed, in Mirabel, in Montreal, etc. But I was at Magellan in Winnipeg. Who is from Manitoba here? You know, great aerospace company, great footprint. I went to Fort Erie also, you know, in southwestern Ontario. There's a great company, Airbus actually builds helicopters there. I was at Cascade in Abbotsford. Anybody from BC here? Extremely. Who knows about IMP in Nova Scotia? And also, actually, Will Greaves and I were on Vancouver Island, indeed, at the Avalon plant just last week on the island of Vancouver. Who's from, again, BC, Vancouver Island. And we have a fantastic, of course, we have Bombardier in Montreal, and we have the Avalon in Calgary, so two fantastic aerospace companies. All these companies and all their supply chains, so all their suppliers, will be able to benefit from our investments. So if you're thinking of young people really being able to have new jobs at a time where they're really affected by the trade war, and they're counting on you to negotiate, by the way. You know?
You want to know what it looks like being set up for the blame? That's it. Right there. If you ever wonder what setting up the straw person looks like, you just saw it.
I thought that was cabinet confidence, no?
Guys, this is a safe space. This is a safe space. So that's actually usually your joke. So all that to say, for young people, aerospace, AI, there's so many different sectors that can benefit from investment in defense. So I really, really think this is good news also for our generation of young people right now.
Je vais aller à le tour de rôle encore une fois avec toi. Je commence avec toi, François-Philippe. Vous avez tous vous parlez de nous puis on, mais vous avez des conversations difficiles avec des entreprises privées qui sont en train de refaire leur façon d'exporter, leur façon de vraiment de manufacturer au sein de leurs entreprises. Parlez-nous de des conversations difficiles que vous pouvez avoir, de l'investissement que ces compagnies demandent justement pour réorienter notre stratégie d'exportation. François-Philippe?
Oui.
Ben, je dirais, puis je suis sûr que Mélanie peut rajouter, mais seulement, moi, je disais ça souvent un peu, puis ça fait suite à ce que Mélanie disait. Moi, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, toutes les entreprises canadiennes doivent avoir une stratégie défense. Je pense qu'on est rendu là, because if you look at the defense spend, actually, I'll give you a secret. We're just a few people, and a few people watching at home. But when we had our last G7 meeting, the finance minister, you know, we look at the strategy, the investment, but also the size of it. If you look at the defense investment over the next decade in the G7, you're talking about, you know, a couple of $1 trillion of investment. So what Melanie is saying, basically, and what we're saying, this needs to become a pillar of economic growth in our country. Et je vous donne un exemple récemment, ça va vous parler parce que j'étais avec les pays nordiques. Et je disais, écoutez, si vous combiniez l'économie canadienne avec la Finlande, la Suède, la Norvège et le Danemark, we would be about the 4th largest economy in the world. We don't see ourselves this way, but if you put the Nordic economies with Canada, we would be about the 4th largest economy in the world. And then you start thinking, okay, if we do smart procurement, like Melanie's saying, smart manufacturing, smart procurement, Well, actually, we might not be able to do everything at home, but we might be able to have partnerships so our Canadian companies can grow. And Melanie was right. Just think about Davy. Davy is doing now the icebreakers. So part of the discussion was maybe we specialize in Canada in icebreakers, and then we can sell to the Nordic country. Maybe we work and the global eye of Bombardier becomes the standard within NATO. So my point is that we have seen, obviously there was a peace dividend, so people in Canada, we may have seen, by the way, Melanie is so right, I was reminded recently that we had the second largest Navy after the Second World War, and I think we had the fourth largest Air Force after the Second World War, and we had 2 aircraft carriers, by the way. So just think about what this country has been able to do and what we can do together. But I think what Melanie is saying, and I would agree, it's about partnership, and it's also about leveraging, because our friends in other jurisdictions have been using defense to finance innovation, to finance research and development, to finance a number of products which started military and then became civilian, the famous dual-use products. So my point is that if we're going to do this together to protect our sovereignty, to protect, obviously, our country and our values, we need to do it in a smart way. And I would think the strategy that Melanie and our colleagues have put together is really giving another pillar to the Canadian economy that will make us more resilient, but that will make us more prosperous for generations to come. This is what about building Canada strong is about.
Et Joël a mentionné quelque chose de super important parce qu'il a parlé de la solidarité. Parce que ce qu'on fait présentement, c'est qu'on essaie de créer des chaînes de solidarité au sein de nos chaînes d'approvisionnement. And what do I mean by that is, so I had a conversation with all the shipyards in Canada. So basically, Irving Shipyard. Who knows about Irving Shipyard? Of course, C-SPAN and Davy. And nearly all of them were using non-Canadian steel. And we had a very, tough conversation about the importance of buying Canadian steel. So when people in Halifax are building the important ships, or in Vancouver, or in Quebec City, what are they doing? Now they're supporting people at Algoma Steel, and they're supporting people in Hamilton at Dofasco, and people in Sorel. That's what we are talking about, being able to invest in certain sectors, but at the same time, it's having an impact on our other sectors. Because think about it. If you're in the steel sector, you've been working at your plant for years. The entire business model of our plants were all about building for the auto sector. And, François-Philippe would know that. He's been the Minister of Industry, and, we had no problem with our steel plants for a long, long time, particularly in the past. Yes, and we supported them to have electric furnaces, etc. You did that good work. Now, what happens now is that from the moment you have a tariff wall of 50%, there's no way you can continue just to export to the US. It's impossible. The cost of the steel is just too high. So it puts our steel plants completely at risk. Now, if one day Canada is in a conflict and we need to protect ourselves, we absolutely need our steel plants. There cannot be sovereignty without having steel manufactured here in Canada.
Big round of applause to that.
And that's why François-Philippe and I have been working on supporting these plants, because obviously they need to pivot. But to your question, Mark, it's, right now we're working with Algoma Steel for them to do ballistic steel for defense, to be able to build a type of steel for infrastructure, to build housing and, big infrastructure that are so important that Gregor Robertson is working on. And so that's the pivot we're doing, and we need to stop to be dependent too much on the US. And that is why this work is so important.
Probably another question we can tackle, but Dom or Joël, do you want to add anything to that? And I also just got a text from the Hill Times to say that we won the best comedy ensemble.
See?
And even importantly, we beat out Jamil Javani's Canadian Patriotism Tour in Washington.
Thank you. Were you part of that decision?
Yeah, I made up the second part. But look, for a lot of people in the room, probably people that are listening to this, they think, you automatically think because it's big money, you're thinking of larger businesses. But what does this mean? What does this all mean for the small or medium business owners that are the backbone of this country? I think it's a really important question, and lots of people in the room that are interested in it would like to know what that means, what it means for their own export strategies. Je commencerai avec Joël, je pense.
Vas-y, Joël.
Oui, bien, brièvement, c'est clair que ça doit se rendre jusqu'à nos PME. Puis à ce chapitre-là, au cours du printemps, donc d'ici la mi-juin, on va mettre en œuvre une politique d'approvisionnement qui vise à simplifier, parce que trop souvent, concourir sur des contrats fédéraux, c'est une tâche titanesque pour des petites entreprises. On veut simplifier le processus, s'assurer que ça se rende dans les PME. Puis peut-être un exemple, moi, qui a marqué mon imaginaire depuis que je suis dans ce rôle, c'est une compagnie de chez nous à Québec. So in Quebec City, we have a lot of snow, and we make the best snowblowers in the world. And I was dismayed to learn that in years past, we've procured as a government snowblowers made elsewhere, Italy, that are not nearly as good as the ones we make in Quebec City. And that's the kind of change we want to make, recognizing that the lowest bid is not always the highest value. And the value is the jobs, the value is the people, the expertise. So that's what Buy Canadian means, and it needs to trickle down to SMEs. That's 100%, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, en fait, on a travaillé beaucoup avec Richie Valdez aussi sur les questions de PME parce que c'est elle qui est en charge des PME au sein de notre équipe. Mais une chose qui était très importante lorsqu'on a développé la stratégie industrielle de la défense, c'est que justement les PME canadiennes puissent être soutenues. And so what is a Canadian company under the Defense Industrial Policy? It's actually 70% of, it's not only basically opening a company in Canada and having a paper company. We don't want an economy of branches from elsewhere. En anglais, en français, je dirais, on ne veut pas une économie de succursale. On veut une économie justement de compagnies canadiennes. So the definition is 70% of the equipment needs to be built in Canada, needs to be creating jobs in Canada. That's really fundamental. And what we've said also is the companies that will be having us, working the most with small and medium-sized businesses across the country, so basically having a supply chain of small and medium-sized businesses here in Canada, will be rewarded. And so we have our entire policy that is basically, I won't go into the details, but actually values more working with small and medium-sized businesses. Because, and while we're doing that, we're working on another aspect of the economy, which, and I spoke about it at lunch. Who was there at lunch? Ah, thank you. See, that's good. So at lunch, what we talked about with Richie Valdez, you weren't there at lunch, or no? Okay. We're working a lot with Richie Valdez, but our goal is to scale up companies, to be able for them, once, that they are able, yes, to have a first contract from the government, which, because companies always want contracts rather than subsidies from the government, but also that they're able to have access to, investors that are Canadian ones that will help them scale, and they won't have to leave to go to the US. And so that's another thing we're working on a lot on.
So, Melanie and Joël, I think, focused on Mark's question properly in small and medium-sized businesses. Two things I would just add. As I said, I come from Atlantic Canada. You look at regional development agencies, and there are regional development agencies in every part of the country. They have direct connections in every part of the country to many of those small and medium-sized businesses, existing relationships. So we've given them a mandate to also help those small and medium-sized businesses in every part of the country be able to participate productively and successfully in some of this procurement. Final thing, Mark. Many of us, I had a big trade mission that I led to Mexico with 400 Canadian business people a month ago. And François Philippe was in China. We all understand the trade commissioner function, helping Canadian businesses, big and small, develop new markets. The people who work in our embassies, the women and men who work in our embassies around the world, do fantastic work. But on n'a jamais eu un service comme ça pour aider des petites et moyennes entreprises à faire des expansions, à aller chercher d'autres clients à l'intérieur du Canada. So the Prime Minister proposed to the premiers at the meeting we had in Ottawa at the end of January that we build a domestic trade commissioner service. So what I did is write to all of my colleagues responsible for the regional development agencies, and I said, designate one senior person, and the premiers did the same thing with their economic development departments, and now they're planning to lead and participate together in Canadian trade missions. To take, for example, there's a big agri-food and food processing show in Montreal, I think, in the next few weeks. So there's a delegation of Atlantic Canadian businesses supported by the Government of Canada and the provinces coming to try and meet new clients in Canada at a big trade show in Montreal. So there are examples like that across the country.
Il nous reste juste 3 minutes, mais François-Philippe, je te donne le mot de la fin.
No, listen. No, I just wanted to add to everything that colleagues, just keep in mind, 98% of businesses in Canada are small and medium-sized businesses. So this is the backbone of who we are as Canadian. It's small and medium-sized businesses. And you know what Melanie and Joelle and Dominic were saying is, give them a fair chance to benefit from the growth that we're going to see in this country. Give them a chance to build Canada strong. Give them a chance to be part of that story. You know, we see the world changing in front of us, but one thing we know is that there's no limit to be Canadians. Nothing is too complex for us. Nothing is too big for us. You've heard us before. Nothing is too far for us to achieve. And that's why I would say la mission qu'on s'est donnée, c'est vraiment d'amener tout le monde, les travailleurs, les syndicats, les communautés, les entreprises, les petites et moyennes entreprises, à vraiment travailler avec nous pour bâtir ce Canada fort-là. And I think you may have seen in the last budget, this was really like a generational investment in Canada. And in fact, actually, it is the largest infrastructure plan in the G7. This is what Canada is all about. The Prime Minister has challenged this country to build at speed and at scale never seen before. The budget was the roadmap to invest in infrastructure, to invest in defense, to invest in housing, to invest in productivity and innovation and competitiveness in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the blueprint to win, we have the people to win, and we have the Canadian spirit that's going to bring us there. So I'm very proud to be with all of you. Thank you, everyone. Merci.
Merci. Merci tout le monde. Applaudissons nos 4 panélistes. Go out and buy Canadian and drink Canadian in moderation tonight. Thank you.
Merci à tous pour cette magnifique deuxième journée. À demain matin. Liberals, thank you for a great day too. We will see you tomorrow morning.